He stood in the bathroom for a long time, looking at his reflection, his brain just waking up and desperately trying to piece together reality. White hair, an indifferent look, a black suit. He still couldn't understand who this reflection belonged to. The worst thing was that he remembered himself as a completely different person, a simple guy. But he didn't remember his name. He remembered himself as completely different. And now he was staring at a reflection that was not his own. The name came to mind, Lionel. While the guy in the suit thought he was Cloud, the dichotomy was mind-blowing. Cloud Rommel, heir to a great clan, a man in a suit and with a status window, or maybe just crazy, that's what he became, thought Lai. The first thing you need to do if something happens that you can't explain is drink some tea. Cloud was drinking regular tea, but still held himself calmly, as if he were at a reception. Lai realized that he had become the character he had created 12 years ago when he was still in school. A time when you don't know what shame and embarrassment are, and the riot of imagination is not restrained by stereotypes. The time when you don't know that you are not creative at all, and you give life to strange ideas without sparing your notebook. Then he created a noble version of himself and laughed like Dr. Frankenstein laughing at the sight of his creation. Lai still felt awkward about these memories. In the past, he had suffered from 8th grader syndrome. All of this was inspired by the game Arkan, which was one of the best virtual reality games of its time. It didn't lose popularity until it closed, a classic fantasy with magic and dragons, so it wasn't surprising. But on the day of the shutdown, the CEO of the company that created Arcana disappeared. And then there was an earthquake, and deep cracks appeared in the asphalt. The world changed. A huge tower appeared, and Arcana itself became part of reality. Many rifts have spat out vile monsters into this world. The existence of the world was under threat, but along with the monsters, people also appeared who synchronized with their characters. They were called players, and they were incredibly strong to face the monsters. Players could use skills and a system similar to the one in Arkan. These people defeated monsters and quickly became heroes of the new era. There was a time when Lai dreamed of becoming one of these heroes, but even then, he felt that even if he had awakened his powers, he would not have become so popular. His normal life was crossed out, sealed with red pieces of paper on everything that could be sold to pay off debts. Father's business went bankrupt, and the price of even one virtual reality machine was enormous. The father blamed himself heavily for his failures, and the fact that his son would not be able to play like his friends. Lai's sister tried to console him, and so Lai understood the cruelty of this world, when one failure can turn your life into hell. Then he abandoned Arcana, but if he had known that a game apocalypse would happen, he would never have abandoned it. Lai tore his hair out at the thought. He hadn't even spent a year in the game, so his character had a low level in stats, and he awakened into a hero that a schoolboy had come up with. Cloud strictly followed the role assigned to him, to be an aristocrat to the core, because that was the only reason he could appreciate the taste of tea. Lai created it when he was a schoolboy. At that time, he read a lot of novels and short stories, so he was subject to a romantic mood. He really did play his role completely, behaving like a mannered aristocrat from the novels. Cloud was the heir to a great family, but all of his relatives fell victim to a demon. He was the only one who managed to survive one fateful day. Then Cloud decides to become a demon hunter and take revenge on everyone. A vengeful, mannered aristocrat, what a disgrace. At that time, Lai seriously considered him his second personality and completely devoted himself to this game. So it became part of his dark past, and in those years it was funny, Lai thought, and bit his nails. But now it was an endless source of Spanish shame. The way Cloud spoke and carried himself made Lai continually punch him in the face. How could he show up to work looking like that? Lai was horrified at the thought. Is it possible to be a full-fledged member of society with such a manner of speech? Lai was already imagining how the director in the office would scold him for his appearance and bright hair. Of course, a noble aristocrat will not tolerate such treatment and will respond immediately. Lai was covered in sweat. He was already imagining tall pine trees, logging, a cold northern wind, and patriotic songs of a labor camp. Nobles do not bow their heads to everyone, Cloud said, and Lai realized that his thoughts were now being pronounced quite differently. Most players reported strange synchronization issues, but they were minimal, as normal people were playing themselves. Returning to normal life won't work, Lai decided, which meant he had to become a player. Although 10 years had passed, he no longer remembered anything about Arcana. The first thing he did was go online to get some fresh information. He needed a base. The good news was that top-level players were closing the rifts and were getting hundreds of millions of credits. Big reward, big risks, so the information was useless. Life can't be bought with money. Cloud proudly declared that he had already tasted the fruit of abundance, so he did not need any benefits. Lai agreed with this. There was no point in being greedy. So first, he decided to find out what his specific class of players, the demon hunters, were doing. But there was little news about them. It was strange. And then Lai shuddered when he read the news about the death of many players. An entire base called Akshan was destroyed. Lai remembered that this was the only city standing on the Holy Land, the base of the demon hunters, and now it was in ruins. Then Lai realized that there was little information, not because the hunters were inactive, because they disappeared as a class, although it cannot be said that there were many of them. Even 10 years ago, no one chose them. Low stats, weird leveling, disgusting skills. This class had a hard time leveling up by hunting monsters, so they were forced to do small jobs like deliveries. The only thing they were extremely better at than others was fighting demons. But demons appeared very rarely, and quests with them were boring. The demon hunter's role was unclear, leaving many players confused as to why anyone would choose the class. Lei thought, being bankrupt and not having the opportunity to change profession are two different things. Now there was no one to even teach him skills. Then he began to look for other information. An update occurred in the Arcana, which was immediately reflected in reality. This update brought in just those very demons that were missing from the hunters. Now demons appeared among ordinary monsters, and the difficulty of passing for players increased many times over. Player losses increased, and even those who had a level of 200 had problems. The demons appeared in reality, but the hunters could not cope with them. And Lai thought that perhaps he was the last hunter, after the destruction of the base. And perhaps he should intervene after a 10-year pause. There was no guarantee that the demons he remembered would appear. A lot could have changed over the years. If even high-level players couldn't handle it, then he certainly couldn't. He was weak. Lai remembered his past self, a fearless madman for whom life was a game. But he believed that people like Cloud existed. No demonic temptations, trials, or deceptions will understand Cloud. Because he was a proud aristocrat, Lai played and seemed to irradiate himself with this game in those years. And now he decided to just do it, save people, kill demons. The number of victims of demons grew, and they became a serious problem. More and more ordinary people appeared among their victims. Let them consider it part of it. He will personally send each of the demons to hell, Cloud said. The Arcana Tower towered over the city in red flashes. Even though much was lost, people were able to get back on their feet after all the destruction. The streets became lively again, and everyone quickly adapted to the new world, because this is the main feature of humanity. However, next to the light there was always darkness, hiding in the dark corners. The negative emotions of people become excellent food for demons, and the key to their enslavement. Demons take possession of and completely subjugate weak, emotionally unstable people. This time he targeted another group of hapless players. The eerie shadow left its container and headed towards them. The leader of the group, with the position of a tank, John told his charges that there was 1 minute left until the appointed time, so they just needed to wait. And indeed, minute by minute, another player arrived at their meeting, who was supposed to join their raid. John introduced everyone to their latest member and extended his gauntleted hand. He introduced himself as the leader of the group, and Cloud briefly returned the greeting. He looked at the rift first, and that's how the players saw him. Ordinary people could not interact with the rifts in any way, or even see them. Lai would have been the same if he hadn't awakened. The Knoll dungeon he chose was suitable for his low level. It was a great place to test my skills and get used to everything. When he studied the information, he learned that the average level of players in the rifts was over 200. It was too early for him to even dream about this. To reach such heights, he had to work hard. It was fortunate that not all of the awakened were high-level players, so Lai was able to find a suitable group. He looked at the other participants. Some were quite friendly, others not so much. The degree of destruction of the rift was high. Another group was already there, John told them, and gave them 5 minutes to prepare before leaving. When the degree of destruction of the rift reaches its maximum, monsters break through into reality through these rifts. Only players can enter the rift freely and clear out the inside by disarming this time bomb. When the time was up, John called everyone to follow him, and the group agreed. Everyone was very friendly, so Lai also wanted to say something. He was the youngest brother with 3 sisters and had barely survived that battlefield, so it was easy for him to cheer someone up. But instead of a normal phrase, Cloud gave out something else, saying that with him, they have nothing to worry about, throwing on a ton of pathos. The group seemed not to notice his words and began to discuss the gnolls they were about to fight. Lai swore off saying anything, because Cloud would have twisted everything to his own taste. They entered an underground storage facility, a null food warehouse, the system reported. The place looked more like a subway. After looking around a bit, they took their positions according to their game rules. The girl mage noted that so far they had not seen a single monster. John reminded them that another group had come in before them that could take care of them. He assured them that there was nothing to worry about, as they would still receive the reward if they simply chose a different route. The boys decided to trust the group's leader and were encouraged. Although Cloud felt something was wrong, when they went deeper, they discovered the first enemies. John rushed forward as soon as he spotted the target, so the others didn't immediately catch up with him. They rushed forward without any caution, leaving Cloud behind. One full tank, two melee attackers. One mage. Cloud thought about their placement. The combination was not bad, but the tank, instead of protecting the group, attacked the monsters, attracting more and more attention. Because of this, the melee fighters had to go on the defensive, and the sorceress could not inflict the main damage. Cloud was useless, so he decided to keep quiet about their hunting methods and just watched. Right now, his main problem was the lack of a good weapon, he thought, looking over his inventory, which meant it was better not to get involved in a fight. As the battle raged on, Cloud felt someone already aiming a bow at him. Turning around, he noticed that they were already surrounded by a large group of monsters that had approached them stealthily. The monsters rushed to attack, waiting for the right moment when the group would get bogged down in battle. The hunters were hit by arrows, and there was no one to cover them. Even though the gnolls were small, they took the numbers. Then the hunters called John, who for some reason stepped aside. They shouted at him, asking what he was doing, but John just looked at them with indifference. The blonde guy demanded that John come back, but he got distracted and didn't notice how he let the enemy behind him. He almost lost his head, but a well-aimed shot hit the monster and threw it back. When the blonde looked at him, he saw an arrow that deeply pierced the monster. Cloud said that the wild dogs needed to be properly trained, although he didn't do it, but they definitely needed a whip. The group was grateful for the rescue, but they were overcome with trepidation from Cloud's strange phrases. But Lee himself did not want to say that. They continued to fight off an enemy superior in numbers and ferocity. In addition, the dogs showered them with arrows, which also forced them to be distracted. Two mongrels broke through to the girl magician, and she panicked, froze in place, and did not know what to do. Cloud told her to calm down. He was wielding a bow, and promised to deal with those who had broken through, and she should finish casting a powerful spell. The mage immediately came to her senses, and Cloud took out the first monster with a well-aimed shot. Two close combat swordsmen could barely hold off the entire onslaught of dogs and hurried the girl. When the spell was ready, she shouted for everyone to run away and loaded a fire arrow. The homing fireballs immediately began to fry the skins, and the smell of burnt wool and meat began to fill the air. Multiple explosions merged into one, and the confined space only enhanced the effect. The sorceress asked if he was okay, and Cloud proudly stated that she should take care of the others. All the attacking gnolls lay dead, the flames consuming their remains. But Cloud was much more worried about whether he would be able to get his precious silver arrows back after all this. The sorceress gave the boys recovery potions because they took the full brunt of the ambush. The blonde boy couldn't stand it and jumped up to John, who was still silently watching them. He punched him on the armor and demanded an explanation. It was still possible to understand that John did not notice the ambush. He made a mistake, it happens. But how to understand his complete indifference to the battle? It was like he just went and led them into a trap. But in response, John only burst into a nasty, growing laugh and laughed so hard that he even grabbed his stomach. Then the blonde remembered that without his famous brother, John wasn't worth a damn. But Cloud stopped the guy. Suddenly, the magical fire went out, and the hall became completely dark. John's face twisted with smug anger. He called them fools and said that he could not help but mock them. Cloud's natural enemy skill was activated, his power increased in battles with demons, and he immediately understood who was in front of him. The demon continued to mock them. They finally understood who he was. He grimaced. The group was shocked by this. Just now, John was an ordinary person, and they didn't know what to do. They didn't believe what was happening and asked Cloud to explain his words about the demon. But the guy who asked him suddenly fell silent. He felt as if everything around him had disappeared. He didn't understand where everything and everyone around him had disappeared to, and he panicked. Turning around, he saw black tentacles grabbing his entire team. The sorceress girl, covered in blood, asked him for help, begged him to save her. Due to the low resistance, the entire group was overcome by a wave of terror, and they lost their fighting ability. The demon enjoyed their horror, because they created these illusions themselves with their fears. He was reveling in his omnipotence over people when he saw one of them rapidly approaching. Cloud delivered a quick blow to the demon's neck, but he managed to defend himself. The demon took the blow of the dagger with his gauntlet and realized that Cloud was not at all afraid to kill John. He openly blackmailed him because if he defeated the demon, the guy he possessed would also die. Cloud realized that a direct attack would not penetrate the armor and dodge the demon's sharp attack. Now that the demon has revealed himself, his abilities have increased dramatically. He struck hard and true as he went behind John, but the dagger hit the steel collar. John immediately counterattacked, and Cloud had to dodge. The demon was talking some nonsense to distract the hunter, but he struck again, aiming for the eyes, without thinking at all. And that blow hit John across the face, leaving a shallow cut and breaking his glasses. When the demon felt the pain, he grabbed his face and began to scream shrilly. He was burned by a silver blade, which caused unbearable pain, and Cloud said that it was time to finish. And then, for the first time since his birth, the demon felt fear in front of a man. John went into a deep level 1 flashback, thinking about when it all went wrong. His brother asked him why he was daydreaming. The wounds on John's body did not look deep. As usual, he reminded him to avoid dangerous rifts. The older brother showed concern and offered to join his guild as an analyst. But it sounded hard. John did not want to become a loser. Everyone remembered him only as the younger brother, the great hunter and the head of the guild. That's why different players wanted to get closer to him and sent greetings to his brother. John was constantly under pressure, how they were compared and how his inferiority was noted. He just wanted to be worthy of his brother. And then a demon appeared and said he would help him. The boy was so weak after the battle that he could not resist. The weight of regrets was pressing on him. The demon took control of his body and told him to just watch from the side. Due to low resistance, John became possessed and lost control. He didn't want all this. He could only sit in his body like a paralytic and look at everything with horror. At the same time, he himself was completely in the clutches of the demon and lost in this nightmare. But after Treasure's blow, the grip of obsession weakened. John felt that he could free himself. The demon continued to writhe from the blow of silver and squeal like a slaughtered boar. The only thing he could grab onto was to take John hostage. The demon didn't understand how Cloud could not care whether the owner of the body died or not, to which Cloud responded with contempt, calling the demon a pathetic piece of trash without a drop of pride. As Cloud raised his hand again to strike, the imp found itself unable to move as John had regained control. This time the blow hit the target and the walls were covered in blood. Cloud admitted that, unlike the demon, John still had some pride left. He lay on the cold concrete floor with his arms outstretched, and when everything calmed down, John jumped back, screaming as if he had seen a demon. The others were just as surprised as he was that he was possessed by a demon and remained unharmed after being hit by Cloud. Despite what happened, his team did not blame him, and on the contrary, they were worried about John. He had survived, and what's more, there were no wounds on his body, John realized, looking at his shaking hands. Cloud reminded them that, as he had said, as long as he was around they had nothing to fear, but now his words sounded more convincing. He appeared to them in a new light, although he still spoke like a man from a novel. Negative human emotions are food for demons, the hunter explained to them. He told John not to forget about pride and not to be afraid of demons. Demon hunter attacks only worked against demons. The logic of the game has not changed since Lai remembered it, but he did not receive any items from the demon. Later, when John had put his thoughts in order, he showed his brother the posts about the newbie who saved him. Even though the brother was the leader of the guild, he refused to take the person into his guild just because of one post on social networks about the previous guild. And then John confessed to him that he was possessed by a demon. And then Ted spilled his tea past his mouth, stunned by this news. The tall tower fits beautifully into the high-rise complex of skyscrapers, despite its foreignness. This was the building of the Gaian Guild, and they were a serious organization, even had security. Ted couldn't believe that after so many years of persuasion, his brother finally decided to become an analyst on his team. John was outraged that Ted did not believe his own brother. John laughed, pleased with his own joke, and then Ted doubted his intentions. But John wasn't joking about working as an analyst. He realized his limits and was ready to accept his role. All this time he had simply been trying to catch up with Ted. But now he was determined to walk his own path with pride, he told his brother. Now Ted also became interested in what kind of person made him change so much. Even though they were attacked by a demon during the previous raid, Cloud's mental resistance was high, since he didn't give in to the attacks. Moreover, he used a dagger and not magic. There were thousands of classes in Arcana, but nothing came to Ted's mind. The strange thing was that Cloud would go into a low-level rift with such features. John knew it was hard to believe. But Ted said that he believed him. since his brother saw everything with his own eyes and felt it on his own skin. John once taught him everything: boss attack patterns, guild management methods, recruiting new players. He helped him become who Ted is, so he immediately took the contract with him. Since John is his brother, and also a proud analyst of their guild, John felt embarrassed by the warmth which he had not felt for a long time. Ted laughed. He was more direct in his dealings, and told John to look at the papers. He read the terms and conditions and was stunned, not believing his eyes. While Cloud was brushing his teeth, Lai noted that their level had increased. They had raised several at once in one fell swoop. As many as 12 points. Lai was happy, of course, for ordinary gnolls. He would never have received so much. It was about hunting Bess. Cloud wasn't bothered by such trifles, the aristocrat said, but Lai was very worried about them. And he was thinking about how best to distribute the points. But I decided to think about it in bed, since I was quite tired. The aristocrat looked at their room with disdain and was outraged by the chaos that reigned there. Clean environment, clean mind, Cloud declared, and set about spring cleaning, despite Lai's pleas for rest. Later he took up cooking vegetable stew, and there was no talk of rest. Even though it was the servant's job, Cloud did a great job thanks to his tenacity. Cloud enjoyed the taste of healthy food, although Lai himself was already on the verge of exhaustion. Of course, he understood that an aristocrat should be like that. While the nobleman was putting the kitchen in order, Lai watched him and realized something. In addition to levels and characteristics, the character settings that he has set are also applied. Normally, Lai would order delivery and go to bed, but due to Cloud's nature, he had to cook and clean in order to live a healthy lifestyle. He took up his notebook to remember all the talents and characteristics he had endowed his character with. Count Cloud was not limited to just one thing. He was talented in magic. He could repeat any spell after seeing it once. He was smart, had good physical potential, so he was good with weapons. The proud Count said nonsense, and Lai noticed that he had written only positive traits. If the attitudes really did influence real life, he had to test it. When Cloud saw the message from John, he was surprised because it was very long, and there was a contract attached to it. But he didn't have time to figure out the terms, so he decided to refuse and test his guesses. First, he had to test his talents for magic, so he quickly found the information he needed. The brothers from Gaian waited long and impatiently for his answer. But when they received a short no, Ted's indignation knew no bounds. And John assumed that Cloud had already received a more advantageous offer. Ted didn't calm down because he believed that their guild was the best. They offered a house, a car, and a decent share of the cleanup. After the magic tower appeared in the capital, offices of foreign guilds began to appear, John said. But even apart from them, they lived where the best players of the country were gathered, and one of these guilds could intercept Cloud. But Ted refused to believe that anyone could offer better terms. He did not offer such a contract, even to experienced players. Ted was determined, so he demanded that his brother tell him what the guy looked like. He said that he would go himself, find him, and bring him to the guild. John thought for a moment and then said tensely that the guy looked wise. In his mind, he was turning over the image of a strange newcomer who went on a raid in a black suit. And finally, he revealed that Cloud was the spitting image of an aristocrat from fantasy novels and quite eccentric. After some time, the entire notebook was covered in magical formulas by Cloud. Now he understood all the fundamental principles of magic and could cast any spell if he had enough mana. Lai was delighted, so much so that he forgave his character's dark past. He was a real genius. With the check completed, Lai could now confidently distribute the attribute points he had received. Any opportunity was open to him, and it was hard to even imagine how far Cloud could go with this. Lai put 2 points into strength and agility, and 7 into mana due to his low level, and he put another point into luck, remembering Cloud's biography. Cloud would have to work hard, and for his well-being, Lai wanted to make this job easier. Even if it was 1 point, he doubled the stat, and pleased with himself, he fell asleep, hoping that tomorrow he would definitely be lucky. But the morning turned out to be unexpected. Cloud looked at himself in the mirror. What he found in his status was much more than a random coin on the asphalt. He was given a class quest. After the manifestation of the arcana in reality, quests became rare. The reason is simple. There are not many who could give them out, because there are fewer and fewer bots in the world. Even a regular quest from the system was a rarity, but here Lai immediately received a class 1. The simple demon hunter quests were pretty weird. In the photo in the news, players were happy to receive class quests. Because this quest was given to one player from the entire class, this alone was enough to make it into the news. This quest could make the player the strongest, but since the system couldn't give it to a regular newbie, It meant that there were no demon hunters left in the world. It made sense since the demon hunter's base had been destroyed. It may sound cool, but the reality could be shocking, Lai thought. In the game, there was an instructor at the camp who gave out a test for acceptance into the hunters. The first task was to make a crazy climb up a kilometer-high mountain. Hunter quests were mostly useless work, and the conditions were even worse. They were saved in wretched ruins. They were starved and put through hard trials. Even for the proud Cloud, it was not easy. To eat properly, one had to descend the mountain, which was no less grueling than the ascent. Anyone would have given up, Lai said. But Cloud countered that since demons attack the mind, training was needed to teach you to endure pain. It was in the past. First, Lai decided to look at the quest conditions, but Cloud had already tapped on the window and accepted it, which made Lai feel like he was being kidnapped and possessed again. To overcome the chaos caused by the manifestation of the Arcana, an association of former game developers was formed. They responded to every game update and collected information for the players. In other words, it's an office company with overtime work, and a tired worm decided to stretch his shoulders. It was already the end of the week, the end of the working day, the weekend was ahead, and he hoped that there would definitely be no update. Among them were those who could work alone for days, but the guy was not one of them. His superior gave him a scolding and told him to refresh the page. But then the elder himself fell into a stupor after he updated the site. He screamed like he was scalded that the game had been updated. Both of them stared like idiots, not knowing what to do with it now, and a scream went up throughout the office. The new rift marked the appearance of a new, high-level demon. Even ordinary soldiers of this level were above level 300, and the chief vampire count even broke through 400. The strongest player in the world was barely up to this, so the update looked broken. A group of top rankers couldn't handle it, the younger one said, and John doubted that even the entire player association could close the rift. They thought about asking for help from the magical tower where the bots lived, but they usually did nothing unless the tower itself was under threat. It was a task of an impossible level. Humanity was simply offered to die, John stated. He saw no hope, which meant he had to prepare for the worst. This rift would be broken. But his partner asked him not to rush to conclusions. He was horrified by the mere thought of a breakthrough. Previous updates were in line with the level of players, but it changed the entire balance. Only a miracle could save them. Cloud calmly drank his morning tea and enjoyed the inner peace. But Lai was not thrilled after completing the daily task of training his weakened body. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, running. His whole body was shaking from such exertion, and after that Cloud went to the store to do some shopping. With shaking hands, he barely made himself a sandwich. Cloud justified this by saying that sometimes you need to improvise with food. The piece wouldn't fit into his mouth because of his tired limbs. But Lai enjoyed the sense of accomplishment from this task. If it weren't for Cloud's pride, he would have given up long ago. When the stupid quest was over, he went to bed, thinking about how sweet it would be to sleep. A new day, a new morning, the old ladies were already drying hot peppers at such an early hour, and Cloud was doing pull-ups. His aristocratic pride wouldn't let him give up, so he did everything. The exercises caused pain in the torn muscles. His training quest had a greater load than yesterday. Moreover, it was repeated every day, so Lai felt like an Olympic athlete before a competition. And so, a whole week passed, and there was no end in sight to the training. This was only possible thanks to Cloud's character, and Lai wondered how many more times he would have to repeat this to get the reward. He hoped it wouldn't be something like, "You got a slim body, congratulations," from the system. Luckily, he got some stat points, +2 to strength and dexterity. These things will never disappear. Upgrade items are insanely expensive. Even one stat point costs millions of credits, but he got 4 without leveling up. Now Lai was satisfied. The reward justified his efforts, and Cloud declared that he could complete this quest even 10 times in a row. The radio was broadcasting the latest news, the hottest topic being this week's game update. Most guilds announced that they would not participate in the raid. The new rift was called the Count's Domain, and the boss was Count Asura himself. He was known to be a vampire demon and was the highest level monster known. The Association of Analysts declined to comment. Lai was also alarmed by such news, how to kill such monsters. The radio kept chewing on this news, but no one gave any new information. The huge risks of failure scared off guilds from participating in this raid, and this could not help but cause unrest. Late that night, Lai thought about how to deal with this problem. The hardest thing for players to deal with is demons. No matter how strong we are, in battle with demons, they receive penalties that cannot be avoided. To defeat a demon, an ordinary player would need a 10-fold level advantage. but Count Asakura is an unimaginable monster. Lai was completely despondent, because the system gave him the task of killing a vampire, and this demon, unfortunately, was the only vampire in the area. It was too scary for Lai. It is quite natural to be afraid of an enemy that you don't know how to defeat. But these were only Lai's thoughts. His pulse was as steady as ever. This was not his body, and he turned to Cloud's thoughts and feelings. The pathetic creatures were wasting his precious time, and for this, they would have to be severely executed. Cloud was sure. This was exactly what Lai was so afraid of. Of course, the aristocrat wanted to kill the demons. The next day, Lai collected all available information about the location of the vampire, who was located far to the north. First, you had to go to the magic tower, where there was a portal. It allowed you to move anywhere, and therefore there were many guilds near the tower. Lai was choosing a route to the tower, and was thinking that it would be easier to call a taxi when Cloud said that they needed to go. He had already wasted a lot of time, the aristocrat said, and put on his usual clothes, despite the fact that he was going to go north. Cloud stopped in front of the doors, and Lai was already hoping that they would at least take the down jacket with them. But most of all, the real aristocrat from the novels was worried about the supply of tea bags and took a thermos with him. There was quite a crowd of people gathered near the tower, including reporters with cameras. They were waiting for the appearance of the Gaian Guild. New rifts appeared far from here, and the tower was nearby, so the appearance of players here was expected. Even though the players were of the highest level, even among them those capable of independent teleportation were few and far between, and the transfer required a lot of mana. Then the Gaian Guild appeared, with the big guy Ted walking in front with a huge oar on his shoulder instead of a sword. From a distance, it could be mistaken for a snowboard. They were instantly surrounded by reporters, who began to pepper them with questions, demanding more information. One particularly nosy journalist poked the microphone and asked Ted if they had found a way to defeat Count Asakura. John began his usual shooing away of the annoying reporters, but Ted only laughed. The big guy honestly admitted that, unfortunately, he doesn't know at all how to win. But he added that they never entered the rifts fully prepared, he said to John's horror. Ted walked ahead of the others just to get ahead of the competition, and he was not going to share the information, even though everyone says it was for the sake of saving the world. If someone really wants to save the world, they can challenge the rift and see for themselves instead of watching from afar, Ted said. Other guilds began to come to the tower. Following Gaian, the group Radiance came. Their leader was the second player in the rating. Because of the crowd of people in front of the entrance, they were also unable to drive closer and they went on foot. The Shining players also noticed Ted's rough figure. Because of the Magic Tower, all the world's major guilds were heading here, which made Ted nervous, so it was understandable. They could be pushed back, which is why they were counting so much on this raid. John told his brother not to worry. There was no point in rushing things. He was sure they could handle everything. In passing, Ted asked if John had contacted Lai yet, although they had planned to do so, but the update had mixed everything up. This guy was strong, so Ted wondered if they would meet him in the rift or in the Magic Tower. Cloud was riding the bus, watching videos along the way to save time. He watched hundreds of videos about magic, from the most basic to professional analyses. And now Cloud fully understood the process. Magic is activated in 3 stages: explore mana, interfere with it, and manifest. There was a flash and a tongue of flame danced in Cloud's hands, quite frightening the passengers. The driver shouted at him not to use any spells on the bus, as it was dangerous. Lai didn't think it would work, but Cloud started acting tough and answered for him that he had complete control over the flames. Thanks to these videos, they learned new skills. It was exciting to find out what they would be, but to Lai's surprise, no new skills appeared in the status. They usually appeared immediately after studying, and he thought that perhaps it was some kind of bug. Later, Lai reached the Magic Tower and entered the main hall, which was stunning in its grandeur. The tower's exterior was very different from how it was arranged inside, Lai noted to himself. Right in front of him was a huge opening covered with a blue veil. This was the portal. Cloud had a strange feeling that he could understand portal magic, and it seemed even simpler than fire magic. Some big guy was carrying a roll of screen on his shoulder and didn't notice Cloud, hitting him while he was shouting to the players from Gayun. The klutz noticed that he had pushed someone into the portal, but it was too late to apologize, unfortunately for him. Ted had seen everything. He told John to fire this oaf because he was ruining the reputation of the guild. Then he told his brother to start the briefing, John thought, because for a second it seemed to him that he saw a familiar face. He then quickly sketched out the alignment of forces for them. The vampire's territory was divided into several rings, and each had its own faults. If there was a breakthrough, the vampire's fortress would definitely appear in their world, John said. reminding them of the importance of the task. People, journalists, players, and just onlookers had already gathered in front of the vaults. Everyone gave interviews and tried not to show that they were very cold. Among the reporters, there were also many bloggers who broadcast via their phones. They looked less presentable, but the immature audience liked such live content. While he was crucifying himself before the audience, he noticed that someone was walking towards the rift. The young talent placed his hand on the chest of the man in the black suit and told him to mind his manners. After all, he was the first to find this rift, but they briefly answered him in a harsh voice to move away. Cloud warned that his patience was running out. He left the boy wondering after he had scared him, but in reality he was just cold. And so Cloud found himself in front of a rift. The degree of destruction reached 1/10. He hoped that it would be warmer further on. The zombie's head was separated from its body after a lightning-fast strike with a razor-sharp curved sword. The red-haired swordswoman calmly turned her back to the monster. Her face was covered in the blood of the monsters she had killed. She turned around when she heard her name being called. There were members of her guild there. The girl herself had a level above 300, so she constantly broke away from the team. Leia was a berserker, and the head of the guild of the same name. She indifferently listened to the whining of her people about how cold it was here. The red-haired beast was constantly cursing like a longshoreman and was dissatisfied with everything. Cloud confidently entered the rift. It was just as cold inside as it was outside. This place was the outskirts of the terrible vampire's territory. Cloud said it was a good place to hunt, his rage already boiling, though Lai felt like he was turning into an ice statue. The first enemies they met were wolves, each at least level 200, and there were a lot of them. But since they were all manifestations of the demon, Cloud could defeat them, because his ability, the natural enemy, gave him strength. Cloud told the dogs that they had chosen the wrong master, and definitely the wrong enemy. He took out his knife and said that, as a good gentleman, he would help the unfortunate animals with their choice. It will help you experience what it is like to be prey, he added. The players examined a group of bodies of killed monsters for anything useful. Leia was furious that there was so much dirt from the wolves and kicked one dead carcass in anger. Her entire team was just waiting for her to calm down and take out all her anger on the dead. They knew better than to touch her at such moments. Once she was a little out of breath, her rage subsided and Leia stopped to catch her breath. No matter how many monsters the team killed, they seemed endless, and you could tell by their appearance they were all dirty, from head to toe. Leia told them it was strange. The dogs seemed not to feel fear, as if it was not familiar to them at all. The blonde guy on her team made a face and asked what she was talking about in a rude manner. Leia repeated her observations. Everything was unnatural, she thought. She asked them if they had ever seen dogs whine or howl in pain, and then the team also felt uneasy, agreeing with her. They turned around when they heard a long howl coming from behind the rock. This howl sounded eerie, as if the wolves were frightened and alarmed. During their attack, the wolves were so unafraid, it was as if they had no respect for them at all, so Leia rushed forward to find out everything. Cloud took aim with his bow. He was in no hurry. He had time to concentrate. He felt the mana in the arrowhead. It wasn't the best arrow, but this way he could explore the mana, interfere with it, and then manifest. According to the 3 stages of using magic, when Cloud shot the arrow, it turned into a fire rocket that burned through everything. The dogs shied away and froze, not knowing what to do. Like all animals, they were afraid of fire and panicked. Leia was surprised by what she saw when the team caught up with her. Looking at the battlefield, strewn with charred carcasses, she tried to understand what was happening and why a man in one suit was just drinking tea. Cloud seemed oblivious to anything but his tea. The players quickly realized that the strange stranger was using fire arrows, a magical skill. Leia was outraged that this weirdo in front of them, in a suit and shoes, took part in the raid and was drinking tea in the middle of a mountain of corpses. One of her team members suggested that the stranger was a streamer. It sounded plausible because there were madmen who broadcast from the rifts. Leia cursed again. The stranger irritated her. She told him in a loud voice that it was dangerous here and that civilians had no business there. But Cloud just glanced at her and continued to sip his tea with dignity. This disregard for her person instantly enraged the already irritable girl. She jumped up to Cloud and began loudly scolding him for his lack of manners, waving her arms. But at that moment, her team let out warning cries and pointed to the side. Cloud and Leia also turned around to see what was going on. The enemies of the next pool were approaching them. They were armed zombies. They appeared unexpectedly, and there were a lot of them for such a small group as the Berserker. The bloody bandits let out an angry howl and went on the attack with the entire brigade. Leia commanded everyone to take position, and she herself rushed into the thick of the enemy. Magic and blades intertwined in a dance of battle, and the heads of countless mobs flew. Most of the enemies had weapons, and this was something to be wary of, even for experienced players. Leia went into berserker mode, her whole body tensed up and she was covered in an aura of rage. When she rushed forward, no one could resist her. But when they seemed to have repelled the attack, they saw the enemies from above, and they were already aiming at them with bows. The archers occupied the commanding heights and crept up unnoticed. The monsters were numerous and capable of organized action. Their group was surrounded and everyone was waiting for Leia's orders. When Cloud let out a disappointed cry, Leia yelled at him, surprised that the weirdo was still there and hadn't run away. She told him he was crazy to think it was time for tea and he'd better run away before it was too late. But Cloud was only interested in tea. The monster commander, if the stupid mobs had one, gave the order, and the archers fired a volley. Leia stood there in indecision, looking at the shower of arrows that were fired at them, where even one could cause trouble. Cloud was completely focused on his tea. He could feel the magic coming from it. To explore the magic inside the thermos to intervene, all that was left was to manifest it, he thought. For the skill he wanted to use, he might not have enough mana, and then he would simply pass out in the attempt. But what if the spell wasn't a skill? An unimaginable power passed through Cloud's body. The cup of tea disappeared into thin air like a sacrifice. Then there was a bright flash, causing Leia to cover her face with her hands. When she removed her hand, she was surprised that nothing happened, and her team stared somewhere with their mouths open. Right in the path of the monsters, a stone cliff grew, which protected them from the shower of arrows and keen eyes. Leia had never heard of such a thing and thought it was alchemy. The skill that could create a wall of such size was amazing. But Cloud objected and told her that it wasn't a skill at all. After all, he had used real magic, Cloud added, and he himself was happy with this realization. The people from the Berserker Guild were also shocked by such a skill. They thought that alchemists were ordinary artisans. Lai realized that he could change the shape of objects by interfering with mana. It really was more like alchemy. For a moment, they thought everything was quiet, but then they heard the noise again. But the battle did not stop there. The monsters went around to the other side of the gorge and entered the battle again. Tea would have to be postponed, Cloud noted, in his usual manner. The Berserker Guild also went into a counter battle, but they were covered from the flanks. Leia brazenly told the alchemist that he would be better off staying behind them. But the strange guy seemed not to listen to her, and stretched his hand behind his back as if grabbing something. The bow and arrow from the invisible quiver appeared in his hands again. One of the fighters was wounded, and the others supported him and called for a healer, but at that time he himself exposed himself to the blow. He would have been wounded too, but a powerful arrow knocked the attacker off his feet. The heavy and strong monster was defeated with one arrow, its pieces flying around. Leia realized that reality had lost its common sense, and no longer understood what was happening. If the mysterious stranger was an archer, then she didn't understand where the skill with the wall came from. Cloud took aim again and charged his arrow with magic. It was a fiery arrow that consumed another enemy. Since he uses magic, that means he is a mage. But with a bow and alchemy, but not Robin Hood, Leia wondered. Who was he, this weirdo in a suit? One question was spinning in her head. With such support, they quickly ended the battle. Piles of enemy bodies lay everywhere like a smooth carpet. The players reported to Leia that they had looked around and found no more enemies. The leader thanked them for their good work, but her thoughts were elsewhere. The strange guy irritated her. He went into the rift alone, in this suit, and didn't answer questions normally. He didn't even look tired. Leia was angry, not understanding that the pride of an aristocrat forced Cloud to keep everything inside. As embarrassing as it was to admit, they might have died without him, Leia thought. The stranger looked like a top-level player, but he looked unfamiliar, although he was attractive, the girl noted. She thought about thanking him for his help, but she was worried that she would be ignored again while Cloud made himself some tea. He caught her eye, and Leia realized she had been looking at him for too long and instantly felt embarrassed. She turned away so that he wouldn't think that she was looking at him because she was interested in him. But she noticed that the stranger continued to look at her, and she thought that she would now be invited for tea. On the other hand, it would be strange to refuse such courtship, the girl convinced herself and looked at the guy. But Cloud snapped that she could stare as much as she wanted. There was no tea for her, which left Leia stunned, not knowing what curse word would best suit this embarrassment. Reconnaissance and analytical drones flew over the snowy valley. Another reporter was broadcasting right before the rift and was incredibly happy about it. Everyone was following the news because the main boss had not yet been found. The fault they were standing at was called the edge of the territory. There were hundreds of such rifts, and to get to the next level, You had to clear them all. All major guilds began the cleanup, including Gayun. Their main competitors from the guild Radiance also fought with their best team. But at stake was not only world fame and money, but something more. A man entered the tent and offered the director some tea. He told his subordinate to come in quickly before the snow came. It was quite dark in the tent. The director asked what news there was on the rifts, and was informed that so far the Radiance had been advancing the fastest. And the director said that we needed to prepare for their exit and wait at the rift to take an interview, even if it could take forever. When the journalist who brought the coffee noticed something, he rushed there like a bullet. The person who was reporting on camera apologized to the channel's viewers, but the director jumped out of the tent and told everyone to run after the guy because the first rift had just been cleared. At first, reporters thought it was Gaon, but the director knew nothing about it. When the chief assistant reached the rift, he contacted the impatient director. The first guild to complete the cleanup was Berserker, a mid-level group, and they themselves were discouraged by their success. Their place in the ranking was in the top 100, which is not so bad. The assistant sent the video to the director, and he recognized the red-haired beast without fail. Of course, it was surprising that their group had passed the outskirts of the territories, while the most successful ones had barely reached the middle. Moreover, they looked as if they had not suffered in the least, and had returned from an easy walk. The Berserkers were a foreign group, so Cloud stood out from them, causing even more confusion. Meanwhile, onlookers and journalists came running to the fault. The director kept trying to understand what had happened and questioned his assistant. He walked up to Cloud and addressed him. The guy in the suit looked at him coldly. The assistant asked the guy if he could interview him and wanted to know what his connection was with the Berserker Guild. He bombarded the stranger with questions, but he coldly told him to move away. At this, Cloud looked so furious that the reporter flinched and cowered. It was simple. Even noble aristocrats were freezing from the cold. Meanwhile, a crowd of journalists pounced on the head of the Berserker Guild. They surrounded her and began to pester her with an endless stream of irritating questions. But Leia surprisingly calmly refused to comment. The limit for outbursts of anger had been exhausted for today. She advised them to ask that strange guy everything. But her team said that since they were the first to emerge from the rift, something had to be said. Leia felt angry again. That strange guy was annoying. He was the one who walked along the rift and rolled everyone like clockwork. But when she turned around to look for him, she noticed that Cloud had already left. He returned home for a short time, her team members told her. And then Leia exploded again with a stream of curses, right in front of the cameras. She was indignant like a little dog because Cloud did everything himself and she was ready to give up all the laurels to him. But he took it and left. While she was cursing, the rift portal was again illuminated by a bright flash. A second purge took place. This time it was the Gaian Guild. Unlike the Berserker, they looked tired and pretty battered. They also became a magnet for idle journalists, and Ted was asked to comment. He glanced around at everyone and saw the explosive Leia, who had obviously come out of the rift before them. Ted was surprised that he wasn't the first one to emerge from the rift. It was discouraging. Leia cursed as usual, not thinking that anyone would hear her, but everyone turned around and looked at her, with completely surprised faces. Later, John and Ted were sitting in their guild camp, warming their bones. The camera caught the words of an arrogant girl who said that Gayun is not the only strong guild in her country. John was surprised when he heard, and Ted realized that he had not misheard. The little girl glanced sideways at him then and said these words. These were her only words. Ted was amazed that the Berserker had overtaken them. John thought about her words. Ted even lost his appetite from the fact that someone could compare their guild to a Berserker. John assumed that Leia had met their fellow countrymen in the rift, and he was very strong. Ted was rushing about, trying to understand who they were talking about and who the shameless beast could have met. John couldn't be sure, but only one face came to mind. Cloud took a shower, exposing his manly body to the streams of hot water. A hot shower after a freezing winter was a divine blessing. This was what Lai lived for, and Cloud called it an abomination. Lai seemed to be reborn. Now he could lie down and get a good night's sleep in a soft bed, under a blanket. But looking at how Cloud froze, he suspected something was wrong and asked him what happened. While they were gone, dust had settled everywhere, Cloud said, and he began his daily general cleaning, much to Lai's horror. After that, Cloud started cooking healthy food, and only then sat down to drink tea. What kind of crazy person was Lai thinking? While he was still not feeling sleepy, he looked into his status window. This time he got a lot of different items from monsters, but unfortunately they were useless. But he raised 19 levels in one fell swoop, which was also not that much for such a dangerous task. Magic required less mana than magic skills, so Cloud could use it quite often. But mana regeneration was too slow, Cloud said. Lei noted that it was quite obvious, since they didn't have any proper equipment, only a suit, and their class wasn't particularly rich in skills. They would have had a hard time if it weren't for that group of players and that strange girl. Lai thought that they should be thanked. It's all because he's weak, Cloud said. And then it dawned on Lai. Cloud couldn't accept the fact that someone underestimated him. He always proves otherwise. And if too much is expected of him, Cloud always strives to live up to expectations, Lai remembered. The next target would be the Vampire Count's territory. No time to relax, Cloud said. He needed combat skills as well, not just magic. Today he found an object suitable for research. He surprised Lai. There were many players nearby. The most noticeable was a girl with fiery hair and two blades. He could repeat her movements. Lai didn't know what Cloud was up to and demanded that he stop immediately. There's no escape from the base, Cloud said, and accepted the quest of the bald guy who finished fights in one hit. But first the dishes, said the ambitious aristocrat. And Laius wondered when he would sleep tonight. Cloud ran until midnight, when a bright moon rose in the sky. Lai was terribly sleepy, but the stubborn aristocrat continued to sweat in his suit. He listened to the news stream with headphones on so as not to miss anything. The announcer reported that most of the outskirts have now been cleared. However, the progress of the graph's rift destruction suddenly jumped to 60, although it had not even been opened yet, which was dangerous. At this rate, the rift could be breached, and all the school-age experts were worried. Ted also listened to the news with concern in his camp. Only a day had passed, and the destruction had reached 60%. Time was running out. Time decreases if there are strong monsters in the rift, John explained to him. But even so, it was too fast, as if the monsters in the rift had suddenly become stronger. There was also a stir in the journalists' camp. They wanted to know the reason for this phenomenon. But no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't find out anything, because even the guilds didn't know how to sort out this situation. It was no longer a question of the company's success. The director grabbed his head. A lot of people, players, will die if the rift opens. He immediately imagined the worst outcome. Rumors quickly spread on social media too, with hundreds of posts, but players did not find a solution. This had never happened before, so it was logical that they wouldn't know anything, Lai thought. This information was only in the Demon Hunter camp, which is now destroyed. Vampires are creatures that share power with blood. Count Asura shared his power with the monsters of the outskirts. After their death, his power returned. He will pour the power that has returned into the monsters that are near him, so they become stronger and the process of destruction accelerates. But if a raid begins on the Count's territory, Lai realized, there was a chance that the rift of the Count's family's fortress would also collapse while the players were busy with the vampire, Cloud said. Count Asakura was not worthy of his title, the aristocrat said, and decided to simply call him a ghoul. An aristocrat never takes back what he has given to others. He will become the judge of this scoundrel who has tarnished the honor of the nobles, Cloud said. Lai of course agreed. It sounded cool, and it was good that his partner put on a coat this time, and again grabbed a supply of tea. But when will they sleep? He asked. And Cloud answered that in the next world they will definitely get enough sleep. Another young talent climbed into who knows where and started broadcasting his own stream. There are less than 5 hours left until the breakthrough. The degree of destruction is 70%. Many players have gathered in front of the rift, he said. Of course, almost no one watched this wretched broadcast and the clumsy antics on camera. There were fewer passages in the Count's territory, and competition between guilds increased, so it was important who would enter which holes. They could see the competition between the first and second place in the ranking. But a rather exhausted John appeared in front of the camera and greeted everyone. Ted asked him if his brother had found out anything, and from his appearance the fighter realized that John had not slept all night. John tried, but competition for the rifts was inevitable. He was sure that everything would be fine if they didn't get the Radiance as a partner. John said that their competitors had gone further north and might run into another guild, and there was a chance that they would fight for first place. Berserker walked with the second son and Bohemian. After the first cleansing, others paid attention to them. While they were discussing the balance of power, another group came to the rift. At the sight of them, Calm Ted immediately became angry and said to look at these scoundrels. They were number 4 in a useless ranking of player groups with some name. They all loved and respected each other, just like football fan clubs. Their friendship and mutual respect were fueled by a close historical past. Even though their country did not have an office near the Mage Tower, they traveled to the scene via private jet. The two leaders exchanged friendly pleasantries and mutual compliments, as is customary among gentlemen. They wished each other good luck and promised to definitely lend a helping hand if the monster didn't tear it off. The atmosphere between them was tense, and the boy was glad that he became the only streamer of the epical events. But he was swept away by a wave of more persistent reporters who smelled the content and the turmoil. Like plague rats, they flocked to a fight. Even in the face of disaster, scavengers wanted to create a reason for hype and played on human emotions. John told his brother not to take things too seriously, as the main problem was the destruction of the rift. But the scoundrels from the foreign guild so skillfully teased John that even he could not stand the ridicule. And now, both guilds entered into a clinch and no one wanted to get out of it. John got really angry and wished his rivals long health. Ted didn't need much persuasion and he too was fired up with the desire to fight. Reporters continued to cover the events, sucking sensations out of their fingers. Both guild leaders rushed forward in search of monsters and luck. The announcer described the balance of power, who got which faults, but it was already clear to everyone who would get the main role. The degree of destruction had already reached a dangerous 80%, and Cloud was drinking tea as usual. He entered Asakura's territory unhindered and decided to cheer himself up before the fight. Last time he realized that he could be left without mana at all, and it was dangerous. Therefore, he looked for a way to use mana more efficiently, and the result was alchemy magic, which allowed objects to be given any shape. If you use stones to make a cup and a table, the more parts you add, the more the mana consumption increases. Therefore, such a skill was not particularly useful in combat. It was like trying to bite off more than you could chew. There was one more thing he realized, Cloud thought, as the monsters approached him. The Asakura soldiers were much stronger than the wolves and bandits, all wearing armor. Cloud mockingly told them that Asakura had given them too little power. A magic circle appeared behind him, and he called his enemies worthless. The ground gave way beneath the monsters' feet, and they groaned in surprise. Cloud told them to return to the dust, which was what these dead people were. He then used the return to original state on the stones. The mana consumption was minimal, and he called this technique regressive magic, the aristocrat declared with a ton of pathos. Somewhere in the depths of the vampire's domain, there were still many monsters, and he took care of them. The unstoppable Ted and his sword Snowboard, the fearless and evil Dead, seeing a new enemy, rushed at him. With powerful rowing movements of his oar, Ted quickly scattered everyone who approached him. The battle was over, and the sword clarinets returned to its usual place on the shoulder. Ted thought, there were too few monsters. On the way here, he also met a handful of them. His subordinate scout emerged from hiding nearby and reported that their rivals had the same situation. The competitors from the foreign guild also encountered a handful of enemies. Even though they went in the opposite direction, both groups did not encounter anyone. While they were thinking about what to do next, their competitors in the dangerous business appeared. They too noticed that the situation was too peaceful for such distinguished gentlemen. The spy realized that she had been exposed, and that she had brought her rivals to this place. And Ted asked why they were being spoken to as if they were friends. And then the two leaders began to chatter again instead of deciding everything like men. At this time, John contacted his brother and reported that he was almost finished with the analysis of the rift. Ted reported that he was in the ruins of the town square and asked what was wrong. John shouted into the microphone for them to get out of there immediately. But it was too late. The earth had already begun to shake, signaling the approach of dangerous enemies. Like a true feudal lord, Asakura also had his own heavy cavalry. Not only were they individually strong, they were a death squad. Ted shouted to everyone that the enemies were everywhere. He knew how to support his people like a true leader, and immediately instilled confidence in them. His colleagues in the dangerous business were also alarmed. The destructive power of cavalry is doubled in open terrain, and even armored infantry will be swept away if the horsemen are allowed to gain speed. There was nothing to do, and the fighters instinctively took up a circular defense, standing back to back next to their opponents. The knights were already close, and the earth shook from their heavy hooves. The players huddled together in a small group of brave men, and the horsemen could attack from all sides. John kept shouting at his brother not to engage the horsemen, otherwise he would suffer losses. It was better to take a position in the narrow pass. But John didn't know that his brother and his comrades had already been surrounded. Flashes of light appeared around them and the ground beneath their feet began to crack. At first, Ted did not understand what was happening. The pillars of stone that appeared easily knocked down the knights who had gotten too close. Ted and the others stood frozen, unable to believe their sudden rescue. Before their eyes, the bare plain turned into a gorge, where sharp pillars stuck out everywhere. Who could have done this, Ted wondered, and looked around in search of a savior. A man in a suit and winter coat appeared in front of them. The stupid face of the young slacker appeared in the frame again. This madman followed the Gaian guild into the rift and was now following in their footsteps. But viewers weren't too receptive to this kind of Pathfinder content. Since no one was interested in the Gaian guild, the slacker decided to follow their rivals. When the real earthquake started, the other broadcasts were the same. Of course, the feeble-minded and brave streamer rushed towards the noise. The stone pillars turned the smooth terrain into rough ground and killed many horsemen. Everyone wondered what kind of lion this tiger was and stared at the mysterious stranger. With one gesture without a sound, he raised pillars of stone all over the battlefield. This meant that he had a monstrous amount of magic, and all without equipment. In one suit and shoes, the appearance of such an opponent caused discontent among the foreigners, even though he saved them. But this was not the end of the battle. The enemies broke through again, the fighter shouted to his leader. Passing through the stone barriers, they were attacked by the second wave of the death squad. But the speed of their advance was slowed down by obstacles. Moreover, the knights were getting in each other's way in the narrow passages, and Ted started shaking. He said that he would thank the savior later. He was beside himself with anger and a desire to get even with his enemies. Now that the cavalry had lost its maneuverability and could be attacked by more mobile infantry, Ted rushed first, crushing skulls. His powerful blows crushed several vulnerable knights at once. Opponents from the foreign guild did not stand aside and joined the fight. Things went more smoothly. The players believed in themselves, and the former despair was replaced by a thirst for battle. None of the observers understood what had just happened, and what kind of support class the stranger represented. Cloud waved his hand again and more pillars appeared from the ground. Cloud used his new anti-magic trick, and the stones he summoned began to crumble. The knights who were under the pillars at that moment found themselves under the rubble. It was hard to believe even if you saw it with your own eyes, the young streamer told his viewers. No one knew what kind of abilities this stranger was using. Cloud took out his dagger to finish off the last wounded and defeated knight. It was a small silver dagger, nothing special. But he didn't have the durability to break through the monster. Cloud thought about it while the audience thought he was just enjoying the moment. But what if you interact with the dagger's mana, change its shape, and then restore it? Will the durability change? Cloud asked himself. If you turn a stone into a cup, it will gain durability. But if you turn it back into a stone, the indicator will disappear. Cloud turned the dagger into a silver awl, surprising many with his unusual skill. After he finished off the knight, he returned the dagger to its original state, preserving its durability indicator, which was great, because repairs were not cheap. At this point, the fight was over, and Cloud managed to prepare himself some tea in an instant. John wanted to say something to Ted, but he already understood everything. Seeing him in person, he wanted to take Cloud into his guild even more. His rivals also took notice of the stranger's abilities. Ted, meanwhile, was thinking about what else he could add to the contract. While they were thinking, a young streamer approached Cloud and asked for his comment. The number of viewers on his stream instantly broke all previous records. But the streamer was immediately pushed aside by simple fighters and players. They were interested to know who he was and where he was from, what guild he belonged to, and whether he wanted to join them. But Ted pushed everyone aside and extended his hand to shake. But Cloud, in his usual proud manner, told them not to stand in his way. He told them that if he had not seen an official invitation, he would not tolerate any questions. The players of the Radiance Guild sat in the camp and listened to various news. Their leader looked at the carnage left behind by the mysterious stranger. He asked his comrades who they thought he was. At first it seemed that he was an archer, but no matter how much they guessed, they could not figure out who this guy was. One of the players was whining about his date falling through for some unknown reason, but he blamed it all on Cloud. The leader of the Radiance looked through all the records available on the network. He was very interested in the topic. The red-haired witch told the leader not to worry, because he could easily get this guy into the guild. There should have been a lot of hype about the first purge, but everyone kept talking about this stranger. There was something to envy, the thug said. The boss listened to his men arguing about everything and nothing and thought about his own things. They thought the stranger's star was an artificial sensation, but he thought otherwise. Even when everyone left, he continued to watch different videos and analyze them. A witch in a wide-brimmed hat came up to him and said that it was quite interesting. Jesse noticed that the abilities were similar to magic, but slightly different. The leader was surprised that the word entertaining was in the dictionary of the outstanding sorceress. The girl with the sweet face didn't answer and just smiled. This man was interesting to her. The Berserker Guild had set up a temporary camp and were also impressed by Cloud's performance. Leia started screaming and cursing again because she told everyone that this weirdo was not ordinary and no one believed her. They tried to calm her down, but she still wouldn't calm down. For some reason, the arrogant stranger irritated her more and more. The Foreigners Guild also tried to inquire about the newly discovered newcomer. The guild leader received an order to recruit him to his side and promised to fulfill it. The radio began broadcasting urgent news from the scene again. The second zone was successfully cleared, and the Radiance group became the first in this matter, overtaking their rivals. Only the Vampire Rift remains, and players from all over the world are preparing to enter it. Considering how high the stakes were, there was a lot of tension among the players. If the rift is broken, the entire country will be plunged into chaos. Cloud watched the news, he returned home, and as usual took a shower to warm up. He himself was surprised that he became a much-discussed figure in one day. People couldn't understand why Cloud didn't wear any magical accessories. But he simply didn't have it, Lai thought, because people looked for deeper meaning in everything. An expert was called into the news to explain how one gesture could summon rocks. The expert on camera began to describe how the fight went, but overall he didn't say anything new. The observers did not miss the fact that Cloud stood to the side. They thought that he wanted to say something by doing this, but he simply ran out of mana. Lei thought they were lucky he didn't say anything, because otherwise everyone would think he was rude, and he looked into the inventory. This time he got a rare item that only the player could touch, a necklace with a blood curse. Cursed items could be cleansed, and then they would give random effects like a lottery. Usually they would just be thrown away because of this. But there was another way to use the item, to perform an exorcism rite, a special skill of the demon hunter. Although the main purpose of the skill was to kill the demon without causing harm to the possessed person. With the sacrifice, it was different. Lai would be able to literally invite the demon into his consciousness, similar to how demons affect people, although the risks were great. While he was thinking, someone called him on the phone, although it was already late in the evening. Lai became nervous, wondering what John might have to say about his previous interview with Ted. It was hard to imagine what Cloud would say if he picked up the phone now. Lai knew he had to answer politely. So he answered briefly, problematically, and the brothers experienced a sense of déjà vu. Ted wanted to apologize for the previous offer and offer more favorable terms. They watched a recording of their last conversation with Cloud. This strange guy was surrounded by fighters on all sides, and everyone wanted his attention. He was shaking then, and Ted thought that Cloud was barely holding back his anger, but in reality the noble was simply experiencing mana exhaustion. But since Cloud wasn't answering their calls, there was nothing they could do, Ted realized, and the vampire count was more important right now. Moreover, the progress of destruction continued to increase, and at that moment an earthquake occurred again. Ted turned around to understand what was happening and what to do. Alarms were sounding everywhere. The vampire's rift was destroyed and his castle appeared in reality. The death toll was huge because in the fantasy world, no one prepares for emergencies. Ted and the others stood frozen in horror at the impending disaster. Before them stood the vampire count's fortress, frozen in its gloomy splendor. Everyone heard footsteps and turned around. A strange guy who was on everyone's lips appeared on the battlefield. They recognized him as Cloud, whose face had been all over the news. People were even more surprised when Cloud headed to the vampire's castle all alone. As he approached, the eyes of the huge demonic statue glowed red. Cloud gave her a disdainful look and found this architectural miscarriage disgusting. And the whole image of the vampire fortress did not at all correspond to its name. It looked more like an ugly palace. But even that was too much for a lousy vampire, the aristocrat said. All because Lai had come up with a huge and luxurious mansion for Cloud's family. The stone statue stirred like a gargoyle awakening from sleep. For a second, Lai was frightened and thought that the statue had heard him. She moved from her place, striking him with her enormous size. People were horrified by such a terrible enemy. The stone demon was over 10 meters tall. Cloud stood at its feet completely defenseless when the monster swung its sword. But Cloud didn't even think about running. As soon as he waved his hand, the demon disintegrated into a pile of stones. The Radiance Guild stood in full force next to the vampire's castle and heard the noise. It sounded very familiar, like in those videos with the strange guy. And the sorceress Jessie immediately became interested. They were about to enter the fortress, but the sorceress left the group without permission. Using magic, she went straight ahead, simply jumping through the air. Those who witnessed Cloud's ability were stunned by his power. He did it with one swing. Lei thought how lucky he was that the demon was an enchanted stone, and Cloud kept crucifying the vampire's terrible artistic taste. A loud cry from dozens of people was heard from behind, and Cloud turned around. The bounty hunters sensed their chance to loot and rushed to the fortress when they realized that the dread guard had fallen. Lai was surprised. It looked as if the murder of the guard was a signal flare for these dummies. His class quest updated and Lai winced in alarm. while Cloud resolutely walked into the fortress. Lai wanted them to come up with a plan first. They had a huge difference in levels with the vampire, but the proud aristocrat, without thinking, went forward. He was a demon hunter, but these words could not convince or calm Laius. They entered the banquet hall. The spacious room was empty. Cloud immediately noticed the tasteless portraits of a vampire on the walls of the hall. Where the proud aristocrat walked forward, Ted could barely take a step. He was breathing heavily, so his squad began to worry about their leader. Ted put on a brave face and said he was fine, just a little out of breath. Ever since they entered the room full of paintings, he had the feeling that someone was looking at him all the time. It was like an abnormal status that demons impose, Ted said, and John realized it was the paintings. Once they had burned all the nasty paintings to the ground, Ted felt better. Because of this trap in the castle, most of the players who entered it first had already retreated, exhausted. Statues, portraits, tasteless wallpaper, everything caused an outrage against the sense of beauty and imposed an abnormal status. No matter how strong the barbarian class Ted had was, he was so easily influenced by the demons and didn't know how to overcome it. But the most painful thing for Cloud was the wretched portraits. He was outraged that such abomination was hanging there so that no one would want to eat. The statues were also disgusting. Cloud regretted the stone that was broken for them, and the number of portraits hinted at the vampire's megalomania and narcissism. The structure of the castle, the passages, the dead ends, the unnecessary turns. All of this caused pain to the real aristocrat. Finally, Cloud walked out to the main hall and looked at the stairs with huge doors at the top. This was the very place he was looking for. Structurally, it was the center of the castle, and the aristocrat's intuition never failed him. The vampire was somewhere here. It was quiet, and Lai realized that the other players had not yet arrived. But one sorceress was still here, and she was not looking for a vampire at all. Jessie greeted him, hanging from the air. Smiling, she said that she had seen his very strange magic. Slowly, the girl swayed around her axis and assumed a normal position. Lai saw levitation magic in action for the first time and was amazed. He envied that for her to use magic, that to drink water. While Lai was saving every bit, Jessie was peppering him with questions, wanting to know what his skill was, and was beside herself with delight. There was no magic skill she didn't know, Jessie chirped, but Cloud didn't respond. And then he reminded her of etiquette, since the flying woman was invading his personal space too much. With a slight movement, he moved her to the designated place for the interlocutor, at arm's length. Etiquette is a basic thing that everyone should strive for, Cloud told her proudly. Jessie looked at him closely and realized that this guy was determined and would not give in. But at that moment, their acquaintance was interrupted by the great and terrible vampire who came out of his room. There was no doubt that it was a demon, because Cloud immediately felt the activation of his hunter skills. Count Asura smugly called them pathetic people who dared to wake him up. Jessie felt an unimaginably strong pressure and asked Cloud how he was. But Cloud responded to the vampire's greeting with no less arrogance and pride and mocked Asakura's title. He took out of his pocket the cursed necklace that had fallen to him earlier, and he told the ghoul that he would teach him a lesson that he would remember for a long time, showing him the necklace. Cloud activated the exorcism rite skill and said that he would teach him to be a true aristocrat. So Lai could summon the vampire into their minds and win. Considering there were two of them, they had the advantage. But how was he going to instill fear in him, Lai asked. And Cloud replied that he was a demon hunter. As if that explained anything, there was a huge difference in their levels, and there was a possibility that they would become possessed. The vampire only increased his pressure and said that it was just a dirty necklace, and that they would not succeed. The vampire liked this bravado, but to him Cloud was just a worm. Jessie realized that the ghoul was taking back the power that he had given to his monsters. Lai understood this better than anyone. The difference in their levels was already huge, and if the ghoul absorbed all of his given powers, the gap would become even greater. But suddenly the demon's face changed and he felt confused. The ghoul stood confused in the middle of the cave. His palace disappeared. He turned around, sensing Cloud, and asked what this place was. But the demon was not going to fall for such pathetic tricks. The ghoul, seriously angry, rushed at Cloud. Magic flared up, explosions were heard, rocks cracked, thick smoke poured out. The vampire already thought that he had won, but he heard Cloud's voice behind him, saying that everything was not what it seemed. The demon did not understand how he survived and was confused. Cloud told him to take a closer look at himself. And the ghoul sensed something was wrong. His overwhelming attacks weren't working here. Instead, he saw Cloud sitting on his body, as if he had just killed him. Even though these were illusions, they clouded the demon's already weak mind. The ghoul screamed and threw magic at random, almost hitting Jessie. She tried to understand what was happening. The ghoul was screaming shrilly throughout the castle. Cloud didn't move, and the vampire lost his mind. He was scared to death. And indeed, Jessie looked at the ghoul who was writhing on his knees and holding his head. There was a powerful explosion that blew off the entire roof of the castle. Lai was horrified because they almost died just now. He didn't even have time to react. And Jessie thought that he had predicted everything, that the attack would pass by. The exorcism ritual attacks only the demon without harming the host. Using the offering reveals the hidden effect of the ritual. The demon received an invitation to the ritual of hunters. In this fight, the one with the higher mental stability stats wins. No demon could shake Cloud. Lei himself didn't expect that it would have such an effect. Jessie was shocked. The sight was incredible, and she asked what was happening to the vampire. He screamed into nowhere, attacked an empty place where there was no one, and showed all the signs of madness. It was like the fear that demons instill in people. The vampire himself became susceptible to it. Cloud smiled contentedly when he received the notification that the quest had been completed. It was time to finish, and he took out the blade. Jessie did not understand how it was possible to instill fear in a vampire with a spell. He lay pitiful and broken on the floor of his palace, without a shadow of his former grandeur. Cloud stood frozen over the vampire's body, a dagger in his hand. He struck, but was barely able to leave any damage. So in his proud manner, the aristocrat ordered Jessie to finish the fight. The sorceress was surprised by such a request that he wanted to give this experience to her. He could have killed the vampire alone, but why, she asked. Lai would have liked to, but the difference in levels couldn't just be overcome. If Jessie had come this far, she had to be strong, so he could hardly restrain himself from rushing her. Jessie realized that she needed to finish off the vampire before asking Cloud questions, and she called upon her magic. She realized that by killing the vampire, she would become stronger, and then new spells would be learned on their own, the sorceress suggested, surprising Lai. Jessie summoned lightning and began to burn the frightened vampire. It hit hard. Lee gained a bunch of levels. The mission was completed. Jessie bent over a pile of ashes. She was astonishing because she killed such a high-level demon with one blow, even though he was weakened. It was the power of a top-level player. The sorceress reached her finger towards the ashes, and then she decided to taste it, and Cloud swore off, shaking her hand. Lai wanted to shout at her to stop the nastiness, but he couldn't. They received a notification about a new class assignment. Someone called the sorceress by name and they turned around. After the death of the vampire, all the anomalies that lowered the status were removed, and the Radiance Guild reached the main hall first. They asked her if she had killed the demon, and the girl did not know how to explain everything. The leader of the squad recognized the same guy who was appearing everywhere. Jessie told Cloud that although she didn't know etiquette, she promised to try her best to learn it. She introduced herself to him formally and asked him to state his name if he wished. The sorceress's companions were very surprised by this change in her behavior. The aristocrat and the sorceress stood opposite each other. Cloud thought that although she lacked manners, he decided to teach her. After all, she is a proud person who swore to change, so he introduced himself by his estate Lai. There was a stew boiling on the stove. The TV was on in the room and the latest news was playing. The woman was talking to someone on the phone while her daughter was watching TV. But she saw something that made her run to her mother as fast as she could. She invited her to see it herself, because the news was showing stories about the recently completed cleanup of a dangerous vault. Erin, that was the girl's name, told her mother that their Uncle Lai was on TV and the woman did not understand why her brother would be there. But when she approached the screen, she recognized her brother's face, although his hair had changed color. It was indeed him, and they were both very surprised by it. Cloud's habits and character completely controlled their life together in one body. He was once again engaged in general cleaning. His phone was constantly ringing off the hook. Trouble came from an unexpected place. All the media focused on him after defeating the vampire, so it was only a matter of time before his family found out about him. His 3 older sisters, with whom he had been very close since childhood. More precisely, they were close to each other, but he was always driven away, so now he didn't even want to pick up the phone. But things were much worse, because the enemy had crept right up to his house and was already besieging the doors. The sisters shouted to him that they knew he was home and demanded that he open the door for them. They became increasingly indignant, and Lai thought that now they would simply break down the doors. Therefore, he had no choice but to capitulate so as not to make any more noise. Putting on the suit, Cloud told them that they were disturbing the neighbors with their screaming. He politely asked his dear sisters to calm down, hoping that his aristocratic manners would work. Their reactions were mixed. The youngest sister, Mira, made a face of disgust. The middle one, Gina, was surprised. The eldest, Inui, was worried. Needless to say, after all this, Lai became a star, and stories about him were constantly shown on TV. Despite requests for comment, he disappeared from the radar. John realized that he was not the only one who had difficulty communicating with this man. Ted brought him a cup of hot cocoa to perk him up and charge his brain with endorphins for better performance. Because Lee rejected all their offers, John became completely distraught. They still had an advantage, Ted told him, because they had his number and could call him. But they needed a reason, so Ted said that they should give away some of the trophies they got in the battle for the rift, thanks to Cloud. The division of the spoils was an official request. John agreed and asked how much they would give him. Ted was serious. Even if Cloud didn't join the guild, they wanted to get his attention, he said, and crush the cup. Ted was determined to go all in and give away everything, which had stunned John. But it ended with him being scolded for breaking the dishes. While Lai was talking with his sisters, Aaron quickly gave him a beautiful hairstyle. Eno praised his new hairstyle and said it suited him. Gina started laughing at him for now pretending to be a pop idol. Mira continued to make faces at his new manner of speech. One Aaron was delighted with her uncle because he was as handsome as a princess now, and Inoi also noticed how polite he had become. Mira realized that since he became a player, he changed due to the pairing with the game character. Overall, they had a good time, so much so that the sisters were even overcome with memories of their distant childhood. But for Lai, it was not so rosy, and he simply endured. They remembered how he carried away his teenage fantasies. At that time, he considered himself a great aristocrat, and the boy was teased endlessly. But Mira, surprisingly, did not join in their barbs. She looked at Lai sternly and asked if it wasn't dangerous. Mira scolded him for how surprised they were when they watched the news. Players often get injured in the rifts, so they were worried about him. In any case, it was necessary to tell everything to the parents and more gently, while they didn't know anything. Mira said they were on his side and he should quit if it got too dangerous. Cloud said he was a hunter and that was his job. So the sisters shouldn't worry, and Mira gave him another contemptuous look. After they drank tea, the sisters got ready to go home. Cloud wished them to be careful and said that he was expecting his niece to visit. Before leaving, Mira lingered, as if remembering something. She reminded him to save money and not promise anything to anyone. Cloud was surprised. There would be something to save. He was already living on his last salary. And then a pleasant thought struck him, for which he simply had no time. He was given a reward for clearing the rift, which was the main source of income for players, and depended on the level of the dungeon. There were various rumors about how much professional players were paid, and Lai looked at his phone and was stunned by the amount he saw. Jesse's guildmate Radiance questioned her if she really knew anything. It was just the two of them on the raid against the vampire, and it's strange that Jesse doesn't know anything about what Lai did. But the red-haired witch did not give up. He said that all Jess does is watch strange videos. But the girl interrupted her friend Camilla, who recoiled from her voice. Jessie said sternly that she wanted to concentrate and should not be distracted. Then Camilla gave in, raised her hands, promised not to interfere, and asked him not to be so cold to her. What Camilla couldn't understand was why her friend was learning hand gestures. Jessie watched the manners training videos like she promised Cloud. Lai squealed like a girl when he counted all the zeros in his reward. He couldn't believe that he would receive so much and was delighted. But for Cloud, these were mere pennies, unworthy of him. For defeating the vampire, he received a red sphere. It was a cursed item of a high level. It had to be cleansed. Usually, players threw away such items, because even if the curse was removed, it was unknown what bonuses it would give. But demon hunters could use such items as a sacrifice for the exorcism rite, so Lai would have reacted earlier. Last time he thought that the cursed necklace would simply disappear after the ritual, but this item remained in the inventory. Moreover, the curse was removed from it. The sphere, the necklace, and the reward of 110 billion credits kept Lai from sleeping peacefully. He was thinking about what to do with such a daunting amount of money, what to buy, where to invest, how to protect it, so Cloud asked him to think more quietly. It made sense to buy items since he would continue to go into rifts, but searching for everything at his current level would be a waste. He got 30 levels for the vampire, so it was not profitable to buy items, and those that increased mana were even more expensive. Lai did not stop. There was a meeting going on at the analyst's headquarters. Everyone was listening attentively. They analyzed recent records of Cloud's use of alchemy skills, but it sounded absurd, because alchemy couldn't create such walls. It had limitations on the use of mana, but the effect looked like genuine skill, sparking debate among analysts. All this was boring everyone to death. New anomalies and bugs were not good. The junior analyst asked if the senior one knew anything, but they were in the same boat and shared the same information. They didn't find anyone named Lai in the database. It wasn't even clear if it was his real name or a nickname in the game. It was only Thursday, and they were already dead tired. If a new update comes along, the senior said, interest in the newcomer will wane. And it happened just in time. They saw the news about the changes. A new island of misfortune has been added to the game, a mysterious area that was referred to as Treasure Island when Arcana was just a game. No one had ever found this region, and everything that was born there was incomparably above the level of treasures, and now it was coming to the real world. Another piece of news concerned the annual Conference of Mages, which would take place simultaneously with the appearance of the island. This was the first large-scale conference for all magicians, so it attracted a lot of attention. Jessie was one of 4 players invited to the Mage's Tower. Lai was surprised that the girl had such a high rating, since it was her that Cloud had decided to teach manners, but the aristocrat was simply pulling himself up. Cloud heard that in the Mage Tower there is magic that is not a skill. This was actually written in the description of the tower when the Arcana was a game, Lai remembered. It could help them in their development. But first, Cloud, as always, had to put everything in order. No matter how important it is, you can't leave a plate unwashed after cooking buckwheat. The Tower of the Mages was located in the center of the city. It was from there that Cloud moved to the vampire's mansion last time. A lot of people gathered inside. The magicians dreamed of learning something new from the game characters. One girl sorceress sat on the floor and thoughtfully looked at the others. Claire was an experienced tower mage and was glad that the conference had resumed. She looked at the excited bustle of other wizards, when one of them got too hasty and started falling right on her. But his comrades only laughed at him when he hit himself hard, all because he hit the wall, and Claire was sitting behind an illusory magical wall. Someone told her that she shouldn't treat others like fools. This wall was created by the tower's master, especially for this conference, Jessie said as she walked through the barrier. It was magic that no one could see without permission. Claire was surprised to recognize one of the best witches in the world and apologized to her. Even powerful wizards couldn't see this magic, and ordinary people could only marvel at how people could pass through walls. Today, Claire was the guide who led everyone into the crystal room, and Jessie showed her her invitation. Jessie was the last of the invitees, and since everyone was there, Claire could leave. But Jessie thoughtfully asked him to wait for her a little longer. She stated that one more person would soon appear at this conference. Cloud looked at the interior of the Mage Tower. It was filled with strange devices that emitted magical power. Every time they appeared here, they were overcome by a strange and pleasant feeling. But the crowd of people got on both of their nerves. There were always a lot of people here, but this time, many apparently wanted to get to the island of bad luck, so it was especially noisy. When suddenly things took a turn for the worse, someone recognized Lai's white hair and shouted his name throughout the hall. A whisper went through the room. Lai forgot that he had appeared on the news and became popular. A crowd of people immediately pounced on him from all sides, each with their own question, asking for an autograph and so on. It got to the point where people calling themselves fans were pushing him and grabbing his things. One particularly brazen one pulled at his bag, not letting him leave, and asked him to take one photo with him, promising not to bother him anymore. But he didn't know that the bag contained a special delicious tea that Lai had bought for the first time in honor of the award, and Cloud told the pester to get out. Lai was a softer person, accustomed to social interaction, so he began to worry about speaking harshly. Although it was completely in vain, it is important to have boundaries in society. Lai was worried that the fan would become even more persistent. But it backfired completely. Fans adored his arrogant, aristocratic manner of speaking and begged him to scold them too. The crowd's pressure only grew, and Cloud began to look for escape routes. Looking around, he saw that the wall in front of him was a little different from the others. As if sensing something, Cloud moved towards her, ignoring the clinging crowd, even though they were shouting at him to run into the wall. Claire flushed bright red and began to breathe deeply and quickly, all because she suddenly found herself in a scene that she had previously only seen in romance novels. Cloud said that this illusion magic was worthy of praise. She led the strange guy up the crystal steps that hung in the air. The sorceress felt unusual next to him and wanted to understand who this guy was that excited her so much. He wasn't on the guest list. Everyone was already there, and no matter how she read the list, there were no new names on it. Cloud asked the girl if there was any problem and gave her a cold look. Sweet Claire snapped out of her weird thoughts and replied that there was no problem as long as he wanted to attend the conference. Claire was confused. The barrier was put up by the Tower Lord. Even the chief mage wouldn't have seen the illusion, but Cloud could. Lai couldn't understand what was wrong with the girl. She looked like she had a fever. Cloud asked if he could take part without an invitation. Claire explained that this was not true. Anyone who was able to overcome the illusion could come to the conference. It's just that he was the first person to do it, so she was surprised and wanted to know about him. Cloud simply replied that the magic was worthy. Lai thought about the illusion magic that could be dispelled. They had an idea of the principles, but lacked the magical power. He opened the doors and found himself in a hall where a magical conference was taking place. It was a crystal hall. Lai immediately opened his mouth and stared, but Cloud stood up straight. Claire told him welcome to the place of search for sublime knowledge and laughed. When Arcana became a reality, many bots, inhabitants of the game, also appeared in reality. Among them was the most influential man, a young magician named Marcel, the successor of the Magic Tower. In order to quickly identify and respond to the situation in the world, he began holding these conferences, but Jessie was frankly bored. Her hat tried to reason with its owner, explaining how amazing Marcel was, but Jessie just wanted to sleep, since she hadn't seen his strength with her own eyes. For her, magic was a skill that was given by the system, by study, by intervention. For her, it was just a theory. The hat insisted it was an honor to be in the room, but Jessie said it was about the quest. Otherwise, she would have missed the meeting. But suddenly, Marcel turned his attention to her and asked if she was bored, which made the sorceress perk up. Marcel said that the Magic Tower was summoned to the world of travelers against its will. Moreover, the summoning continues. The people of this world were unfamiliar with his magic, just as he had difficulty understanding the science of humans. But they must work together to return everything to normal. Because this conference was dedicated to science, Marcel saw a further opportunity to develop magic in science. He showed them the fusion. It was a new kind of fire that Marcel had created by merging magic and science. Now this was pretty interesting, Jessie thought, experiencing a familiar feeling. Marcel said he needed help in this area of research. Many immediately thought that he would give them a quest, because in recent years there had been very few of them. But then Marcel saw someone raise their hand in the audience and interrupted his speech. Cloud told the Archmage that there was a mess in his research. A murmur of surprise went through the room that someone had contradicted Marcel. Jessie beamed when she saw Cloud. Knowing Marcel's character, many understood that it would be noisy now. They saw this guy for the first time and whispered, but Marcel was in no hurry to answer. He looked sternly at Cloud and demanded to know why he thought so. Cloud replied that he simply felt the difference. He was confident in himself. Magic and science are different concepts, and problems arose due to the difference in the fusion process. He had also experienced the difference between magic and skill before, Cloud said, and summoned flames. Marcel was stunned. It took him a month to create such magic, and now a traveler from another world achieved it. A whisper went through the hall. Many recognized Lai, who was seen on the news. Cloud said that the spell process is not yet complete. Traditional magic uses too much power, Lai thought, as he noticed all eyes were on him. Marcel became completely silent and clung to his pulpit just to keep from falling, but only to ask the traveler Lai to join his exploration. Just because of the new type of magic, Cloud received a quest from Marcel. As expected, he did not come to this place in vain, and accepted the task. The island of Bad Luck looked like a real tropical paradise. Azure ocean, sandy beach, jungle. The girls were delighted with the trip to this place. For the first time in a long time, the faults brought pleasure to everyone. All this reminded her of the old days in Arkan, the excitement, the adventures. But Leia was in no hurry to answer. She didn't have much to show off at the swimsuit party, so Leia was embarrassed and angry to hide it. What was even more annoying was the influx of tourist players to the new island. But to her friend, Leia was such a sweetheart, even when she was angry, so she hugged the little brat tightly. Among other things, reporters, streamers, baklava, and corn vendors and other idlers flocked to the island. But there were also inhabitants of the Arcana itself, those who were previously only bots. They saw nearby a whole knightly order called the Lionheart. Among others, a group of shadow mercenaries and a federation of explorers graced the island with a visit, followed by soda and ice cream vendors. There was nothing surprising about this because it was an island of treasures. Everyone who could not close the rifts came here in search of profit. Now the players had to compete for treasures, even with bots. A friend suggested thinking positively. They had not yet seen the mages from the tower. A familiar magician from the tower just called Leia and said that the conference was over. A friend reported that Lai had attended the conference and had caused quite a stir there, which had greatly amused Leia. A friend noticed that Leah, as always, gloated over the problems of others, but she herself had encountered Lai, so she understood what they were going through. The girl on the line informed the berserker leader that the problematic guy not only did not receive a reprimand for his antics, but also took the quest and earned recognition. Cloud read a parchment scroll with strange squiggles on it. Marcel promised him any items needed for research. No matter how much they cost, he could get everything. Lei hung on such generosity, wondering where this whatever you want ends. But this time, they agreed with Cloud that they needed to have a blast, and a happy, grateful smile blossomed on their faces. On the top floor of the magic tower, Marcel appeared before its lord. He was summoned by the noble high mages and bowed to them in respect. The magicians sat, hiding their faces behind masks, and in front of them were magical barriers. They wanted to know about the new star of the tower, which Marcel had offered to conduct a joint study of, even though he was a traveler. But in doing so, Marcel broke the rules of their tower, not to interfere in the affairs of people, and they asked him why he did it. Marcel explained to them that Lai had definitely understood the concept of magic and had possibly overcome the magic gap. Lai's magical talent would definitely have a great influence on the universe, so the researcher could not stand aside. They answered him that magicians judge themselves and take responsibility for themselves. He should know about this like no one else, and even though they respected him, he had to take responsibility for this decision, the magician said. Marcel left the council chamber with a dissatisfied face. They were all old fools. They kept telling him about responsibility while ignoring the problems of the real world. The magician was terribly angry at the old people. He did not immediately realize that the sorceress Claire was persistently calling him. Marcel was surprised to meet her on the top floor. It turned out that she was carrying the items Laius had requested. Marcel wanted to take the box for himself, but the girl refused because she wanted to give it to him personally. But Marcel ruthlessly declared that he was just going to see Laius because he had questions for him. And Claire didn't know what to say, so she had to give the box back. Cloud sat and studied books on magical art. Fortunately, he knew the language of these books. Marcel laid out in front of him all the items that Lai had asked him for, mostly tools that increased magic and restored it. And also, separately, the books that he asked for. Lai was delighted. Marcel asked him if he liked the offering. They all had one common drawback. They required a huge level 5 times higher than the current one. Marcel watched his reaction carefully and waited patiently for an answer. Cloud asked him if he really brought these things, considering the player's level. Marcel apologized for underestimating him, and the misunderstanding became even deeper due to the arrogant manners of the aristocrat. Lai just wanted something he could use now. Marcel was surprised that Cloud knew about these items. He placed a special thing in front of him. It was a silver brooch in the shape of a triangle. The brooch was small and restored 10% of magic, so Cloud borrowed it. Marcel recognized his genius back when Cloud saw the magic break. But now, he was even more convinced of it, appreciating his choice. The thing was small, so Lai wondered if it was really as magnificent as the wizard said. However, Marcel said, they couldn't do the research right now, there was a mess in his developments. Which meant that Cloud just had to wait until he contacted them, and the aristocrat wished for the mage to bridge the gap. Marcel thanked him for his patience. He liked this traveler. Looking at it, he believed that with it he could change the magic tower, and Lai was simply happy with the free gift. A lonely streamer sipped a smoothie at a resort, and viewers' donations were not wasted. He started the broadcast to further anger those who spent the entire summer at work. Many players arrived on the island of bad luck, and this guy was waiting for Lai. He knew that the main character always comes at the end and waited patiently. This guy seemed to understand something. Hearing Lai's name, another player climbed into the guy's screen to see what was there. Viewers recognized the weirdo with the mask as another slacker streamer. He was indignant that Lai had been on everyone's lips lately. But this guy was known for the strange rumors surrounding him because accidents were constantly happening around him, with different players. According to rumors, those who went with him into the rift died, and it was terrible that this suspicious man became interested in Lai's popularity. When the creepy guy addressed the streamer, the guy flinched. The guy in the mask asked me to tell Lai that if he acts too recklessly, it will be too boring. He promised to continue to monitor the broadcast guy and walked away. But everyone had a question. Is it true that this time the player Lai will be able to clear everything alone on this island? Although there were doubts that Lai would not come to the island of bad luck at all, the guy refused to believe it. He even blocked a couple of viewers for calling Lai a coward because he simply didn't care about the treasure. Cloud asked if there was a reason to go to the island, and Lai answered briefly that no, he was enjoying a short rest. Tea was the only thing for which Cloud put off all other things. The island of bad luck was tempting, but he simply didn't have the level to go there, especially since there were no demons there. After all, he could only fight with them. Other ordinary monsters were beyond his capabilities, so he would have been killed as soon as he set foot on the island. If there had been even one demon there, Laius could have gone after him. But at the same time, he received an update to his class quest to destroy the great evil on the island. The 7 deadly sins are anger, envy, pride, greed, gluttony, sloth, and lust. These sins in the Arcana were called great evil. It was surprising to learn that it exists on the island. Lai thought he managed to defeat the vampire simply by pure chance. Cloud said that there was no reason to go earlier, and now he had no reason to hesitate, the aristocrat declared. If there was evil there, he had to destroy it, Cloud decided, not giving Lai a chance to object. He immediately refilled his tea bags, grabbed a thermos, and was ready. When he appeared on the beach, everyone's mouths dropped open, not expecting to see him there. Cloud arrived on the tropical island, completely unchanged from his usual habits, dressed in his suit despite the heat. As soon as he arrived here, he felt a strong influence of evil on the entire island. The influence was even stronger than that of normal demons, so thanks to the skill, Cloud was able to establish a connection with the enemy. The feeling came from beneath their feet. Perhaps the island itself was a huge evil, but that meant his demon hunter bonuses would be active all the time, which they were both incredibly happy about. Cloud made his way through the jungle, completely ignoring the fact that he was caught on camera. Every hero needs a bard to tell of his exploits, and the boy was aiming for that place, relentlessly pursuing Cloud. Together with the audience, they wondered if Cloud had some kind of strategy on the island. In fact, Lai was simply looking for a weaker enemy because he wanted to test his strength first. But the island deceived him with its appearance as a resort. The young slacker also promised to broadcast until he was kicked out. Lai heard some rustling in the bushes and turned around to look. There was a battle going on nearby, and some player was backing away, panicking. He waved his swords randomly and was indignant at being dragged here. His team also scattered too much under the onslaught of a strong monster. Due to the high refractive power of the surface, the monster glowed brightly, and the magician could not aim at it. The emerald tiger roared terribly to scare the players even more and clean them up before eating. Even though it was an ordinary monster, its level was the same as that of the vampire count. The boy with the swords instinctively backed away until he hit an obstacle. When he looked up, he saw that Cloud had become the rock in his path. He was even more surprised when he recognized the face of the man in the suit, which was often shown on the news. He asked him how he ended up there and was encouraged, because Cloud could be their salvation. But Lai, although he was looking for a weak monster, did not look happy. It turns out that the Emerald Tiger is the highest level for a monster at this level. Too high a level to escape. Cloud noted that the bright sun and the glittering body obscured his view. But he was not going to retreat and extended his hand towards the monster. When the tiger jumped in front of him, a stone wall magically appeared. The rocks pinned the tiger so that he could no longer move, and his brightness faded away. And then he decided to test the new fire that he had recently discovered. Burn! Burn brightly so that it doesn't go out. Cloud said the words of the spell, and a powerful explosion was heard. The shockwave even reached the lazy streamer. After the magical napalm burned out, all that was left of the monster was a charred body. Cloud was pleased with his new power. He used Marcel's combustion, and the artifact given to him came in handy. The guys from the dummies team were shocked that such a huge monster was killed with one blow. Another master of some group of players was lamenting the failures on the island. Several hours had already passed since they were on the island, and until now he had only wandered around its outskirts. One of the squad suggested returning and reuniting with comrades from the other group. The Radiance Guild was aiming for the center with a large force, and their small group could not avoid encounters with powerful monsters. The leader of the group decided to go separately so that no one would take away their achievements, but now he was forced to admit that he was too greedy. The group of other dummies stood in indecision, waiting for him to speak. When the group they split with contacted and demanded a leader, the leader himself was going to call them to unite, but the guys who met Cloud said that it was impossible, and they themselves were going to get closer. All because the route they were taking was already clear, they stunned their hapless leader. It was enough to say one name for everything to become clear. They showed him the morning napalm in which the jungle was burning. Not a single gook was harmed. While the leader was recovering from such stunning news, he was called again. The guy came running with a report from one of the team players who attended a magic conference. He said that Lai had received a mission from Marcel and a laboratory on the upper floors. This was shocking news. Lai was able to establish contact with the inhabitants of another world. And the leader realized that this man was not a dummy and wanted to know more about him. And it was not for nothing that he thought that Lai was more dangerous than he seemed. He held a pure emerald in his hands that had fallen from the tiger. It was a unique item, and Lai was overjoyed, although Cloud, as usual, thought it was unworthy of an aristocrat. There weren't many masters who could use unique items without damaging them, but there should be some in the magic tower, Lai thought. When Cloud noticed that the atmosphere around him had changed, it was as if someone had compressed it to the limit. Lai also felt goosebumps all over his body. Cloud was more sensitive in such matters. When they received a window with a class quest that offered to investigate the evil on the island, an earthquake began. A system notification arrived, informing us that the island of Bad Luck is being covered in greed. This meant that a rift would gradually open on the island. All players received the same system message. Although the island was different from a normal rift, no one really knew what would happen next. Cloud realized that greed was stirred up by the emotions of many players who came here in search of profit. Lai hoped that he was not the cause. The entire island was filled with a suffocating aura of evil that spread quickly. Everyone was trying to figure out what was going on, although any demon hunter would have figured it out right away. If this continues, a great evil will awaken. Cloud read the assignment. Luckily, he was asked to stop. Not destroy the demon, he thought when he heard screams nearby. Players were still obsessed with treasure hunting and rushed around the island in search of loot. Now, with the appearance of the rift, they had gone completely crazy from haste. Their reaction was predictable, thought Lai. Obviously, all players on the island will think similarly. The irony is that in order to obtain the treasure, one must completely give it up so as not to taint it with greed. It was impossible to convince all the players to stop thinking about it. And Lai wondered what to do. Cloud said that ultimately there was only one way. He confidently declared that he would collect all the treasures himself, which greatly surprised Laius, who did not know whether this was right. The Shining Group also thought about what to do next. The archipelago of Bad Luck consisted of 10 islands, as well as levels of the rift, Camilla explained to them. It was something like a countdown. After receiving the treasure, the rift scale would fill up. They discussed what Jessie had told them about Lai, and Camilla thought they were onto something because her friend's eyes were shining. The other fighters demanded that she take the situation seriously. Their leader asked his comrades if he could defeat Laius if he fought him, and they stared at him in amazement. The oaf from the squad also wanted to fight Lai, and Camilla asked him if he had ever hit his head as a child. They started arguing again, and Camilla warned them that this would definitely upset Jessie. Then the leader thought about it. While they were chatting, the process of breaking up went one level further. Someone just got the treasure and the unification of the world began. Since the goals were clear, the leader of the group stood up and said that all the treasures needed to be collected. Lai was horrified by the recklessness of his character, but there was nothing he could do about it. His protege was literally going to collect all the treasures, which meant that the sin of greed would awaken. Lai was afraid that Cloud had decided to give up on everything since greed would still awaken when they encountered a squad of knights. They were the Order of the Knights of the Lionheart, and they were easily identified by the coat of arms on their flags and armor. These were the best knights of the Empire. Cloud recognized the head of the knights. His name was Harkon, and greeted him. The first mate demanded more politeness from his commander, but he stopped him with a gesture and asked the name of the traveler. Cloud said Lai's name and said that he didn't think he would meet knights here, although he spoke with a strange accent. Then Harkon understood why Cloud had a different feeling than other people. Harkon noticed the brooch that was pinned to Laius's chest as the second sun lit up the sky. Cloud barely dodged the unexpected attack as an explosion of flames erupted next to him. It looked like a meteorite, and even the knights flinched in surprise. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a giant turtle appeared, which was the master of this island. Harkon immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle, despite the fact that they had the strongest boss on the island. When the turtle's green eye lit up, they screamed, warning the others that the turtle was about to attack with a meteorite. Harkon shouted for everyone to get into position as the turtle lunged at them. But slowly, it was a turtle after all. But just one movement was enough for her to shake the earth because she was quite heavy. Stones were constantly falling from the sky, a lot of dust rose up, and the knights could not see anything clearly, so they asked Harkon what to do. But while the first mate was distracted, he did not notice the huge turtle in front of him, and stood like a statue, waiting to be crushed. Harkon shouted at him to dodge and managed to jump towards his assistant. Luckily, he didn't have to assign a new idiot to do the errands because this one was saved by Cloud, who summoned a rock and stopped the leg. Even the knights, who had seen a lot, were surprised that it was possible to create a wall of such size simply out of thin air. Cloud told them that now was not the time to chat when the knights asked him how that was possible, all because the armored turtle could break through any obstacle. Lai increased the wall's strength to the maximum, and if it weren't for the brooch, he would have already spent all his mana. He was having a hard time, although Cloud didn't show it. First, he needed to accumulate more energy and somehow support the stupid knights. Harkon recognized the thing on his chest. It was a brooch from a magic tower, which made it all the more surprising that it was given to a traveler. But like a true knight from the novels, Harkon sincerely thanked Cloud for saving his knights. If he helped them in this battle, the knights would swear to never forget this in their hearts, Harkon said, which certainly did not sound like a generous reward. Of course, Lai thought that he could interpret this in his own way, as if the knights would do all the work, and he would be a stowaway on their bus. It was wonderful, and they were both happy to accept the offer. Cloud stated that all demons must be destroyed. The streamer sitting in the bushes was still chasing Cloud, even though Cloud hadn't given him permission. He, like his audience, was deeply impressed by what was happening. For some reason, the boy was pleased by other people's successes, to which he had nothing to do. Because of the danger posed by the large turtle, the streamer couldn't get any closer, and he didn't know what exactly Cloud and Harkon were talking about. Harkon shouted to his iron men to attack bravely, and the knights went into battle, hoping that their numbers would decide something. Lei stood in the thick of things and did nothing, and didn't really want to. The assistant of Harkon, whom he had saved, did not take his eyes off the traveler. Even though he saved him, Harkon himself had sworn an oath on his heart, and knights attach importance to oaths, even if they are foolish promises. It was an oath one swore to the Emperor, but Cloud looked as if it meant nothing to him, the assistant noted. He watched Cloud closely, trying to understand why the commander had done this instead of watching the progress of the battle. The knights went into hand-to-hand combat against the huge monster, but it would have been wiser to attack it from afar. But this was not knightly. It was a different matter to receive a huge paw into the cabin. Cloud watched with interest as they ran up to the turtle and tried to poke its thick skin with toothpicks. It all looked ridiculously useless, like a whole knightly order, of which the only knightly things were the manners and the armor. But this was the most powerful knightly order. Lai thought that this was no good. Knights are used to fighting at close range. While the front ones attack, the back ones just wait for their turn. It will take forever to break through the turtle. Meanwhile, the fault line was rapidly filling up and reached the middle. The players were finding treasures too quickly. Lai was afraid. They would soon reach this island too. The bark was supposed to create an opening for the knights to attack, but the turtle continued to rage. By simply stamping her foot, she would cause an earthquake, forcing even the strongest knights to take cover. But it was not just a blow. This time the ground cracked, and underneath it lava appeared, rapidly coming to the surface. "The floor is lava," one of the knights shouted. "Whoever falls will die," he warned. Now they couldn't even get close to the turtle, and Cloud remembered his recent experience in the magic tower, where he walked on air. He shouted to the knights if they were ready to attack when they were completely at a loss. Cloud used magic and said that we would open the way for them. He lifted dozens of stones into the air, turning them into convenient steps at different heights, so the knights now had points of support. The reaction was overwhelming. No one could believe that magic could be used in the world of magic. It was a staircase just like the one the tower's owner had, Harkon realized. The knights also saw her in the tower, and the captain's assistant could not believe that an ordinary seeker was capable of such a thing. They wondered who he really was, and Lai was about to collapse from mana exhaustion. The way was open, and after a dramatic pause for reaction, Harkon charged. Now they could attack the head and thin neck of the huge turtle without fear of approaching it from below. Harkon delivered a powerful blow straight to the head, and the matter was finished. Harkon gave up his contribution to killing the boss in favor of Cloud, who was barely maintaining his magic. Following the knight's commander, all the knights also refused their reward, which was very noble on their part. The brooch that Lai chose was a gift from the Emperor, who gave it to the magic tower, Harkon said. And because he saved many senseless lives, the knights bowed their knees. The Order of the Lion Heart swore allegiance to the owner of the brooch, Lai, and the entire contribution for the victory over the turtle went to the traveler. A blue magic sphere lit up nearby and everyone stared at it. Lai immediately realized that this was the very treasure of the island. He didn't know what to do with this thing. If he took it for himself, greed would awaken, and if he didn't, someone would take it anyway. 6 out of 10 treasures had already been claimed, the system reported. While Lai was suggesting to think about the treasures some more, Cloud had already taken everything into his hands. As usual, he acted boldly, if not recklessly. He didn't think at all about the consequences, which drove Lai crazy. Now a great evil was about to awaken, Lai feared, but for Cloud, wealth was fleeting. He was the heir of a great family, and knew life in luxury as well as without it. The slacker streamer was overjoyed that Lai had found the treasure. But Cloud didn't know the feeling of greed. The treasure simply had to be taken without him. It was amazing how this system worked. The treasure could be taken by someone who didn't need it. Meanwhile, the streamer guy wasn't the only one watching Lai, who received the award. This scoundrel robbed other players and now waited for Lai to collect all the remaining prizes. One of the victims was still on his feet and cursed the robber instead of pretending to be dead. So the robber quickly fixed it, and there was no need to pretend. The killer was only concerned about Lai, whom he was going to rob in the end. Cloud held the glowing crown in his hands, and without greed, he did not receive any negative consequences. The streamer from the bushes who watched this scene even shed tears. Or maybe invisible ninjas cut the onion. To everyone's surprise, when Lai received the treasure, the progress of the rift did not increase. Everyone was amazed that he was so calm and did not believe that he really did not have an ounce of greed. But this could not be said about Lai. Fortunately, he did not control their body. Although looking at the condition of the item, one could understand his expression, the broken crown of the epic rank. That was all the description. Who would covet such trash? Thought Lai. And his greed evaporated without a trace. And what if the next treasure is the same? Later, he received notification from the knights that they had joined his team. As he promised, they will now be with him everywhere, Harkon said. And then Lai realized that these oaths were not a joke. He thought it was just a convention that in the future, if they encountered each other, they would not attack him. But Harkon was so grateful for saving him. Even though they didn't know his ultimate purpose on this island, they still swore to be his sword and shield. Lai couldn't believe he had acquired an entire order of free servants. Even if it was only for the duration of the mission on the island, the best knights of the Empire would follow him. There was simply a huge difference in their levels. But with the monsters too, now they were just easier for Laius, and they gladly accepted the knights. The killer, who was standing to the side, heard someone calling out to him. He was also puzzled by the fact that Lai took the treasure, but did not increase the rift scale. Moreover, now he was accompanied by knights. The partner warned him to be careful, but the killer called it fear. Lai had already headed to the pier, and when he would board the ship to cross to the neighboring island, the killer planned to use poison. It didn't matter who inhaled this poison, Harkon or Lai, it would be the end for him, the killer was sure. But first, he wanted to make sure whether Laius had the island's treasure or not. When he felt a gaze on him, only for a second, but it was so clear, the killer felt how his head was cut off. He grabbed his neck in panic to check if it was still there. He couldn't believe that Lai had figured everything out and emitted such a murderous aura. Squirrel, thought Lai. There were flying squirrels on the island, and he spotted one in a tree. The squirrel was quite cute, after all those scary monsters that were full on the island. Harkon chuckled. As he thought, Lai also noticed the stranger. He talked about the rat that was spying on them by that tree. It was Harkon who placed an anomalous status on the killer, causing him to experience fear. Lai was surprised that Harkon didn't like rodents. The squirrel was ordinary in appearance. Cloud was thinking about what to answer Harkon when he received another red notification. The gap had reached 8 squares. We had to go as fast as we could because there was only one treasure left, and Cloud said not to pay attention to the rodents. The good news was that he was now immune to the rift breaking. Cloud said they should hurry, and Harkon immediately supported him. The killer was still in fear. He even ignored the messages of his colleagues in the dangerous business. He did not understand how he managed to survive, why he was spared. Maybe they pitied him because he was insignificant. The killer's mind was in confusion. He slid down under the tree, as he could no longer walk or stand up straight. Whatever the reason, he was grateful to have survived and told his teammates that he was leaving. They demanded an explanation from him, but he only said that they too should retreat if they wanted to survive. Another vile scoundrel grimaced at such words. He did not understand why the self-confident killer suddenly changed his mind. He threw his phone on the ground in frustration. It was already useless anyway since their group had gathered. The robbers were planning to make money here and even took out a loan for the hydra venom they were going to use to poison everyone, but now the person responsible has fled. Someone told the gang leader to calm down, but this made him even more angry. Of course they could say that because it wasn't their money, the bandit leader shouted. But another thug interrupted their argument and asked why he was so angry. But now the leader's anger seemed abnormal, as if he was under some kind of influence. The leader of the group started talking nonsense about how they were all in cahoots with the escaped coward and wanted to set him up. But he finally went off the rails and became furious, giving in to rage. Cloud looked up at the sky. It was no longer blue and clear. A dark haze hung over them. Harkon asked him if he knew what it was, and the knight was also alarmed. Cloud replied that he didn't know anything. He just saw that his natural enemy skill had become stronger. His hunter's instinct seemed to warn him of great danger. There was a demon nearby. Meanwhile, the murderers and robbers suffered a terrible irony of fate. The leader attacked his own people. Now they realized that their leader had gone mad because of his greed, but they didn't think it was that bad. True, this realization was somewhat belated because the robber had already been killed. The maddened killer killed all his accomplices and took their modest loot. By a coincidence, the streamer witnessed a multiple murder from the bushes, along with his viewers. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary murder motivated by greed, but that the bandit had gone completely mad and become possessed. The boy started running as fast as he could, because ultimately, his adventure of wandering alone through the bushes, where there were plenty of monsters and bandits, was leading to this. He had heard rumors of player murders, but in his naivety, he never thought he would encounter such a thing. If they saw him, they would definitely finish him off, the boy realized, and didn't notice how he tripped over a root on the ground. He would have definitely lost his straight nose, but he was lucky that someone picked him up. They were student tourists from the Explorers Federation. They asked him if he had seen a monster. The boy hoped that the killer would not go against the entire Federation, even though he was already a crazy criminal. There was a limit to evil. Now he was saved, the cowardly streamer hoped, but his soul was still not at peace. Meanwhile, analysts who arrived on the island were filming the islands using drones. The island of Bad Luck was a group of 10 islands, each with a treasure, they told their viewers. Monster hunting, boss quests, puzzles, and other fantasy nonsense were also present. One way or another, everyone tried to get the treasure. The Radiance Guild was the first to reach the last island. They already had 2 treasures. Gay and Ted's guild was lagging behind. They had only 1, but they were in no hurry to take the lead. Among other things, a foreign guild that had competed with them last time also took part in the fight, but things weren't going so well for them this time. The Berserker Guild was also there, trying to calm down their mad boss. Everyone was interested in who would get the last and main treasure of the island. But they froze in bewilderment when they saw the arrival of another group of participants. These were the Knights of the Order of the Lionheart. They also reached this island on their pilgrimage. Now players will have to compete for rewards with mobs from the game, which are needed only so that the hero can continue to be independent. It was known about Harkon that his level was 600. Ted was even more surprised, and his eyes widened when he saw who was walking with the knights. "This is completely unfair," Leia said in the Great and Mighty. With the knights walked His Majesty Cloud, who looked regal even in the costume of a shopping mall security guard. The players cried out excitedly when they recognized Laius, who was leading the procession. Cloud looked determined, and reporters attributed to him a desire to take possession of all the treasures of the island. Although in reality, he was hiding Lai's fear behind Cloud's poker face. He knew he would attract a lot of attention, but he didn't think everyone would be staring at him like crazy. Many remembered Lai from his previous mission in the vampire's domain, and now they feared him. Camilla called on the leader to be honest. She would never want to fight this guy. The pressure of their gazes grew, and Lai hid bashfully behind Cloud's mask. He was not used to such a stream of attention. Lai was worried that if he was found to be a fake, he would simply be dragged through the mud and treated like a fraud. While they were all standing there playing staring games, an earthquake happened and the floor became lava again. The other players hadn't played the game yet, so they didn't know how to react. Panic began. Everyone tried to get out of the rift, shouting something about fire resistance potions. The owner of the island, a giant silky crucian carp, jumped out of the lava with some pathetic level of 400. He radiated such heat that even from a distance it was difficult to resist. The crucian carp itself consisted of hot stone, so it was difficult to approach it. Commands were given to those who did not have heat-resistant suits to step back, and for melee players to take disposable weapons. To defend itself, the crucian carp raised a wall of lava and blocked their attacks. John was worried about his brother and told him not to overdo it, but Ted and his ore would not be lost. The heat from the lava was so intense that it charged even through the drone's camera. No one could even get close to this monster because he was swimming in a lake of magma. Harkon asked if everything would be okay. To his shame, even though he said he would follow Cloud, he couldn't even get close to the monster. But Cloud confidently stated that there was nothing to worry about and chuckled. He had his own tricks. The guild leader saw the radiance as even in such a difficult situation, Lai laughed. He didn't understand what he was going to do, this strange man who boldly approached the hot lava. Cloud knew that summoning magic could be divided into 3 stages: calling for interventions, and expression. Cloud released them one by one. The lava around the Crucian carp is not a skill, but simply a part of nature. For Cloud, lava is natural water. The players again froze in amazement and could not believe their eyes. Lava is just a rock, only liquid, and a whole rain of lava drops flew into the sky, and they were all under Cloud's control. Although his mana was rapidly falling, and Lai really wanted to hurry Harkon. Now that the lava pool was drained, Harkon could make a beeline for the huge fish. The leader of the Radiants came to his senses and told his men to charge. The path to the boss was open, and all the other players and knights also rushed towards him. John yelled at Ted that due to the number of players and their levels, his contribution would be 0, so he should get the first strike prize. But then it suddenly turned out that the fish could fly, and demonstrated it. The Crucian carp waved its tail and jumped into the sky, believing in itself. But gravity was stronger, so he fell next to it, causing the ground beneath him to crack like ice. Leia once again expressed herself with a 3-story forbidden word. In short, she didn't like this fishing. The Crucian carp repeated its maneuver and it jumped and fell, hitting the ground, and did not allow itself to be caught. But then something fell from the sky and pinned the fish to the ground. The leader of the Radiants did not understand what had just happened. The attack was very unexpected. It was good that no one had time to get closer to the fish. Razor-sharp stone spears, still red from the heat, pierced the Crucian carp. This was a change in properties, one of the players realized, and told Leia about it. Lai cooled the lava to make it solid, like turning water into ice, but shaping the rock was another matter entirely. Normally, such changes are not possible due to the limitations placed on abilities. Cloud gave the command to Harkon, and the head of the order rushed towards the fish while it was still securely fastened. With a powerful blow, he turned it into sashimi and ended the poor animal's suffering. All players immediately received a notification that the mission to clear the boss was completed. No one could even land a hit on the boss. For the best guilds, this was comparable to shame. The owner of the island was defeated in one go by the coordinated work of the hero and his minions. The rest were left with nothing. This is a fantastically designed game where all the bonuses go to one random player, great storyline, and addictive. Even though Cloud was about to collapse from exhaustion, he still kept his face up. The light of the treasure appeared before him as the knights again refused their contribution. Just like last time, without a trace of greed, Cloud accepted the reward. This was the last treasure, and as before, the process of destruction did not begin, so the players even thought that it was not real. But then a dark aura appeared and spread like an ominous fog. Although it was belated, the island still succumbed to the destruction of the rift, despite the fact that it did not match the amount of treasure. Lei thought it couldn't be that Cloud felt greed. The treasure they picked up couldn't raise the level of destruction. But such a strong demonic energy indicated that greed had once again taken possession of the treasure. The Seekers Guild and the Streamer Boy froze in horror. The boy covered his mouth with his hands to keep from screaming. Nearby lay murdered comrades from the Tourist Guild, and the possessed killer took possession of the treasure. They wanted to rush at him and take revenge, but they had to hold back because the possessed one was too strong. The killer grabbed the shining orb of the artifact, his eyes closed in madness. He didn't understand what was happening. His head was splitting with pain. He didn't want to do it. But a terrible voice inside asked him what he meant by, he didn't want to. He was looking into the face of greed itself. The killer didn't have the skill the demon wanted, but he still gave him what the possessed one wanted. Now it's his turn to take what he wants, said the demon, opening his mouth. But someone intervened in the absorption process and drove away the demon with a blow of a sword. It was the second assistant of the captain of the Order of the Lionheart. The Streamer Boy recognized her. And this meant that Cloud himself had arrived, covering his nose with his hand. He said that he had smelled demons. Others were glad that at least someone remembered them and came to help. The hero's boy Bard immediately got down to business and grabbed his phone. But Cloud was already under a lot of strain after 3 battles in a row. The demon was still alive, and the night girl asked him to give her an order. Cloud received a notification that a class quest had been created. An unprecedented power burst forth from the possessed body, so that they recoiled, and the system reported that an unprecedented evil was emerging. Even Harkon was stunned by what was happening. He had never encountered such an evil aura. One of the island's treasures lit up above the killer and emitted a purple light. And then it began to fall apart right before their eyes for some unknown reason. The island's treasure was being corrupted by greed, and Laius was tasked with stopping the rebirth of mortal sin. The rift began to collapse, and everyone was horrified, just like back in the land of vampires. A huge clawed paw of an unknown monster rose above the island. These ghostly paws began to tear the islands apart and push them apart. From the largest island of the archipelago, Paws reached out to the others. Everyone saw that the island was now united into one, as if they were floating barges. And then a golden palace emerged from the ground, right in front of Laius and the knights. It was made of pure gold, so the players who were not familiar with the word inflation had their eyes lit up with greed. The palace itself was one of the treasures of this island. Although Lai quickly realized that this was rather a palace of greed itself, and there, on the throne, sat real evil. Lai thought that no one would ever want to get close to such sinister energy. Harkon stepped forward, covering Cloud with his body, and said, "Something is approaching." Then a bony hand emerged from the ground and frightened the seasoned knights. They were ugly undead, creepy, and completely identical zombies. For some reason, analysts were having fun and looking at it all as if it were a funny reality show, when one of them received a notification on his phone. They also found a reason to change their cheerful mood after they checked the latest update. If everything is left as is, those who are on the island will die. The island needs to be closed for visits due to the levels of enemies. The thing is that the ugly ghouls were above level 600. Even though these were ordinary mobs, their level was simply off the charts, and a tough battle began. The knights saved those who couldn't fight. Lai was indignant. The system should provide an acceptable difficulty so that the game is interesting. Harkon ordered his knights to retreat. The battle was too unfavorable for them. He turned to Cloud and said that the forces were not equal, and that they needed to retreat. But Cloud asked if his oath to become his sword still stood. He had to keep Harkon in place, no matter the cost. Harkon was surprised that he wanted to fight. Their opponent was a great evil, and Cloud's life could be in danger. But Cloud said that he would punish the demon, and there were no other options. Harkon found no fear or doubt in his gaze, but all of this was a mask behind which the frightened Lai hid. And then, Harkon called out to all his knights who were fighting. He called on them to keep the oath he had given to Laius and help him get to the great evil. The knights stood in formation and answered in chorus that they would do this in the name of the lion. The spectators were surprised to see Cloud and the knights trying to enter the Golden Palace, but they could only watch from afar. But their path was blocked by a whole army of powerful dead men. Cloud himself commanded everyone to attack and waved his hand, as he always dreamed of as a child. Analysts were also impressed by such a crazy stunt that someone decided to storm it with such a balance of power. The show was gaining momentum. Everyone was rooting for Cloud and the Knights as if they were their favorite team. Cloud and Lai watched the battle together, waiting for their opportunity. The trained knights held up better than he expected, but they were the best on the continent. The restoration of mana was also in full swing. If everything continued like this, Lai would still have time to take part in the battle. Other players are already wondering whether to join the battle to get contribution points now. But this was too reckless. Few guilds could dare to do such madness, and the players believed that the knights would soon be crushed and defeated. Already fallen zombies suddenly resurrected deep behind the knights' positions. At the same time, Cloud's mana had not yet recovered and he took out his dagger. But then, someone flashed past the onlooking players like a comet. He moved so fast that even Cloud recoiled in surprise. There was one madman who always gave his all to win. Ted cut down the resurrected zombies. The Berserker Guild also joined the battle, as many other players did not want to miss their chance. Together they stared at Lai, and Leia even asked him why he was staring at her in embarrassment. Lai was touched that they tried to help him in trouble, even Cloud was touched by it. But his reaction was that of a proud and arrogant aristocrat. He ordered them to help him. Several groups of players had gathered nearby, waiting for something while the knights took the rap for everyone. Leia considered herself a debtor from the last time, but Cloud's manners drove her crazy. Her friend could barely restrain her. For Ted, this was a great opportunity to get closer to Lai, as his brother had advised him. But Lai thought that the players were angry with him and didn't know what to do. They were interrupted from their long reflections by monsters that had risen again. The first mate shouted that a new wave was coming. Ted gave the command to his priest to cast blessings on everyone and drive out the undead. Lai had nothing like that. He couldn't help his knights, so Cloud asked Leia about it directly, and she remembered that he had once refused her a cup of tea, which she had not even asked for, and now he was demanding buffs from her. But the fashionable priest came to the battlefield. Their finest hour had come. Except in battles with the undead, they could not show themselves. But it was a cheap and easy move. Ted just gave upgrades to everyone to win Lai's trust. The knights felt a second wind and went into battle again. Cloud told Ted that he would not forget this favor, and the guild leader asked if he personally needed any bonuses. Holiness, protection. Ted promised to give anything, but Cloud refused. In his categorical manner, He declared that he did not believe in God and had no need for holiness. He was in dire need of help, but he continued to behave like an arrogant scoundrel, which infuriated Laius to death. Harkon heard a voice inside his head and a wave of flashbacks washed over him. He had already heard these words that told him that they no longer believed in God. It was the Emperor's voice, and Harkon froze in indecision, black shadows surrounding him. Ominous mists tried to enter his mind through his eyes. The power of flashbacks is inescapable, and Harkon remembered how he had knelt and told him that he had found the demon, and he said that he was ready to immediately go into battle to defeat him. But the Emperor was in no hurry to give orders. He met Harkon's words with indifference. It was as if he didn't care that thousands of soldiers would fall again in battle with the demon. The demons appeared and the traveler seekers disappeared, said the Emperor, looking out the window. Following them, the magic tower that dealt with the infidels disappeared, and behind it are the vast territories of the Empire along with its people. They disappeared as if they had been swallowed by unknown monsters. Every night they asked God if this world was really ending, if this was really his will. But God never answered the proud Emperor. Could it be that God died? The Emperor asked Harkon what he thought about this, whether the god could have abandoned them. Harkon clutched his heart and said that the demons were to blame for everything. They were blocking their path to God, and he promised to kill the demons and return victorious. But the Emperor said that everything was fine. They no longer believed in God, so there was no need to try so hard. But he promised to believe that Harkon would return and smiled a strange smile. The battle was a life-and-death one. Demons and humans clashed as if for the last time. Harkon led everyone and knew no fear of defeat. They fought for the Emperor and knew no fatigue or fear. Then a demon appeared, a freak with gray skin and evil eyes. He was their main target, and Harkon selflessly rushed towards him. But it was too late. The demon only grinned, and a magic circle appeared around Harkon. Blue magic burned everywhere, and the soldiers became alarmed. And when he came to, they had already been transported to another world, where they immediately fell into the sights of cameras. Many people looked at them as if they were a curiosity. Harkon was completely disoriented, his ears still ringing from the battle. He was supposed to return to the Emperor, but his image, pure and clear, floated like a wax candle. Harkon whispered that he had been wandering the world in search of the Emperor, and he had been here all the time. The other players and his knights did not understand what was happening to him. Harkon looked like he was possessed. He moved strangely, spoke strangely. His gaze was foggy. He swore to destroy all enemies of his majesty, and Laius was seriously frightened when he saw him. The knight who was approaching him was the strongest, and at the same time full of evil and hatred, and yet he promised to be his sword, Lai thought with regret. The demon-possessed man said nothing and silently approached them. Lai realized that the knight was possessed and bit his nails. Not knowing what to do, Cloud, as usual, was the picture of calm. It was a disturbance of the peace, a mind control more complex than just possession. As soon as Cloud blinked, the knight appeared behind him and swung to strike. He would have cut off his head, but the barbarian Ted intervened in time and protected Cloud. Ted was glad to have gained some more loyalty points from Lai and smiled at him. But Cloud gave him such a cold look that the boy shuddered. He froze in place, not understanding what he had done wrong or how to fix it. Lai was also in deep shock after the attack and was trying to recover from it. He finally came to his senses when he realized that he would have died if it weren't for Ted. Harkon attacked his first mate, who could barely contain his strength. He shouted at him to come to his senses because they had to return to the Emperor together. But Harkon's thoughts were full of darkness. He ordered him to be silent, for no one dares to speak of the Emperor with a dirty mouth. The knights were horrified that their captain saw them as demons, but Harkon did not admit anything at all. He had completely gone mad, no longer knowing who was a friend and who was an enemy. After the knight captain lost his patience, he no longer held back. Harkon attacked them with lightning speed, moving straight ahead without any evasions. When he struck, it split the ground and sent rocks and other debris flying everywhere. Then the armored knight jumped about 6 meters to flutter like a butterfly. He hit again straight in the air and a large crater appeared on the ground. The players barely managed to stay on their feet, and Ted had to dig his oar into the ground to avoid being swept away by the blow. But it was still not enough. Harkon walked through their flimsy formation and stunned them all. He raised his sword again for a serious attack and filled it with aura. The impact with the ground released a wave of force that cut through the ground in front of him for many meters. Leia lost her footing and fell. She told her friends that everything was okay when they came up. Many needed help, someone was crushed by a stone. It is strange that Harkon did not show his power earlier in battles with bosses. Ted was disconcerted. Harkon looked more like a walking disaster than a man. He had been hit hard, but at least he was able to get back on his feet. When the dust settled, everyone stood there in amazement, mouths open. It turned out that Harkon's entire mad onslaught was stopped by one gesture of Cloud's palm. It was astonishing because the captain had gone into a frenzy and was stopped by a gesture of an open hand. Many were amazed that Cloud didn't even blink an eye, but in reality he simply didn't have time and hoped that they wouldn't touch him. Harkon looked ahead, his gaze unfocused, as if he were looking into the distance. He asked the white silhouette who it was and why. Among the demons, only he could be seen. Who knows, they both thought, and couldn't find anything to say in response. How could they know what Harkon was seeing with his own eyes? Maybe it was because Cloud was a demon hunter, or his ability to exorcise. Harkon demanded to identify himself or he would kill him, and Cloud thought about what to answer. They thought that they had lost their voices due to extreme fear. Harkon realized that no one would answer. Maybe they didn't want to, or maybe they couldn't. Gripping the sword tighter, he said that it didn't matter. He just needed to cut it just in case. Instead of answering, Cloud extended his hand as if to shake his. Harkon peered closely at the white silhouette. He thought that they were trying to lead him by the nose. Cloud pressed his hand to his chest and still said nothing. Then Harkon saw the Emperor's brooch there, and he remembered the one to whom he owed his life. Only then did he break free from the power of the flashback and his bad mood, and he recognized Lai. Sincerity always helps, Cloud thought, and Lai slapped his cheeks in Spanish shame. His exorcism skill had increased so much that he could exorcise a demon with just his presence, all because the skill was active. Harkon sensed something was wrong. Even though the demon had left his body, he had not disappeared. He shouted at Lai to run away because he noticed the darkness gathering above him. As before, the demon tried to penetrate the body through the eyes, but at least not through another place. Cloud found himself in the inner world. There was a strange man sitting on the throne. He realized that he had entered the demon's consciousness, and that it was he who was in front of him. No matter how you looked at him, the man was evil himself. He told him that he just wanted to protect his kingdom. It was a kingdom on an island of bad luck, the stranger said. The land and sea are full of abundance. The mountains sparkle with precious stones. People who love each other. He read them the advertising brochure of his resort. Everything was like this until one day a stranger washed up on the beach. The people treated him with respect and care. They gave their guests the best. And then they equipped us for the journey and sent us on our return voyage. For their kindness, they received an invasion of the island. Its people did not know how to fight, and were unable to fight back. The kingdom was completely enslaved, and the rescued were taken prisoner. The king of the resort asked why, because if he needed the riches, they could share them. But he just laughed. Why divide something if you can take everything? And the king did not know what to do. Then his mind became clouded, and through this crack a demon entered the world and took possession of him. This hatred had lived in him for centuries since then, and he reached his hands towards Cloud's neck. The king of the resort insisted that it was his and belonged only to him. The island, the sky, the sea, the stones, the treasures, all this belongs to him. But Cloud firmly told him to shut up and only talked about some trivial matters, the multi-billionaire told the director of the destroyed resort. Even the demon was shocked by such impudent statements that did not fit into the logic of common sense. The wealth expert said that everything is fleeting, everything will pass. He stated that when you close your eyes, the only thing left is pride. But the demon only became more angry at these empty words, which seemed to ignore the essence of the problem and the content of his pain. Harkon shouted at Laius as he was about to be possessed by a demon when he came back to reality. Cloud pointed his hand towards the golden palace that towered before them, thinking about the foundation of the castle. He only had to intervene a little bit to affect the foundation, and then everyone saw how the gilded palace began to crumble and collapse like a house of cards. He was all reduced to a pile of rubble. That was Cloud's response to the demon's advances. Lai miraculously stayed on his feet due to a mana deficit, and Cloud screamed for the demon of greed to come out to him. He shouted at him that wealth was worthless, that the soldiers who protected him were dead. Even though he was like this now, he was once the proud director of a resort. From under the ruins emerged a huge evil monster like the brother of Shai Kulud. The demon was angry that he touched his island, his wealth, and dared to resist greed. Shadows filled everything around and stretched out like evil imperialistic tentacles to everyone around. The tentacles bound the players and they were unable to move. He squeezed them so hard that they couldn't breathe, and it was very dangerous. The demon of greed promised to turn everyone into undead who would protect his treasures for eternity. Ted thought that if this really happened, it would be better for him to commit suicide right away. But the necromancer didn't care. Cloud yelled at the demon again, as if scolding a teenage schoolboy to know his limits. And in one fell swoop, he dispelled the spirit of capitalism, and players and bots were able to breathe freely. Cloud still stood in front, as if he was protecting them, although he simply couldn't take another step. The demon clicked his teeth. He didn't understand how Cloud could control his mind, because he was a great evil. But the aristocrat simply had immunity to greed in the form of his wealth, and told the demon that he was not evil at all. Cloud performed an exorcism and donated the vampire orb he had recently received to bring the resort's director back to his senses. The ugly and big-eyed shy Hulud froze from the unexpected attack, which he could not block. Cloud pompously declared that it was time to correct all the mistakes and broke the sphere. And then the director realized that it was time to stop, because the resort building was already destroyed, and all the servants were dead. The demon could not bear the loss of its host and burst with a deafening bang. All over the online news, there were enthusiastic cries of praise for the great hero. And then they turned their attention to the resort director who appeared after the demon fell. The man knelt in front of Cloud and everyone fell silent, waiting to see what would happen next. The man did not understand how he survived, because he should have definitely fallen along with the great evil. He looked at Cloud and asked if he had saved him, but the nobleman couldn't really see anything because of the level up notifications. Lai was in a hurry to see the trophy when a hidden task icon appeared, giving him 9 seconds to think. The essence of the task was to help the director of the Island of Bad Luck find the meaning of life and return the crown. For a long time, Cloud could not understand what kind of crown he needed to return. And then he remembered the first item he received on this island. Everyone who watched the drone broadcast was wondering what kind of person appeared after the demon was destroyed. Maybe he was a new demon. In front of everyone, Lai took out something from his inventory, which quite stunned the spectators. Like a god emperor, he crowned the resort director as king. As a result, the kinglet suddenly became more beautiful. His skin got rid of wrinkles, the dark circles under his eyes disappeared, and the prolonged depression receded. Lai breathed a sigh of relief. He had previously thought that the crown was high-quality trash that had fallen off the turtle, and was glad that it had been put to use. Then came the notification that they had discovered the secret of the island. All players who were on the island at that moment received the same message. They were shocked that the rift was cleared, and not by a guild, but by an independent player. There was the same confusion in the Shining Guild, because this entire quest arc seemed to have been created for one person. The boy blogger went crazy with delight at the sight of other people's achievements, but he got his own content for the viewers. Analysts and the media were also shocked that the notification became global. Lai closed his eyes from the bright light. He did not understand what was happening and what secret he had revealed. The system reported that the ancient kingdom resort is being revived. Rays of light that came out of the ground hit the sky. The earth shook and people couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the destroyed resort rise from the ground. Magically, a luxury 5-star hotel with a swimming pool appeared on the island. But its walls looked rather dilapidated. There were cracks everywhere. The paint was faded. The director of the revived resort was illuminated, and even more attention was paid to him. Lai and Cloud watched as the director ascended. A huge magical force gathered around him like a whirlwind. Then the director got down on one knee and introduced himself as the last king of the resort, Hakuna Matata. Lai once again received a bunch of notifications about becoming a benefactor of the resort, and the relationship level with the character Akuna reached the maximum. Ted stood there in bewilderment as the king of this place was reborn, and also the fact that the king of the ancient resort himself knelt before Lai. The culprit of what was happening was equally perplexed. Akuna asked the name of his benefactor without rising from his knees. Lai was not used to this, but Cloud pretended that this was how it should be. Lai tried to calm himself down by thinking that even though the resort director was ancient, he was still a king, and he needed to express himself as politely as possible. But Cloud, as usual, simply called himself their estate in this world. It was incredibly rude to the entire king, so much so that all the spectators were shocked. Akuna promised to remember the name of his benefactor for many years to come. His words were, on the contrary, too polite after Cloud's introduction. Akuna said that when he was under the influence of evil, he remembered the words of his benefactor. It was time to correct the mistakes. This was what Akuna remembered. Lai was immediately embarrassed by the fact that he was quoted. Hearing these words, Akuna decided to commit suicide and the great evil in his heart. But his benefactor had given him life and a crown, Akuna said, and he exuded an aura of royal nobility. The head of the Order of the Lion Knights, Harkon, experienced a familiar feeling. Akuna asked him why should he live on? After all, he was a king who had made so many mistakes, he had lost all his subjects, and now he didn't know what to do with his life. The leader of the group of players ran as fast as he could and urged the others on, before which they had been cowardly hiding in the bushes like hares. It was the first world-class update. A new country had appeared on Earth, and he could already smell the money. In the time of Arcana, one country was incredibly valuable. On this land there will be many resorts, there are many rare treasures and animals. Once the kingdom was built, property prices would skyrocket, and the leader wanted to take advantage of this opportunity, albeit belatedly. When he arrived, he found many people standing as if they were at a ceremonial ceremony. Cloud answered for all the inhabitants of the land, as if he had the right to do so, that it would be right to restore the kingdom of resort. Akuna was also surprised that it was possible to restore the kingdom from one king and one hotel. He was worried that no one would trust a king who had turned his back on his people and follow him. Cloud said that it all depends on his next move. As the king of the island of bad luck, he can get his pride back and make things right. And in return, Cloud promised to help. Although the dead people and family could no longer be brought back, Akuna decided to live on. Of course, Cloud didn't come up with this himself. All the words were in the hidden task window, that is, the main political actor was still the system. King Akuna formally accepted his wishes. But at that moment, someone proclaimed that everything was as it should be. It was a group of wary players who came when it was almost all over. The Second Sun Guild stated that the Kingdom of Misfortune deserved to be built and promised to help them do so. Turning to the other players, he asked them for permission to join, without even hiding his intentions. Of course he approached Lai. He wanted the one who started all this to know him by sight. That's why he came closer and grabbed Lai's hand and began to fawn. Everyone looked at these strange antics with a mixture of contempt and surprise. But Cloud was in no hurry to answer. He studied the face of the slippery sneak. From his gloomy face, the guild leader realized that he had done something wrong. There was an awkward pause in the silence that marks the birth of a law enforcement officer. The players began to shame the sneak for forgetting his manners and being so tactless. He immediately started apologizing for grabbing the wrong hand. Cloud looked furious, but in reality he was terribly sleepy. He had difficulty focusing on his interlocutor and frowned. After all the battles, fatigue was catching up with him under the monotonous chirping of the sneak. He wanted to get home as soon as possible and again turned to the king of the resort. He looked at him, waiting for further instructions. Cloud had a proposition for him, he told Akuna. The Gayun and Berserk guilds would work to restore the resort, the headlines reported, and the sneak was simply ignored. The girls from the Berserker Guild burst into laughter at such luck. They were glad that their competitor for the development had been brought to the bottom. The guys came and offered ice cream, but the girls burst into laughter. They already thought that Leia had gone completely crazy, but a friend explained that they were amused by the news about the nosy blonde. He justified himself on camera by saying that he came with pure intentions and simply wanted to get the job done. Everyone found the story funny and burst into laughter again. The blonde's shame didn't end there. His old posts where he was talking nonsense surfaced online. John congratulated his brother. They finally did it. He was very happy with him. Thanks to their efforts and the help of Lai, they got the quest to build a resort. The members of their team looked at the courtesies of the brothers and did not understand their joy. But this wasn't just a cool quest. The Island of Bad Luck became the first kingdom since Arcana manifested itself in reality. And this promised a good jackpot. Now many people will try to establish connections with the kingdom, and the blonde guy was one of them. The kingdom was an attractive resort for everyone, rich in minerals, and had zero competition at the start, so people rushed there. The one who is the first to occupy all the lucrative places, positions, and lands will receive the maximum benefit. Cloud destroyed the wall in front of him to create a passage. He was terribly exhausted, but unlike Lai, he didn't show it. He thought about how to get home in all this chaos and whether he should go straight to the Tower of the Magicians. When he saw a shock of hair hanging in front of him like a curtain, and its owner, as usual, was violating his personal space, Lei was scared because he first mistook Jessie for a ghost. Jessie showed a polite greeting. She took off her hat. Then she put her hands together in front of her. The girl studied a lot in front of the mirror. Step 3, bow slightly, keeping your back and neck straight. And finally, she asked him how he was doing. It was a bit awkward. She still had a lot to learn, but her sincerity was beyond doubt. Cloud sat down in the chair. He was terribly sleepy, so he kept his eyes tense so as not to fall asleep. He was touched by the girl's politeness, but he had absolutely no strength left to respond. He didn't have any tea with him, but he still offered the girl to sit down. Cloud was puzzled by the fact that there was no rocket flying to the Mage Tower. He meant the delivery service, but Jessie took him literally and said she could also hit a rocket. She chattered happily about how she had so many questions for him about magic, and Cloud thought about how deadly tired he was. Today had been a difficult day, and listening to her soft, cheerful, bell-like voice, he himself did not notice how he switched off. Jessie looked up from her questions and glanced at Cloud. Only then did it dawn on her that he wasn't responding and seemed to have withdrawn into himself. Involuntarily, she approached him and touched his face. Cloud opened his eyes and flinched as if someone had pulled him back. There was a note on the table. Jessie said she would come by next time, and added that his hair was getting in his eyes. Cloud was really exhausted. He even fell asleep right in front of Jessie, which was very indecent on his part. The window with the Supreme Mage's quest appeared before my eyes again, and I had to prove myself in order to convince the Supreme Mages. The lull was over, Lai realized. It couldn't be that the magicians in the tower simply accepted him. Besides, all this was under Marcel's patronage. But why today, when he was still sleepy? Cloud didn't understand. Someone knocked, and he invited the guest to come in. It was the same Marcel who gave him this quest. He seemed to be waiting at the door for Cloud to wake up. Cloud already knew why his fellow mage came to him, and said so. He had to prove himself, Cloud said, barely waking his eyes from sleep. Marcel noticed Cloud's disheveled appearance and apologized for the fact that the mages did not trust him, and this caused inconvenience. Lei told him that everything was fine, he just wanted to sleep a little more. After adjusting his suit, he told the magician to lead him. Since they did not believe in him, he would make them believe in him. A whole college of magicians had gathered in the hall, headed by a sorceress with green hair. It was the senior mage of the restoration school, Bella. She thought that Lai would definitely not prove his qualifications. After all, there was third-level sealing magic cast by 3 senior mages on his path. This means he won't even be able to enter the room to show something to the board. Not to mention finding the very room where this meeting is taking place. She was so confident when Cloud just pushed open the door he had just passed. All the mages, including Bella, just dropped their jaws. They were so shocked. Cloud destroyed the magic seal without any effort, as if it wasn't there at all. Even Marcel, the founder of the theory of magic, could not have done this. Bella was amazed. Cloud angrily told them that someone had played a joke on the door. Bella recoiled, experiencing a strange and frightening feeling. Cloud continued. He noted that everyone had gathered here to greet him. He moved closer to Bella, his voice stern. If they were going to waste time, were they sure they could answer for it? Cloud asked them. Bella froze in a strange position for herself and didn't know what to say, and her heart skipped a beat. Cloud was simply asleep on the move, and moved like a robot, which made his gestures and speech abrupt. He had just passed out standing up, without closing his eyes. It was already beyond common sense, Lai worried. Cloud said he would forgive them this time, but warned them to refrain from such pranks next time. Bella chuckled in confusion when he left. Cloud called it all a joke. Even she couldn't control that seal. The magicians were also shocked by such a rapid performance. And then one of the wizards remembered Cloud's silver hair. This was the one Claire had spoken of last time, the seeker who had attended the conference without an invitation. Claire was very impressed and told everyone about this guy. When the magicians realized who they were testing, it dawned on them why Marcel was so supportive of this man. And then Bella realized that Lai was the one who saw through the illusion of the owner of the magic tower. The tower rose majestically in the night sky, with a huge magic circle shining above it. Cloud stayed there until the evening, and was already getting ready to go home when the system showed a notification again, to Lai's horror. The mission's progress was slower than he thought, and he had only received recognition from 3 people out of the 20 required. Pavda, considering that these were senior leading magicians, each with their own school, we can say that this is a good start for someone who simply opened the doors. Besides, he was a demon hunter, not a mage by profession. Lai wanted to get some sleep and then send the trophies from the island for evaluation. He was thinking about learning magic from the beginning, step by step, when someone called out to him. Before his eyes lay a scroll that called to him, and then Lai thought that he was hallucinating from lack of sleep. "This is Marcel," the scroll said, and they were both very surprised. There was a magical parchment in front of him, Marcel explained. They used it as a means of communication, and if he wanted to answer him, he had to bring the parchment to his face and speak. Marcel was so happy with this trinket, but it was difficult to surprise a person who grew up in a world of smartphones with a connection. Cloud brought his head close to the paper, almost touching it with his face, and Marcel said that there was no need to stick it that close. Lei gave up on the stupid idea of mastering the magical connection and simply threw the scroll in the trash. In fact, Marcel contacted him to apologize, the scroll said. Climbing out of the trash can, spam messages reached a new level. He heard about what had happened in the Crystal Hall and the joke that had happened with the door, and he asked for forgiveness for the rudeness of his colleagues. The senior mages have reached the top of the tower, each in their own school of magic, and in order to gain promotion, they constantly prove their skills. In short, they are the best in their class and they want to be the best in school, Lai realized in his own way, and Marcel was tired of them. From the perspective of the seniors, the best student brought a student and declared him the second best student, ignoring everyone, Cloud realized. He told Marcel that even aristocrats had to justify their position, so he was used to it. Marcel said that other magicians underestimated him because he himself lacked a lot, and then Lai shuddered. Cloud couldn't be told that someone was underestimating him. The aristocrat immediately became interested. To Lai's horror, the aristocrat said his signature phrase, that if you are underestimated, then you must make sure that you are overestimated. Cloud argued that if anyone was in doubt, you just had to show them how it was done and always do it. Marcel apologized again for contacting via scroll instead of coming in person. Cloud's words touched him, as he too was a proud man. Marcel promised to definitely drop by to see him, and Cloud assured him not to be angry. But it was no longer possible to refuse the visit. The wizard said that he would drop by in 10 minutes and cut off the connection. Cloud grabbed his head. Sleep is for weaklings. He realized that he would get some sleep in the next world. He looked at his hand, thinking about the task again. Cloud wasn't even a beginner mage, and gaining support was an impossible task for him. His level of diva had reached 200, while the mages in the tower had over 600. For them, he was just a yellow-mouthed chicken. Of course, Cloud wasn't going to give up and continue to watch. He cast several flame magic spells and looked at them. The fireballs turned into Chinese fire lanterns and filled the room with a pleasant light. Lai agreed with Cloud's statement. Ultimately, his joy belonged to both of them. They were both part of the same dimension. And then Laya threw up rainbows just from the thought of it. A proud tyrant who dabbles in light magic, even though his mana hasn't yet been restored. Later, Marcel showed up as promised. Cloud put on his aristocratic mask again to hide his fatigue. On the island of bad luck, construction work was in full swing, with workers scurrying around everywhere. Strange rumors started to spread online. As usual, every person is followed by lovers of dirty laundry, and if there is nothing, they start to invent it. The brothers were angry. As soon as Marcel entered Lai's office, his face stretched out in surprise. He casually asked if Cloud had just used magic. Lay thought Marcel smelled something burning, and Cloud said he was practicing elementary magic and promised not to burn down the lab. But that wasn't the point. Marcel still looked puzzled. The room was filled with a truly fantastic magical trace. The use of any magic leaves traces. What observations she went through. The more complex the process, the deeper the trace, Claire, who entered after, was delighted. The other magicians also entered the office after Marcel and assessed the magical trace. They thought that it was left by the chief magician. Cloud froze in surprise at the crowd that had come to visit him. The wizards were amazed by the beauty of this magic and believed that it could even win some kind of competition. But the wizard quickly pointed his hand at Lai and said that it was his magic. However, the one who was just here took advantage of the moment when their attention was distracted and slipped away. Lai was determined to get some sleep, and no one else in this world could stop him. He thought that the crazy magicians had gone completely mad, and so he hurried to the portal to return home. Otherwise, he would simply die of fatigue. But then his path was blocked by several eccentric magicians. They were looking for him and wanted to meet him after his performance in the Crystal Hall. And they gave him a Rubik's Cube with 6 rows. It was the most difficult puzzle. Usually it took 3 hours to solve. The more magical power he poured in, the more difficult this task became. And it took Marcel more than 10 days to complete it. Lai casually used anti-magic and simply hacked the puzzle to put it in the correct order. As he walked, the number of magicians who recognized him grew to 7. So far, everything was going well, and Lai thought he might be able to finish even sooner than he thought. But when he came out of the tower, a whole crowd of onlookers, reporters, and other idlers were waiting for him. Everyone wanted to get his commentary on recent events and whether he had appropriated other people's achievements. Asked to comment on online controversies that Lai knew nothing about, Cloud quickly shut them down and said they were being too rude. The proud aristocrat declared that he was not obliged to answer those who did not know good manners. But while he was answering, magicians ran out after him, wanting to ask about his magic, and Lai realized that he was trapped. He was bombarded with a countless stream of questions from both sides. Everyone was thirsty for his attention, and he had nowhere to go. Like a fish caught in a net, Lai panicked, not knowing what to do. When I felt the familiar feeling again and saw a strange ripple near the wall. The flow of mana near the wall suddenly changed. Lai turned around. He was again being squeezed in a vice by annoying reporters, and without thinking twice, he stepped through this barrier, simply disappearing before everyone's eyes. And he found himself in the office of a mature sorceress who took off her robe and sat on the table. Bella couldn't believe her eyes and was surprised by his appearance. As soon as she opened the doors, he immediately saw them and entered, as she expected from the one who had figured out the illusion of the tower's owner. Lai remembered seeing this woman during the test, in the crystal hall. He thought she opened the doors to help him. Cloud said he saw someone interacting with the wall. Feeling the magic, observing it, and returning it to its original position was a simple task for him. He stunned Bella. She laughed, which confused Lai, and then repeated Cloud's words about being underestimated and so on. And Lai was horrified that his childish, pompous speeches had become quotes. Cloud, however, kept a calm expression on his face and waited for her to stop laughing. He was the only person who could tell that the Tower Master's magic was simple, Bella noted, and formally introduced herself. Without leaving the table, she gave her name and school and smiled at him. And according to the decision, Marcel recognized his qualifications to conduct joint research. Cloud was pleased to have received another confession, but he didn't show it. When asked to comment on the online controversy, Lai was afraid that everyone would be interested in his identity. But all this was insignificant. The Gaian and Berserker guilds took over the explanations for him. However, despite his height or tiredness, Cloud did not change his habits and cleaned up when he returned home. He also continued to complete the Bald Master's daily quest in hopes of removing his limits. But Lai desperately didn't understand why Cloud ignored the concept of sleep. It was true that it was worth admitting that thanks to this, he had pumped up his endurance and agility and was already ahead of players of his level in terms of characteristic points. Of course, stamina and agility were completely useless characteristics for a demon hunter. He had no melee skills, the character was trash, a dandy, and only good at bread delivery missions. He needed magical power. Just as Cloud had learned magic that didn't require skill, Lai was thinking about learning close combat. For example, the sword art that Harkon used, and Lai wondered what it was like. Unlike magic, it looked like sword ballet, Cloud imagined. And Lai looked at his alter ego in confusion as the water splashed. Without realizing it, Cloud performed a trick with the sword's aura while clutching a kitchen knife. He cut up everything in front of him, a board, a sink, a kitchen cabinet, and made a new window in the wall. Lai was horrified when he assessed the scale of the destruction. But he was only cutting carrots, Cloud thought, staring at the knife in his hand. A real waterfall poured out of the severed pipe that supplied water, and a rainbow sparkled. The Berserker Guild was already finishing building its first hotel on the island of Bad Luck. Foreman Leah stared at her phone with a disgruntled look. Her team didn't understand the oppressive atmosphere around the girl lately. There were still versions of what happened on the island circulating on the internet that cast doubt on Lai's efforts, but many defended him with foam at the mouth, proving the opposite. People's opinions were divided into two camps, and each had a convincing argument that a beginner player could not do so much on his own. But of course, those who participated in the battle directly and saw everything with their own eyes were simply beside themselves with anger from these words. Leia began to lay out the three-story one when her faithful friend intervened. Leia was indignant about the nonsense that stupid and unemployed people were saying online. From the way Leia defended Lai, her friend realized that something serious was afoot, and her eyes sparkled. A friend asked if it was because of Lai that she was so angry, and Leia began to vehemently deny everything. But her face gave her away completely. And the more she justified herself, the more she convinced her team that something was fishy here. The guys joked that Lai had sinned since he was punished like that, and they were immediately sent to look for moles, and her friend began to calm Leia down. All the rumors were just nonsense, and would soon die down on their own. She reminded Leia of the old days when they played Arcana together and were given titles. After completing the hotel, Leia will receive land and title, as well as King Akuna's relationship points. Other guilds will have to show her respect, according to her title, in these lands. Leia imagined all these tempting pictures and she liked them. The girl was already anticipating power and greatness and smiled. Her friend saw her smile and began to pinch her cheeks, saying that Leia looked much cuter this way. But the quest to renovate the resort was indeed a good opportunity, Leia thought. An island where you could mine treasures without entering the rifts. The title was an opportunity that anyone would envy. And she was at a loss as to why Lai had given her to them. Leia felt that she was indebted to him again, and she wondered when she would be able to have a cup of tea with Lai again. Meanwhile, Cloud arrived on the island again, this time bringing his glasses with him. Lai managed to awaken his sword powers, but he couldn't control them. which got him into trouble with his landlord. Due to physical exhaustion and the sword's energy, Lai lost consciousness for 6 days. His body simply could not withstand his strength. He was thinking about how he couldn't find any information about it online when he was stopped by an island guard. The guard said that he used to be a hero, but now he was shot in the knee. But the island cannot be entered while work is being carried out here. He demanded permission to enter, but Cloud didn't have anything like that with him. Lai was surprised that passport control was introduced so quickly. It was great that the Arcanians had settled on the island, but now he was demanding that Cloud go home. Then the aristocrat asked if there was a way to meet Harkon, and the guard asked whether he was talking about the noble captain of the Order of Knights. Sensing his chance to assert himself, the victim of the janitor syndrome said that the captain was out of reach for mere mortals, and Lai began to get angry. Cloud then decided to pass the message on to Harkon or Akuna, but was again refused by the arrogant stickholder. He scolded him for speaking so formally about Harkon and the king of the resort, for he was not the first such seeker, the guard said. Only the benefactor Laius was allowed to do this, the guard declared, and at that moment the king came running to them at the noise. This made the sweet roll lover's eyes pop out of his head like a hermit crab. The benefactor status was activated when someone recognized him, received a Lai notification, or when the king greeted him. Cloud said he had business with Harkon, but it looked like permission was needed. Akuna did not understand what was being discussed, because the hero was allowed to do everything, and the guards were already imagining how he would sit on his spear. Akuna added that since he is a benefactor, he has equal powers with the king of the resort and no permission is needed. But they were only issued now, thought Lai, although it wasn't bad anyway. He was surprised that his power in the resort was so great, and the king asked what business he had with Harkon. Meanwhile, the knights trained hard on the beach of a tropical island, not removing their armor even in the hottest weather. Yena Bright mercilessly instructed the knights and scolded them for every mistake. She was a true sergeant to the core, and the soldiers obeyed her. Harkon was surprised by Cloud's request to teach him the sword's energy control technique. Amidst Yenny's cries, Lai explained everything. He wanted to control the same light as the one Harkon had in battle. The knight was surprised that Lai could see this light, without innate talent. Even after training for 10 years, it was difficult to sense this power. Harkon said that Laius had surprised him again, but the proud aristocrat in him replied that there was nothing to be surprised about since it was him. The knight told him that it wouldn't work. Even experienced swordsmen couldn't master this technique, let alone mages. Even if he sees the energy, his own will only appear in 10 years, Harkon stated. But Lai objected. He said that energy could appear, and he was sure of it. He repeated his request that he wanted to learn how to control energy, not awaken it. And Harkon froze with his mouth open. From what he heard, it turned everything upside down. He demanded that Yenny bring the sword and the lion's oath. Later, they came to the beach, where there was a statue of a lion on a boulder. Coming closer, the bark realized that it was a steel plate. The knights did not know why the lion's oath was suddenly needed. Harkon explained that it was an ancient relic of theirs that they were guarding. It was made of meteoric iron, and it was stronger than normal. Only 2 people were able to leave marks on this plate. One belonged to Harkon. He handed him the sword and offered to show his sword energy and become the author of the 3rd mark. It sounded like a challenge. Cloud, who hated being underestimated, stared at the sword. The deputy wanted to object, but Yenny stopped him, because Lai was just a seeker, and for him it was an impossible task anyway. But the deputy was still worried about the captain offering his sword. Lai surprised them when he himself refused such an honor. He could not hold the captain's heavy claymore. Instead, he took a knight's training sword that was suitable for his level. Harkon was again surprised by this choice. The task seemed even more impossible for Laius. In his hand was an ordinary training sword, with a dull blade. But what was their surprise when Lai struck with the aura of his sword and left a furrow on the sculpture. The sword's energy was stunning and was not inferior to the knight captain. Cloud asked if that was enough. He looked better than he actually felt. Harkon's sword was made from the same meteoric iron as the seal, a natural alloy that made it stronger than the others. But Lai couldn't hold it because of its low level, and took up the training one, which turned out to be quite heavy. In the process, Lai lost control and grabbed the sword with both hands to hold it. Harkon laughed at the spectacle, now even more eager to unlock Laius's full potential. Out of the corner of his eye, Harkon saw Lai struggling to contain the trembling in his hands from a single swing of his sword, and he suggested to start training immediately. He ordered Yenny and his assistant to train Lai. Harkon said to start with the basics of swordsmanship, and these 2 were good at it, but he needed to train his body first. Lai was glad that he was understood so quickly. He really needed to strengthen his body. Cloud and several other knights lined up on the beach for training. In the eyes of the first mate, Lai was an upstart mage who had gained the captain's recognition, but his refusal of the sword spoke of his respect. Even if he didn't like Cloud, he had to treat him like one, Harkon's assistant thought. Yena warned them that the training would be tough and told them to change into their uniforms. She looked at Lai. Even though he had awakened energy in battle, he would not be able to use it because he did not have enough strength, she thought. She had hoped to train the puny mage to death, but was stunned when Lai changed his clothes. His stately body was a sharp contrast to her ideas about magicians, and the assistant scolded Yenny for his dirty thoughts with a blush on his cheeks. Yenny immediately assumed a fencing pose and assumed a serious look. She gave the command to raise the swords. Together with assistants, they mentored a group of newcomers, helping them master the new technique. Lei remembered the way Harkon held his sword as he got used to the stance. The knight's slashing blade was very heavy and fast. Lai recalled the feeling. Strength, that's what it takes, he thought, frozen in position for an overhead strike. Then he swung, causing a hurricane to form in the middle of the beach, his blade flashing like lightning. The shock wave almost blew away the experienced knights, who were not expecting such an exhaust at all. The wind slightly adjusted their hair, and they didn't know what to do, scream or immediately run to the stylist to get it done. The assistant asked what it was, and Lai said that he was trying to imitate Harkon. It wasn't just imitation, but the captain's style, Yenny learned. It took knights decades to do this. She hadn't heard anything about the hero's cheats. As with the released energy of the sword, Lai was supposed to be a mage. But this was the first time Yenny had seen such a genius. Harkon noted that Laius's natural talent exceeded even his own. It would be too wasteful to leave him as a mage, he thought. He thought he had to make a proper impact on this when King Akuna approached him. He also came to observe his benefactor, who wanted to learn sword techniques, and he asked if there was too much sand on the beach, and was worried that Lai might have problems with his bronchi because of this. Harkon simply glared at his knights, who stood at attention, taking his silent command. The knights immediately began to clear the beach of sand, which raised even more dust. The king of the resort casually noted that the sun was quite bright on the tropical island and wondered whether Lai would faint from heat stroke. Harkon glared again at his men, and they accepted his telepathy. The knights immediately set about landscaping, transplanting tall jungle palm trees onto the beach to provide more shade. Harkon told the king that he was amazed at how much attention he paid to just one training session. When the king was so worried, Harkon also could not sit still and called his deputies. He said he had been too relaxed lately and needed to go through training again with the new recruits. His subordinates were horrified by such madness, because for the captain, training had to be intensified 100-fold. Then Harkon turned to Laius and asked if he would mind training together, and he felt that he could become an enemy. But Cloud still agreed, since it wasn't his problem, and grinned. Since that was the case, he invited Yenny and his assistant to join the training as well, and caught their angry looks. And so began the most unpleasant training in the world with the Knight Commander. There was a knock at the door of Mantis's laboratory, in the Magic Tower, and he told the guest to come in. Mantis was the senior mage of the School of Witchcraft. He was the one who raised it from the level of a sect to the second most powerful mage in the tower after Marcel. The dark sorcerer asked his guest why he came to him. The man reported that among the items that were given to Lai, there was one related to dark magic. The items that were given to Lai were not easy to obtain, especially the vampire orb. Mantis demanded that the parchment related to Laius be brought to him and decided to evaluate his things himself. By the end of Lai's training, the knights were exhausted from cleaning sand on the beach. Everyone fell asleep right under the open sky because they had no more strength. Despite the difficult day, no one canceled the daily quest, and Cloud continued to exercise. Harkon was frantic in his exercises. He was as if he had broken loose from the chain. He was so happy. But to feel tired, he needed more load than the others. Fortunately, when Lai went beyond his limits, a status appeared that relieves fatigue. Now it was time to go to bed, thought Lai. But then he saw a bird carrying a scroll. When he turned around, Mantis contacted him and formally introduced himself. Lai remembered that he had asked the Magic Tower to examine the items he had received on missions and evaluate them. First, he told him about the orb that was filled with vampire blood that could damage a target if spilled out, and Mantis wanted to borrow it. For Lai, it was not bad. He couldn't use this ball yet anyway. He would need it later when he needed to return the brooch. Lai agreed, and Mantis told him about the next item, which restored some of the lost health and was good for amulets. The treasure made from crucian carp scales increased the power of the fire attribute, and it increased the sense of aesthetics. Mantis also wanted a wallet to use in his research. Lai said that he couldn't give the wallet, but wanted to make something out of it and the green crystal. Mantis warned that they would charge a decent amount of money for the production, and Lai realized that the time had come to demonstrate the skills of an office slave's eloquence. First of all, he hoped to evaluate the skills of the magic tower first, so he approached the scroll. But Cloud told Mantis to get results no matter the cost, which was the worst thing you could say in a negotiation. Lai protested. Mantis liked this approach to the matter. He understood why Marcel chose such an assistant for himself and wanted to discuss something else, but Lai had already passed out. The magician was clearly upset because things had just been going so well. He left a note on the scroll wishing for a meeting. The morning dawn rose over the Golden Resort while everyone was still asleep after their night's adventures. But some people had to complete their mandatory training program, and fortunately, it was now easier than before. While he was running, he was caught up by a post owl, which was carrying a scroll from which Mantis had spoken to him, wanting to finish yesterday's conversation. Since Lai never responded to the message because he had not seen it, Mantis repeated his offer to meet in the floating garden. But Cloud immediately replied that it was difficult. Then Mantis suggested moving the meeting to after lunch. And again, he was refused. He repeated the transfer and offered a couple of days later, but Cloud was adamant. And then Mantis realized that Cloud was testing his manners and politeness, or his patience and common sense. He tried to say something again, but was immediately harshly refused by Cloud. Cloud explained that he was focused on sword training and couldn't spare time for personal meetings, and Mantis asked when he could. In the morning, 2 days later, the proud aristocrat promised to set aside an hour of his time, at which time he himself was thinking of going to the tower, so he presented this as generosity. Mantis flew away, having received his due, and their conversation was observed by Harkon, who was waiting for Lai to finish. During the day, they began swinging swords again to learn fencing and proper stance. Harkon called Lai aside and said something unexpected, so he asked him to repeat it. On the second day of their training, the knight captain said that he could no longer train him. Cloud had already reached the stage of enlightenment in practice. That's what the knight explained. He offered him a real fight. After 2 days of training, Lai was terrified, but Cloud accepted it proudly. Harkon told him that he was underestimating his abilities and offered to infuse the sword with aura for once. It was hard to understand what the knight was thinking. If Lai couldn't control his strength, he would simply faint from exhaustion. He needed to concentrate, and he didn't quite understand what the aura meant, since it was different from the magic skills he had mastered. And then Cloud felt a stream of power that flows inside the body, which can be controlled in the same way as magic. This is what Harkon was talking about. And when he did this, his sword turned blue, showing that he was a good Jedi and served the light side of the Force. It was the same power as magic. After observation and all the work, the aura became stable and controllable, Lai realized. Harkon said that it was all due to hard work. Even after the hard training, Cloud continued his personal training. Harkon noted that his aura was so neat, which meant he was a natural swordsman. And he asked with zeal in his eyes if Sir Lai would like to go with him to the end along the path of the sword. Lai realized he needed to escape before he was recruited, and without a shadow of regret, he announced that he was not going to focus solely on the sword. As if that wasn't enough, Cloud decided to add some pathos and said that if he were to follow the path of the sword, it would be his path alone. But surprisingly, the noble captain of the knights was greedy for such words and beamed. He told him after him that he would look forward to meeting him at the end of this journey, and Lai decided to change his clothes and leave. The key to using aura was to have a mindset of hard work, he thought, as he stepped out of the bushes to join the rest of the students. It didn't seem like the students understood anything, but they tried their best, so Gina decided not to interfere with them. She thought that there had never been a time when someone mastered the aura in one day, which meant that Sir Lai was either a genius who was different from everyone else, or just a cheater. They were too far away from her. A simple knight, albeit a skilled one, even if she ran along this path, she could hardly catch up with them. But the swordsman's pride did not allow Gina to give up this idea. She wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with him one day, and her eyes burned with fire. Although the assistant didn't think he could be like their captain, he also had the pride of a knight, and he stood next to Yen. Harkon was pleased with the zeal he had ignited in Laius while he was at their training camp. Everyone was motivated. Geniuses really could change the world, he thought. His heart was burning for the first time in a long time, too. With sword in hand, Lai walked through the jungle, now without fear. Even though Harkon had told him he could test his sword in practice, Lai was still worried about finding low-level mobs to test it on. He wanted to meet some level 10 deer, but ran into a level 300 leopard. Besides, there were no demons nearby, which meant that the natural enemy skill didn't work. Lai was horrified, but Cloud turned to the monster and told him how dare he bare his fangs. Uneducated beast. The aristocrat's pride was activated, and he added that he would teach the wild beast manners. Lai shouted that it was not even a skill. Another dual-bladed swordsman walked across the battlefield, and behind him was only a carpet of bodies. It was Kira, the leader of the Shadow Mercenaries. She didn't understand where her team had gone. The jungle was full of monsters, and she was completely lost on this island. When I finally saw the first living soul, a strange guy who pointed a sword at the beast. A silver-maned leopard and an aura user, Kira noted. Even if the guy had the ability to control aura and could have become a promising seeker, his enemy was too strong. This was a local-level boss, the mercenary captain thought, and decided that while he dealt with the monster, she could infiltrate the kingdom. Kira mentally apologized to the seeker who was about to die. She had to fulfill her promise. The Shadow Mercenaries agreed to gather on the island of Bad Luck in 3 days and take back what the game had taken from them. She dreamed of getting territory in a new land and becoming an aristocrat. And then hello to a comfortable life, the mercenary rejoiced. Lai tore his hair out. He simply forgot that this was an island of bad luck because you can meet a monster even on the way to the toilet. With a big difference in levels, even the sword's aura won't help him, Lai thought. Last time he was helped by the evil shadow that covered the entire island. As soon as he swings at the leopard, it immediately counterattacks. But he couldn't just stand still. Even though Lai didn't suffer as much as before, his sword aura consumed a lot of energy. In passing, he remembered that he had magic, with the help of which he dealt with the Emerald Tiger. But Cloud said that now was the time to show everything he had learned, and it would be right to use only a sword. Lai was wondering if he would die now, whether it would be murder or suicide, when the leopard charged at him. In any case, death is death. Because of Cloud's words, he won't even get insurance, Lai thought, and took a stance to repel the attack. He was already mentally saying goodbye to his parents and sisters and was preparing to die. But nothing happened, and Lai simply fell into a stupor. He didn't understand why the leopard was so slow, and Cloud easily took it down with a couple of blows. The natural enemy wasn't activated, there was a difference in levels, and they still won easily. It was the power of the sword's aura. Lai was surprised. He did not expect such power from himself. Cloud proudly declared that this wasn't even good enough for a warm-up, even though their health had become dangerously low. On the appointed day of meeting with Mantis in the floating garden, Mantis sat at a table in the middle of a beautiful garden full of fragrant herbs and flowers. Lai was a recognized seeker by Marcel, and Mantis wanted to find out what kind of person he was. Minute by minute, the proud aristocrat showed up for the meeting, but walked with a trembling gait. Cloud spoke directly, completely unfriendly, and asked if it was Mantis. The man in front of him introduced himself properly and offered to sit down. Mantis thought that the whole earth shook from Laius's gait. Cloud returned the greeting as etiquette demanded. But in reality, he was dead tired and could barely keep himself from collapsing onto the floor. Checking all sorts of things, he brought himself to such a state, having dispersed all the monsters on the island of bad luck. Cloud tried hard to hide the pain he was feeling as he moved and asked what Mantis's business was with him. Then Mantis used his magic, and dark energy came out from his fingers. The rings on his hand were sensitive to black magic and instantly darkened as Cloud approached. Besides, it was the first time Mantis had seen such a rich, dark color. He didn't understand what kind of darkness was hidden in this man, and Lai didn't understand why they just looked at him and didn't offer him a seat. But then came the time for the flashback that no one was expecting. But it came. Mantis has been bullied in the past, tripped up, and mocked for his fascination with curses and heavy metal. The young fan of culture is ready. He decided that he will prove to those ignoramuses the power of witchcraft and the true value of this magic. Then he spoke in the main auditorium of the Magic Tower, in front of everyone. He showed them that if you use magical power, you can move dead animals at will, although this had its problems. Many religiously minded wizards were outraged by his research, and his magic was called despicable. Mantis asked them not to rush and first look at the essence. This magic had its own purpose, but everyone demanded that the dean make an immediate decision. Even though he valued diversity, this magic was unacceptable, in the opinion of many. But Dean asked Mantis in a good-natured voice if he had decided what to call this magic. And he said that from now on, he would call this magic black, and the culture of the Goths would be resurrected. After this, the new magic was accepted, but Mantis's glory did not last long. He believed that the interference with the worldview could be solved with the help of black magic, but for several years he had made no progress. As a result, several years later, due to interference in the worldview, a magical tower appeared on Earth. Mantis believed that there was a way to prevent this from happening, but he could do nothing alone, and he spent his days beating himself up. But who would have thought that outside of Arcana there would be someone with incredible sensitivity to black magic? And Mantis thought that with such a person he could go beyond the scope of research. Lai interrupted him from his long thoughts and asked if the matter for which he had been called was connected with the color of his rings. Cloud stated that he could only spare him one tea and took a sip of the tea he had brought. Mantis explained that these rings are sensitive to black magic. In other words, they measure his talent for magic. It was the same magic as normal, only it used different powers, Mantis added. If ordinary magic was based on observation and interference in it, that dark magic used the inner darkness as magical power, which is what made it different. Black magic is created under the influence of the mind that manifests it, especially the past. The deeper it is, the more powerful magic it possesses. But seeing Cloud's sensitivity to black magic, Mantis was horrified by how dark of a past he had experienced. Lei thought at first that it was about his 8th grader fantasy syndrome. It was too awkward, the magic of a public execution. But maybe it was because of the past he created for Cloud, Lei thought. Cloud said that it was very unpleasant to judge a person's past on the first meeting and called it bad form. Mantis immediately became sad and apologized for his carelessness. He said that he would definitely punish himself by reporting this to the elders so that they could hold him accountable. But it was too much of a burden for Cloud to bear, and the proud aristocrat said he would accept the apology. After all, the spirit of the seeker is the virtue of the scholar. He did not feel hatred towards the scholar who was true to his path and desired to study black magic. Mantis immediately beamed at these words of support. He too was partial to high-flown speeches. And Lai couldn't help but wonder if it was possible to use black magic if the mana was depleted, if they had different sources. As soon as Mantis heard his words expressing interest in his magic, he immediately tried to recruit Cloud to the dark side of the Force. The situation was identical to that of the Knight Captain Harkon, who also called him to the path of the sword. But at that very second, Cloud received a notification that the number of mages supporting him had increased by 1. But since he had already achieved his goal, he immediately decided to leave. Lai was afraid that if he stayed here a little longer, they would definitely make him a graduate student in the tower. He returned to the lab and remembered that the graduate student was already here and busy with research. While he was reading the books, the talking scroll appeared again, and there were many messages with offers to meet. Following Mantis, many other wizards recognized him. Lai was pleased that the black magician was so influential. Lai increased his influence and relations in the Tower of Magic, the one that could change the world. After the kingdom of bad luck, now the tower was in his hands. But Cloud simply threw the spam into the trash. Nothing changed for him. Lai was indignant. The arrogant aristocrat could have simply rejoiced with him. And then they got some new feature and stared at the notification. Lai's eyes widened as he read the contents of the notice. The news was discussing the first kingdom of Arcana formed on Earth, on the island of bad luck, and how many credits had already been invested in it. An expert witness said it was a wise decision aimed at the future that is just around the corner. Thanks to this investment, the Gaian Guild has already risen to 3rd place in the world. Ted asked John what he thought about this. His brother said that he was thinking about how to pay Lai. Ted agreed with his brother, and it was only thanks to this acquaintance that they rose in the rankings. Moreover, he, like no one else, understood that if it were not for Lai, John would not be in this world. Ted was determined to pay back, and first finished the restoration work on the island of bad luck. Of course, the internet was full of debates among those envious of their success. People wrote that in times like these, one needs to unite and share. This was nothing new. The Myth Guild used money to lobby for their interests in various governments, and thus promote their group. This time they went too far and bribed an entire minister, but John didn't understand. He didn't understand how it was possible for politicians to be involved, for ordinary players. One of the pettifoggers lay on the bed, drugged by magic. The leader of the group Myth, like all real villains, drank wine while looking at the city at night. She contacted her secretary and asked to cancel everything for tomorrow. The secretary was surprised because tomorrow there was an important meeting with the deputy, but he quickly agreed. Mrs. Isel told him to tell the deputy that she was going to the island of bad luck for an important meeting. While Cloud was exploring the new functions that were available to him in the Mage Tower, his phone was ringing off the hook. It was his sisters again, and he was surprised that they were writing to him again. and he took his phone to see what was there. At the same time, the magic tower parchment spam appeared again and jumped into his hand, demanding attention. It was someone he had not previously contacted via magical communication. It was the sorceress Maya. She had written to him earlier. But since he had not answered, she had the nerve to call. But her scroll was pushed aside by another piece of spam parchment that also wanted something from Lai. A second later, it all became a completely uncontrollable chaos of scrolls. Looking at the stream of spam that was rushing towards him, Lai realized that it was time to run, and Cloud made a decisive attack in the opposite direction. Hearing this story, the king of the island of bad luck, Akuna, laughed. Now he understood why Lai had asked for a quiet place to rest, where he could drink tea in peace. But this was understandable, given that Lai became the investigator, the chief magician. So it was worth rejoicing at such a recognition of the magicians, the king said. But the proud aristocrat said that he did not accept formal courtesies. These were bribes of social relations, tokens of gratitude, nothing more. Akuna laughed even louder. These were words worthy of his benefactor. It was clear why. Even the great sin of greed bowed before him. The king asked if he had seen the latest videos, which clearly showed him defeating great evil. Lai apologized because at that time his younger sister called him. As soon as he picked up the phone, she started yelling at him to know his limits. After which she parodied the pompous words that Cloud said to the king of the resort, so that he would wake up from his greed. "It's time to correct the mistakes," said the younger sister, making a serious face. Their friendly laughter came from the phone, and Lai quickly ended the call. He asked the resort king for a place to stay. Lai was getting really tired of all this social media nonsense. The king immediately offered him the title of duke and the opportunity to choose the lands to his taste. But this was burdensome, so Laius asked for one room. He was given a new, comfortable bungalow for one person. Cloud immediately put his jacket in the closet and began to undress. He was terribly ashamed, because now the whole world knew about his inclinations. Because Gayun posted a video of him, it gained hundreds of millions of views and he was already thinking about suing them. When I experienced a strange and unpleasant feeling and froze. It was dust, Cloud realized, and he pushed aside all thoughts of simply resting. The Gaian Guild set up a real camp in the place where the largest construction was taking place. Ted was in his tent looking stunned. In one day, their company's shares fell sharply in price, and it was all because of a bad article that the Myth Guild posted. The Myth, still under the guise of nobility and concern for everyone, offered to share the rights to restore the island, and their influence grew. The article presented everything as if the disbandment and absorption of Gayun was already a fait accompli. Ted was indignant, so that it could be heard even from outside. To make matters worse, it was said that Ted was in love with Isel and was pursuing her to marry him. The guard stopped the guest. Ted screamed that he hated the missing woman, Isel, and she asked him why when she walked in. Isel herself came to their camp in person, although no one invited her. The brothers were alarmed because there was a guard at the entrance who couldn't let her through. The insidious woman asked him what he could know about her and smiled dangerously. Ted asked how she got in, since there were many members of their guild outside. John immediately rushed to the exit and saw that their guards were lying unconscious. Turning to her, he asked if she understood what it meant to attack the members of the Gaian Guild. But the cunning woman slyly asked what kind of attack they were talking about. Looking into John's eyes, she asked him if he was sleeping alone, and her black tentacles reached out to him. John felt a familiar feeling. Sewell was the daughter of the richest conglomerate, and completely shamelessly, she was the one who quickly raised her guild in the rankings. Ted yelled at her again, asking if she realized she was being rude. Recently, John became interested in how the Myth Guild bribed the parliament, since it was the politicians who contributed to their growth. And now he realized that there could be mind control magic behind it. But there was no such thing among the game skills, so they could not do such things. John wanted to tell Ted about it, but he could not move. Esau chuckled again and told him that there was no point in even resisting. Just like when a lower demon had taken possession of him, John recognized the feeling. Cloud saw the guards lying on the ground near the tent and headed inside. He came inside and said that he had just finished cleaning, and here again was the musty air which he could not stand. He headed straight towards Isel and surprised everyone with his appearance. He looked at the woman, full of cunning and lies, but still confident that her deception would not be revealed, and told her that she was a demon. He showed her a video of him speaking to King Akuna with those same pathos-filled words that made him feel ashamed. And it turned out that he was addressing Ted, and asked if he, like a demon, enjoyed the suffering of others. Ted was immediately shocked that he had done something wrong. Isel, who for a second thought that she had been exposed, smiled. She wanted to get information about Lai from Gayun, but she couldn't even imagine that he would come to her himself. Lai didn't seem like anyone special, and she was surprised that he actually defeated the great evil, and then she turned to him. The cunning woman thought that the great evil was not so great, and introduced herself to Laius. She touched him on the shoulder and asked if he had heard of her, and although it was disappointing, it was even better this way. And when she already thought that getting the island would be easier than it seemed, Lai harshly knocked her hand away. Lai returned to his brothers, and since Ted had forgotten how to speak, he demanded that John explain himself, leaving Esau to wonder at his failure. John said that since there were false rumors spread about the kingdom of bad luck and lie, there were also media outlets that accused them of collusion and personal preferences. They couldn't ignore such black PR and posted the unedited video online. John apologized for not being able to resolve the issue differently. Lai realized that the source of the propaganda was the Myth Guild when Isol approached him again, angry at being ignored. In a vicious voice, she asked if it was okay to show such disdain for people. Lai returned the reproach, saying that while he was talking to Ted, it was impolite to interrupt them. But from this point of view, it was he who interfered in their conversation with Ted, Isol said. She was furious, but it didn't matter, because for succubi, people are just food. When she reached out her hand to Lai, his natural enemy was activated. Lai immediately realized that he was facing a demon when his fighting abilities increased. A crowd of screaming macaques with phones in their hands ran to Gaian's tent, chasing a sensation. These people were shouting loudly as if they had caught the Gaian Guild at the scene of a crime, and wanted to tell the whole world everything about them. Isol perked up. She hadn't expected such attention, and John adjusted his glasses. That was his plan. He told her that she was not the only one who could manipulate the media, and what was the point of her bribing newspapers and news channels? There were many slackers in the world who were happy with any inside information, just to collect subscriptions and donations on the wave of hype. Cloud looked at the scavengers, fake dealers, and knife sellers with disdain. Isol said indignantly that they wouldn't be able to talk here, and putting her hand on his shoulder, she suggested that they go into solitude. But Cloud proudly barked back, no. He was exceptionally good at refusing everyone. Isol stared at him, completely stunned. Once again, she had failed. Cloud said he didn't do meetings without prior arrangements. She should learn some etiquette and then come back if she wanted a meeting. Isol, with a page with millions of subscribers, a star, the owner of a conglomerate, a guild myth, was rejected. The internet of housewives exploded. Everything she wore, drank, consumed became fashionable and sold out. Everyone liked her. And then the subject of the posts and videos instantly changed, because haters are always looking for someone to trash, and for what reason? Isol was terribly angry that Lai had not been swayed by her charm when she read the news. All she could do was whisper like a psycho that she would kill him in front of a broken mirror. When her reflection, with glowing red eyes, told her to shut up, the demon reminded her that this body was not hers. After all, the entire guild was then destroyed by the demon. All its people fell. The demoness grabbed her face and asked why she should spare the man. The succubus suggested that Isol take revenge on everyone who hates, despises, and ignores her. Then Isol promised to do anything if this happened. The demon gave her everything she needed and asked what else she needed, and Isol plaintively objected that she didn't want it. Isol said that it was the demoness who should die, not Lai, but she replied that without her the girl would be worth nothing. She called her ungrateful and her birth a mistake, and, seizing the shard of mirror, brought it to her throat. Isol was able to regain control of her body and tried to kill herself, but the demoness did not let her do it. The demoness recoiled from the mirror. She said that she had given Isol the wealth and glory she so desired. No one could ignore her anymore. That was Isol's wish. But she got all this because her father was a very rich man. Isol objected. The demon inside panicked. It was dangerous. Their body had lost a lot of blood. Isol told the demon that it was he who was afraid of being alone, not her, and stabbed herself in the stomach with the shard. Before she died, she remembered Lai's pure, open face. That man saw her, Isol realized. He was looking not at the demon, but at the frightened, lost girl behind him. Then he left and told her that they would see each other again and waved goodbye. The demoness could not stand it and became even more angry. This man irritated her. She won't die just like that, the demoness told herself, and promised to take revenge. The human body was so weak, the demoness was looking for someone to absorb in order to recover. Covered in blood, she opened the door to her room, where her security guard stood outside. He saw the blood and became concerned about her condition and wanted to call an ambulance. But dark shadows crept along the walls of the hotel, and the guard fell silent forever. Lai felt an uneasy feeling again, his natural enemy ability activated. He said into the darkness that since she was sneaking up on him so late at night, she still hadn't learned any manners. Cloud said that although this was not the guest he was expecting, he would still be happy to chat with her. Cloud was welcoming, but Lai was wary of the uninvited guests. But after a minute of silence, when no one entered the door, Lai sighed with relief, because it was late and the demons were probably asleep. She appeared from the window and said that he was smarter than she thought. Lai's sudden appearance made his heart sink, but he was saved by Cloud, who always knew how to keep a straight face, even in such situations, and reproached the demon for using the window. As for manners, he himself told her to come back when she was ready, the demoness reminded. But she said that she had forgotten about it, and Lai noticed that he no longer saw Isol's silhouette behind him. He thought she had fallen asleep again and told the demoness that he couldn't see Isol. The demoness put her hand to her face to suppress a carnivorous grin and said that his words were nonsense, because she was here. Or he's looking for a dead girl, the demoness quipped, to the demon hunter's horror. The demoness said that the girl was dead because she suddenly went berserk and started stabbing herself. Something had shocked her. But what could she do? The demoness grinned maliciously. This was unexpected for Lai. The demoness continued and said that Isol was dead and that Lai was to blame for this. She was talking some kind of utter nonsense, the demoness said, as if the girl could understand that Lai saw her, her true essence. Isol was greatly affected by the scandal surrounding her father, when it was revealed that he had an illegitimate daughter and was cheating on his family. At that time, she was very little and lived with her mother. When this article came out, Isol was 8 years old and an innocent child. Even though she was not guilty of anything, the sleepless slackers and losers and other haters spread her face all over the internet. She was bullied at school, they threw mud at her, and called her mother a fraud. Her mother fell into a deep depression and could no longer take care of her daughter, so her father took her into custody. This story only made the demoness laugh harder. Several years passed. His daughter became a player, and her father used her to the fullest. He didn't care at all whether she was alive or not, and she did it again and again, taking risks to get recognition. She wanted to show everyone who pointed fingers at her that she was the proud daughter of her father, and to take revenge on those who brought her mother to such a state. But until the very end, she had nothing to worry about, the demoness said. She openly mocked the girl whose body she had taken over and said that her death was pathetic. But then Lai ordered her to be silent, and there was steel in his voice. Without even noticing it, the demoness trembled like a leaf from the sounds of his voice. His mental strength was overwhelming. He asked her how dare a demon speak so arrogantly, being a brat. Cloud told her to leave. For the first time, the demoness experienced the state of fear that Cloud had inflicted on her. The grim demon hunter said he had had enough of talking to his prey. Lai felt like he was transported into someone's subconscious. It looked as if he was performing an exorcism, but strangely, without an offering. Someone ran past him in the corridor, and Lai turned around. It was a child who looked remarkably like Cloud in his childhood. At that time, his family was still alive, and the boy grew up happy and diligent. Lai realized what was going on in his character's mind, and his heart sank painfully. The picture changed, and he saw the Count growing up. He was darker than a cloud, and silently looked ahead while his face remained motionless. Everyone he knew was sacrificed in some demonic ritual. Now Lai experienced it not as his own invention, but as the memories of a real person. This was what Cloud experienced, and now he did too. Feelings that made him decide to reject himself and spend the rest of his life destroying demons. His anger was so great that it drove the demons into a frenzy. How dare a demon insult human pride? Cloud asked, and the demoness's eyes rolled back. He was angry that the demon was mocking Isol's pride, who had risked herself to earn her father's recognition. The demoness was trembling and could no longer move or stand on her feet. She fell to her knees and bowed low before him, begging for a quick and easy death for one like her. The fire arrows that Cloud summoned pierced her. Cloud leaned over the girl and addressed Isol after the ritual was completed. Smiling, the aristocrat said that he saw her pride, and she was worthy of praise. The girl, touched by these words, looked into his face. The dark shadows went away and tears ran down her beautiful cheeks. Lai wanted her to rest quickly after everything that had happened, and was worried about her. But Cloud's filter told her to go cry at home. But the girl closed her eyes and began to lean towards him. The aristocrat had no choice but to pick her up. Although Isol stabbed herself with a knife, there were no visible wounds. But due to blood loss, the girl fainted. Cloud decided to put her down first, when Yena burst into the room screaming, having come to save him. She thought she sensed a demon, so they quickly assembled a patrol and came for him. But they caught him putting Isol to bed. And of course, everyone got it wrong. Yenna began to apologize for the invasion of privacy. Cloud simply said that it was a misunderstanding. In any case, they apologized to him very much, said Yenna, whose cheeks began to blush. The first to jump out of his bungalow was the deputy captain, who said that Mr. Lai was a fool. Yenna was as shocked by this as Lai himself. After they left, Lai sat on the sofa for a long time and came to his senses. He came to the resort of bad luck to take a break from everything. But this day just didn't want to end. It was much easier to kill the great evil, he thought, and received a class upgrade. There was also a stir in the game analyst's headquarters. From the news, a new update of the northern city Frost was on the doorstep. It was a real metropolis of Arcana by medieval standards. There would be shops and a forge, analysts expected. Many people greeted this update with great optimism because they remembered this city in the game. All the talk was about this update, and people, of course, chatted non-stop. But the new quest that Lai received in connection with this did not inspire any optimism. In Frost, there was a Demon King who needed to be found, the task reported. The Demon King in the middle of a huge city, Lai was indignant. This was crazy. He had to tell other people about this. Meanwhile, Cloud was immersed in another flashback about a training camp for demon hunters, where they were struck down by the obvious. The Demon Kings are strong, the instructor said. Moreover, there are many of them, and they have their own ranks. So he handed Cloud a thick book and told him to read it from cover to cover. It contained the names and characteristics of all the kings. Then he had to memorize a thick book in 2 hours. This was a special kind of bullying from the instructor. Lai later found out that it was an optional quest, but he still managed to spend 10 hours on it. But for Cloud, it was a pleasant memory. Afterwards, Cloud wrote a comment warning about demons, but there was zero reaction to it, so Lai simply threw the phone away. Lai fell asleep, thinking that even the Demon King would have a hard time acting openly in a huge city, and looked forward to the entertainment. First, he wanted to visit the Magic Tower and see what they had done for him. Unfortunately, Lai couldn't calmly switch off because of what he had posted online, and he was still spinning around when the messenger arrived. It was an express delivery by parrots from the Magic Tower. They brought him the items he ordered. The bird was outraged that it was constantly being exploited for a handful of seeds and flew away. Lai was glad that he didn't have to go to the tower himself and unwrapped the bundle. Inside was a ring with a pure emerald. It restored vitality after receiving damage. The effect was maximum. It was amazing. Without any conditions, it just gave him back his health points if he took damage. But for such qualities, it had to be expensive. Lai was worried and began to look at the prices of such products. Next, he pulled out a handkerchief made of crucian scales, which shone brightly and increased the fire attribute, avoid damage, and increased the aesthetic attribute. Lai was surprised. He was almost driven out of his own body by a bright light. He clearly saw the word masterpiece. It was an item that had a unique rank, the value of which exceeded billions of credits, and Lai remembered Cloud's words. Get the best at any cost. And now Lai was holding the bill for the services rendered. He didn't know what would happen if he couldn't pay, but Cloud liked the aesthetics attribute, and he immediately put the handkerchief back in place. If Cloud liked something, there was nothing he could do about it, Lai thought. Lai remembered that he had left some unallocated stat points after banishing the succubus and invested them into luck. He could only pray that something would change. Cloud took out a gift from Marcel. It was a vest that went well with the scarf. And then he received another class quest notification. The Demon King was postponed but asked to complete another quest. At the headquarters of the Eastern Guild, the directors were scolded for the failures of their leader. Their rating lagged far behind Gaian. The leader began to make excuses that he would make up for lost time in the new location. Blood from a paper cut running down his cheek. The principal told him to commit seppuku next time if he failed. The leader and his thunder team walked down the corridor. Everyone was in the mood to kill. His men were worried about him, but he didn't show it and said that Frost had appeared on the southern island. This was classified information for now. Their country uses everything to delay other players and give them time to enter the city first, although it was very risky. The assistant became agitated and raised his voice, so the leader punched the wall to calm him down and let off some steam. Frost was a city of barbarians, and Ted was barbarian number 1, he reminded his assistant. Whether on the vampire's domain or on the island of bad luck, they had been pushed back many times and there would be no more failure, the leader said. He ordered them to tell the rest of the guild to head to the eastern island. He warned his analyst that he should be more careful in his actions if he did not want to commit seppuku instead of him. The analyst was scared to death and said he would be careful. Someone just got a message and told his friend to get ready and leave for the island. He hurried him because the insider message could come not only to them. The information leaked everywhere possible, and soon all the teams knew about the place where an entire city had appeared. It reached the Berserker Guild. Grumpy Leia warned her friend not to take a swimsuit to the island. The young streamer was also beside himself with happiness to find out where the next adventure would be, and was collecting donations for the trip. A former barbarian city, it was the main player base when Arcana was just a game. There was everything you need. Shops, bots that give tasks, blacksmiths, a real medieval metropolis. This was the city where humanity's counterattack began. If its contents were preserved, it would definitely be useful to players. But the island met them with faults and cordons of security forces, and forced the players to wait behind the cordon in the cold. Ted, hearing that they were not allowed in, was terribly angry. The blood of the barbarians boiled in him. John heard his violent brother arguing and decided to go over and calm him down before things got worse. It turned out that local law enforcement officers were demanding a foreign passport from the player, which had never happened before. John thought his brother had misunderstood something, but it turned out that they had indeed set up border controls there. The cordon of people was tight. The police and the army were involved, so no one could get through. The local guild leader urged his men to get their chance to enter the city first and ran through the forest. But when they reached the gate, they froze in bewilderment. Before them appeared the horrific spectacle of the execution and torture of an entire city. Someone immediately threw up. People were demoralized to see this instead of noisy streets with food. Someone asked the leader what next. But before he could get his answer, he lost his life. A huge claw pierced him through and through. Somehow, they didn't notice how a demon of such size snuck up on them, but the picture looked creepy. The team immediately found themselves in hell. People started running in terror, and the group leader froze in place. And then he realized that the biggest problem in his life was not seppuku at all, looking at the stinking mouth of the monster. A few hours ago, Lai was in his personal bungalow. Isel was still sleeping in his bed after what happened. More precisely, she pretended to be asleep. When she woke up, she remembered everything that happened in the evening. The girl jumped out of bed, not understanding how she had managed to survive, how long she had been sleeping there, and hoping that she had not done anything indecent. She was very ashamed because when Lai praised her, she burst into tears like a little girl, and she was worried that she had caused him inconvenience. Lai studied his status window. The quest had updated. The Demon King had started to act again, but there was a chance that the quest would fail. It depended on some criterion that had not yet manifested itself, and Lai decided to find out everything on the spot. He thought about waking up Isel first, but when he looked in her direction, the girl had already stood up herself and was waiting embarrassedly for him to finish. Lai almost died of a heart attack once again from her unexpected appearance. It's good that Cloud knew how to keep a straight face. Isel thanked him and said that she was sorry that he had to save her. She said she was ready to repay her debt in any way, and the mood in the room became hot and languid. Lai almost choked at the sudden change with the possessed Isel not acting so nice. Cloud took out an envelope with a bill from the magic tower, since she herself suggested it. The hero was no longer tormented by his conscience. Lai thought that he had done the right thing, that he had invested in luck. The meta prayer had helped. But when I read the receipt from the tower, I saw that all services were free, and I understood what function was turned on in the tower. But there was nothing to ask her for now, Cloud thought, and remembered that he had just run out of tea when there was a knock at the door. Harkon peered inside and noticed that one guest had already gotten ahead of him. He whispered that he now realized that the rumor about his assistant having his heart broken was true. But Cloud said that it was all slander. King Akuna followed Harkon in and said he had business with Laius, who did not understand why there were more and more people in his house. Isel turned on her sneaky self again and decided to introduce herself. Putting on her businesslike face, she said that she was glad to meet the king of the island and Harkon. Lai was amazed at her split personality. Harkon had heard of her, for her name and beauty were famous. But the king turned to Laius again, omitting the pleasantries. It was important for him to know his opinion. Isel was amazed that the king of the island of bad luck personally came to Lai for advice. Recently, an Arcanian had come to their island and wanted to start his life over, Akuna said, and wanted Lai to deal with him himself. The king offered to call him now, and asked to send away the guest who had entered the kingdom's territory without permission, and looked at Isel. Lai realized that this was actually why Akuna had come here. Lai turned to the girl, and she shuddered from his voice alone. She was very worried and blushed. He told her to go home and calculate how much the Myth Guild was willing to invest in the Island of Misfortune, and bring the document to the next meeting. For Lai, it was a way to settle the conflict, and Isel was glad to have the opportunity to meet him again. Lai read the quest notification and his face twisted in anger. Isel took this personally, thinking that she had been exposed and promised not to hide anything from him anymore. But Lai told everyone that he had to leave immediately, to the city of Frost. Harkon was surprised at what he could possibly need there and demanded an explanation. Lei told them that the Demon King had settled in this city. A bar of survivors appeared in the quest window, so Lai was in a hurry. At the site of the Frost City Rift, chaos was still going on, and players were not allowed beyond the cordon. Ted shouted that he had a bad feeling, but they didn't listen to him and demanded that he leave. But Ted knew that the local guild had long since entered the rift, only there was no news from them. But the guild's rating didn't change at all, and they were supposed to go in there and do something and immediately rise, Ted told the guard. The leader of the group, Shining, came up to them. He was embarrassed by Ted's shouts, but he also felt something was wrong. He told the guards that their actions violated the game's agreements and could lead to conflict and even war. Ted was shocked that someone could say something like that with such impudence. But at that moment, the guard received a message. They received orders to retreat and change positions, and the soldiers immediately moved out of the way. Ted was surprised that they were leaving, as if they were scared by the words of the leader of the Radiance Guild. But then fresh footage from drones arrived, and in it the guild that entered the rift first became a good snack for the demons. The leader was informed that the government would soon send a bomber after them, on the principle of kill all who know their own. The rift was in an accessible location and modern weapons could be used, but this would expose the players to attack. But maybe they will die before the missiles reach, the leader thought as the guy next to him was killed. Turning around, he realized that he was left completely alone, in the middle of the carnage, where only the cries of the dying could be heard. They called him for help, but he stood there, unable to move. This is the end, the leader thought, watching the monster's huge mouth approaching him. But then he heard screams and saw a blue flash of unusual magic. The leader remembered this light. He had already seen it in the vampire rift. The huge demon in front of him split in two with one blow. Ted grabbed him by the collar and the defeated leader asked why they were there. Ted said it was punishment for his insolence, and he was going to leave things as they were, but Lai asked him for help. The guy looked at the hill. There stood a lonely man in a suit. It was Lai. He looked majestic and spoke like an emperor on the battlefield. Lai gave the order, and his lion-hearted knights charged down the hill. A fierce battle ensued, and the demons fell one after another, unable to withstand the onslaught of the knights. This was Frost's pre-story, Lai thought, and was angry at what the Demon King had done to the people. Cloud said that the demon's arrogance was ridiculous and promised to put an end to it, to him and all his minions. Harkon looked around the city and the many human victims. When Lai told him about the Demon King, he took his word for it. But he couldn't even imagine that everything would be so bad. And even without knowing this, Lai was in a hurry to save everyone alone. Harkon thought about him. The survival rate was dropping so fast that Lai really couldn't wait. If he came here alone, he would definitely die. He ignored Cloud's pompous remarks, who was still partial to theatrical inserts. Lai was glad that Harkon had gone with them. The man could be relied upon. A few hours ago, King Akuna tried to stop him. He had no doubt in Laius's skill, but the Demon King was too strong. He said that he would gather an army and asked to postpone the departure. Harkon agreed with the king of the resort. Laius's life could be in danger, but Cloud confidently told them that he would punish the demon, and risk could not be a reason to hesitate. Harkon chuckled last time. Lai said the same thing. He just couldn't let him go alone, and Lai bit his lip to keep from rushing them. He saw the line of survivors that was rapidly decreasing. Harkon promised the Emperor to return when he had punished all the demons, and here he promised to be Laius's sword. And thanks to Laius, his clouded mind was cleared, Harkon told them. He promised to continue to be true to his oath. Since Harkon promised to protect Laius, the king of the resort could rest easy. But that meant the island's defenses would be weakened for a time, Lai recalled. And then Isel intervened in their conversation and promised to do it. She caused trouble for everyone and asked to be allowed to fix it. Lai didn't know what to say, but Akuna thought that everything could be considered settled. He promised to pray for Lai's safety and asked for peace to be brought to the city of Frost. Cloud said he had no choice but to respect their wishes, and putting his hand on Harkon's shoulder, he said that they should hurry. If the survivor's indicator dropped below, he would fail the mission. The rescued guild leader asked Ted what his words meant, that he should thank Lai for saving him. The thing is, the Lai told them as soon as they entered the rift that saving the survivors was a priority. And Ted just wants to score points with Lai, and saving people wasn't a bad idea, so they agreed. The guy grabbed his head. Even his homeland wanted to bury him along with the city. He didn't understand why it was their competitors who came to save him. Lai looked around the battlefield. The knights were doing well. It was not for nothing that they were called the strongest in the empire. In front of the castle gates lay a red carpet, a path for a true hero. Thanks to them, Lai was able to get to the castle faster than he expected. The leader of the group, the Radiants, flinched when he felt something strange. They attacked the castle from another gate. Camilla asked him what was the matter, and his men were already tired of waiting at the gate. The guy remembered that he had recently seen a funny post on the bulletin board. They wrote nonsense there about Frost, but today they came here and then he read it. It was Lai's message that the Demon King was in the city. Those who wish may flee immediately, but those who decide to fight must rescue the survivors, Lai told them before the battle. The lazy streamer was rushing to the start of the fight. He overslept everything because of the excitement, and the viewers encouraged him to hurry up. When a flash of light illuminated everything, the leader of the group, the Radiance, was horrified by his thoughts that he could be stronger than Lai. He used light magic, and everything was illuminated by magical lanterns that hung in the air. And Lai conjured up a whole bunch of them so that the huge demons would no longer attack from around the corner in an open field. But then the lanterns turned into drops of water, which was even more surprising. The water turned to ice, and a freezing vortex descended upon the castle. Jessie admired the beauty of the magical trail, and regretted that it would not remain forever. Everyone nearby should be thinking the same thing, she thought. But her guild leader had no time for that. He thought that Lai was just a monster when they saw the fortress gates cracking at the seams. After that, they collapsed, crumbling into pieces, and the way was clear. Everyone who was in front of the castle received the task of besieging the city. Frost fell into the clutches of a demon. The system asked to free him and promised a reward. The task completely coincided with the post on the network that he read. Lai looked at the work done. Even Harkon was surprised by his strength, able to shorten the assault on the fortress in such a way. Never before had Harkon seen such a siege, and he had been through many. He told Lai that he was just waiting for the order to attack, but something was wrong. Lai felt that after breaking the gate, the evil energy only became stronger. There was something inside. Ted was already impatient to rush into battle, and he shouted to Lai to give the order to advance. He promised to give up the contribution points in favor of Lai and asked not to worry about it. But Lai shouted at him to stand still until he left. There were many demons outside the gate, which somehow the barbarian didn't notice until they appeared behind him. The magic of sudden appearances worked. Ted was dragged into the castle by the whole crowd, and before Lai gave the order to the knights to save him, Yenna was already on her way to the gate. On the move, she reached for her sword. After so much training on the island, she wanted to put it to use. Her blow neatly separated Ted from the rest of the monsters, surprising him quite a bit. A rain of shreds, which remained after one blow of the swordswoman, began to fall all around. Ted was surprised. Yen's sword handling had a barbarian feel to it. But that was not the end. Lai shuddered again and screamed. The monsters attacked them from above, which was clearly visible from the side. Before Lai could intervene, they were killed by a warrior who used long threads. The woman asked Alkari to open a portal near her. Several strange-looking people appeared next to Lai. He was surprised by how suddenly these warriors appeared, who were also going to invade the castle. The fat man began to take a deep breath and looked like a balloon. These people did not belong to the magic tower, but they could use portal magic. The fat man teleported to the woman and fell to the ground. The portal led downwards, and the old man suggested using it. Harkon immediately agreed. Cloud ordered the knights to follow Harkon. Lai decided to go on foot so as not to crash after exiting the portal. Harkon quickly joined the battle, next to Ted. The shadow mercenaries had ceded their contribution to Lai, and he didn't understand why. The woman extended her hand to Harkon and asked if he was the local commander, and introduced herself. Harkon was glad to hear that the king had sent his men, but he told them that he was not in command of the operation, and the mercenaries were surprised by this. He pointed at Laius, and the female leader turned around, thinking that she was lucky because she wanted to meet him and get land on the island of bad luck. But when she looked at Lai, she recognized him as the boy from the island, whom she had left alone when he was fighting the leopard. And then she realized the depth of her failure. Lai estimated the amount of their contribution, although now he did not know whether he received a lot or a little. More observers were broadcasting from the eastern gate of the castle, all carrying out the area task given in the rift. Each guild took part in a personal battle and stormed one of the 4 gates of the city. The Union Guild was gradually winning their battle. Their squad was numerous but well managed. They skillfully used ranged and close combat fighters, maneuvers, and defeated their enemies. They have already collected more than 1,000 contribution points through their actions, more than other guilds. This siege could well have changed the power ranking of guilds in the system. The leader was overjoyed. His team had excellent siege skills, throwing machines, and this was their finest hour. Meanwhile, Lias's contribution at the South Gate continued to grow and reached 35,000, devaluing the efforts of everyone else. Lai was hesitant to enter or not because he was afraid of traps, but the mercenaries used the portal for reconnaissance. Lai thought about those guys again and turned to face them. It was a small but very effective group. They could use any methods to achieve their goal. They were unfamiliar with morality. These were the same Arcanians that King Akuna had spoken of, Lai realized, the mercenary leader still afraid that he would recognize her. While Lai was thinking about what to do with them, an old wizard approached him. He said that he had looked through the portal window and reported that there was no ambush nearby. However, he warned him not to enter through the castle gates, as they were full of traps that could kill even a dragon. Moreover, the portal could not be created inside the castle because it was blocked by something strong. Lai insisted on a safe assault, and then Gina said that she knew a safe passage into the city. In case of danger, the city has an underground shelter, she said. This is the passage through which water is supplied to the main castle. One of the exits was located nearby by the wall, and most of the survivors are in the shelter. Ted immediately exclaimed. Now he understood why her skills were familiar to him. The city of Frost was her home. Ted only knew the closest entrance. He didn't know about the tunnel that led straight into the castle, and Gina said they could get there quickly. Ted reassured him and said that all the residents knew what to do in case of war, and the dungeon could be compared to catacombs. He was sure that all the survivors were there and encouraged Lai, but Yenna didn't look so optimistic. On his survivor meter, Lai saw the number of victims growing as they reached the gates. Ted said that there was magic on the passage that made him invisible to everyone except the barbarians. The magic seemed stable, and he thought that everything was fine. But when he looked inside, his heart turned into a block of ice. Lai already knew what he would see here. There were traces of a demon summoning on the walls. There were bloody seals everywhere. It was a sign of betrayal. Someone knew about the passage and summoned demons right here. He put his hand on the shoulder of the barbarian, who was beside himself with anger and was about to lose his mind. The knights laid out the bodies and cleared the passage to pay their respects to the dead inhabitants. The mercenary leader was outraged that they were caring for the dead in such a situation when the demon lord could ambush them. The old man from her squad objected that this was precisely why they were standing on the Karakul. But she was worried that the king of the resort had expressed his contempt for them by giving them under Lai's leadership. But the wizard said that she did not see magic and did not understand. He said that she just needed to wait a little while, and when the time came she would understand everything. He was very interested to know what the man in the black suit was thinking, but he was terrified. A zombie in armor and holding a sword appeared in front of Lai. It was the dead guard who had protected the dairy, and he died like that, his fate bringing horror to Lias. Then Yenna came up to him. It was good that Cloud always kept his cool. She was grateful that he let them collect the bodies. Many of the knights were from Frost. She wanted to know how to repay this favor, and Lai thought about how to support the girl who returned to her hometown. Cloud said that even if a person ignores the soldiers who died defending, no matter whose city, he will lose his pride. And Cloud said that he was simply protecting his pride and was drowning under its weight. He said theatrical lines again. But Jaina liked this romanticism. After all, people of the Middle Ages were simpler. Lai looked at him with shame for such consolation. Meanwhile, his contribution grew again, and already reached 40,000, although he did nothing. He thought it was the mercenaries outside fighting, but they would have given the signal when the knight came running and reported that they had found a passage. The knight led them, and Lai and Gina hurried after him. They found themselves in a hall that was completely filled with crosses. The knight said that in other passages things were the same. Everywhere there were crucifixes with people. Lai understood why there was a summoning circle made of blood and corpses. Just as a sacrifice was needed for the exorcism ritual, so too was it for summoning the demon king. This entire place, the entire city with its population, was sacrificed to summon the demon king. Thus, the contribution increases when they simply collect the bodies as a return of the offered sacrifice to the demon king. But suddenly an earthquake began, and they froze, fearing a collapse. However, it was not just an earthquake. Lai heard the thunder of hooves and shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Demons appeared and rushed to protect the victims of the demon king, his cavalry. Lai wondered if this was a surprise attack. In fact, the demon riders were running away from two enraged warriors. The whole procession rushed past them. The knights shouted to the captain, but he did not hear them. After they dealt with the demons, they returned to Lai. Everyone already knew that the bodies were sacrifices to the Demon King. Harkon knew that Lai would guess, and Ted reported that the demons were gathered in a crowd. The group of demons that rushed past were simply scouts who came to check on the summoning circle that they damaged when they collected the bodies. Lee said that the army would arrive soon, and therefore the legate of the Demon King, and at that moment the magic of the sudden appearance of enemies behind the back worked again. The rider appeared in the middle of a large room where only corridors led. He was on a horse, and no one saw him until the moment he struck. But the bone axe was stopped by a rock. Cloud had good reflexes. The legate grinned. Lai's magic seemed quite funny to him, and he didn't even move. Harkon recognized the same demon legate he had seen before appearing on Earth. He immediately attacked him for the atrocities that the demon had committed in the city. Then the legate used the magic of movement and again appeared behind Harkon. He also remembered the knight. Harkon was surprised that he had not noticed the demon's movements, who was surprised that several decades had passed and the knight had not aged. Harkon shouted that it had only been a few years, and the demon claimed that he had heard that before. Time flowed differently in Arkan and on Earth, 4 days there, 1 day here. Harkon had been training for several years, while the legate had been training for 4 times that amount. Meanwhile, demonic magic was activated, casting itself over the entire castle. The mercenary leader perked up, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that the entire castle rose into the air with the help of magic. The legate hovered over Harkon and confidently declared that he did not want to waste time dealing with them. Several bright flashes flew out from the portal that opened behind him. The legate told Harkon that if he wanted revenge, he should find him up in the castle. And then he, as the commander-in-chief of the Demon King's army, greets him under the dome of the sky. Lai, who had been standing steadfast all this time, was given the task of fighting the 10 legates of the Demon King, who were scattered throughout the city. The demon stood in front of them when a cry was heard for them to run. The catacombs began to collapse after the castle rose into the sky, and Harkon shouted at the demon to flee like a coward. Jaina shouted to him that the passage was already blocked by debris and the entire city was shaking. Harkon gritted his teeth. The only entrance for them was the hole in the ceiling. Even if they jump out of this dangerous place, the passage will collapse and the city will suffer serious damage. Harkon did not know how to protect the city from complete destruction. Cloud stepped forward and they shouted at him to be careful. Lee knew it was dangerous and he wouldn't be able to support the entire passage with his strength. Any stray stone could kill him. But Cloud still had to fix this collapse. He stopped the falling rocks and strengthened them so that they would not fall again. The city was illuminated by a bright flash of his magic. The guild leader of Radiance was once again shocked by Lai's power. The little girl saw the light and her mother shouted at her to close the window, fearing that the demons would notice them. But then a bright light penetrated their shelter, where all the survivors in the city had gathered. A warrior entered their shelters and told another warrior that she saw that all the demons at the southern gate were dead. Seekers, she said, and the warrior opened his mouth in surprise. He no longer expected salvation. The missing seekers returned. Ted did not believe that this was possible. He looked up. Cloud knew it would take a lot of effort, but he couldn't escape, and then his aesthetic stat activated. The pride of those who wanted to protect their city. The stones themselves transformed into a huge statue that supported the vault of the shelter. This is how Count Cloud saw their pride. Now he will carry the pride of those who defended their city to the end. He also turned the debris into columns in the form of guards with swords, which now supported the dungeon. Lai was terribly tired and no longer wanted to bear his pride. He had used up all his mana to build these columns. He was lucky that the Emperor's brooch restored 10% of his mana, otherwise the spell would have been interrupted. He realized that the columns took their form because of his new characteristic, the aesthetic. So far it only affected the appearance and increased the mana costs and complexity of the item. But he hoped that this would give him the opportunity to change the suit in the future. Harkon thought about the demon's words, about the difference in the flow of time in their worlds. If he had dealt with the legate a few years ago, Frost would not have suffered so much now, but now he had let him go again. A shadow hung over the ruins. At first everyone thought it was a cloud, but it was bats. They all flew in because they were lured by the light of Lai's spell. The knights prepared for battle. The knights understood that the mice were weak, but there were dozens of them, and they hoped to kill them all one after another. And then Lai saw, out of nowhere, a huge, bulging-eyed freak appear. Lai's natural enemy ability was activated. The monster was also a legate of the Demon King. It still tried to speak, but it came out as disgusting as it looked. The demon opened its toothy beak to swallow Lai, and he had no mana at all to defend himself. But then the demon was engulfed in blue light and lightning bolts. The sweet sorceress Jessie came to save him. She said that no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't leave the same magical mark as his. And yet she asked him how he liked her magic, and smiled welcomingly. Lai was grateful to be saved, but Cloud could only give out a poor assessment. And in all seriousness, he began to tell what magic should be like without excesses. But Jessie took it all well, and decided to write it down. Meanwhile, the mercenaries continued to sit in the backyard. There was no more news from those who were inside. Their leader thought that perhaps they had simply been forgotten, and the old man told her not to interfere. He was sketching a magical trace that he had just seen. The fat man pouted and silently listened as the leader became indignant about what was happening. When the watchful guard interrupted them and said that they were already surrounded. When their enemies were out of sight, the leader told them to prepare for battle. Shadows with red eyes quickly attacked their small group. But then it turned out that these attackers were not at all like demons. In the fog of war, the two squads did not see each other and mistook each other for demons. The barbarians living in a huge medieval city asked if they were responsible for the next world. Jessie looked at the statues that Lai had created while they waited for news. She killed one of the 10 legates in one fell swoop, which meant that it was not necessary to personally eliminate them all, thought Lai, seeing the notification. Ted reported that they had recovered almost all of the bodies of the sacrificed people, but he didn't think that the survivors Lai spoke of were in this place. Gayun's intelligence had checked everything, but they weren't very useful underground. Lai saw in his mission window that there were still survivors. But then a wizard from the portal appeared between them, and was finally able to teleport here. He wanted to report the situation outside to Laius, but then the barbarian appeared and asked if the chief was there. He was looking for the one who created the light over the city, which surprised Ted. He immediately recognized those to whom he owed his abilities, because his character was a barbarian. Others were also able to pass through the portal created by the wizard. And now, two old comrades, a resident of the Arcana and a seeker from the earth, met after a long time. The barbarians exchanged pleasantries while the others began to sniff Cloud. The leader of the survivors was glad that Ted survived. He had once raised him as a student. The barbarians liked the strong smell of Lai, as well as their leader, and it was surprising how these people were able to build a city. The leader of the survivors saw Laius and greeted him, praising the pillar of light above the city. Ted was frightened by the fact that his friend began to speak rudely and informally to the arrogant aristocrat. But Cloud understood perfectly well that this was not rudeness, but a manner of speech. He knew the culture of the barbarians, who immediately recognized him as a leader. The sniffers also began to determine the gender and race, as well as the pedigree of other members of the hero's retinue, and Jessie responded in kind. The barbarian leader said that they had a great leader, Kearney, who had saved many people. The barbarians lived in the forest near the city, and one day they saw smoke coming from it. The wind carried a foul smell, an ominous moon hung in the air, and Kern led them into the city. But what they saw when they ran to the city made them tremble. Legates of demons circled in the sky, and on the ground demons crucified people. The barbarians fought back and took the survivors, but the demons were too numerous and strong. Many died, and Kern himself was wounded. Years passed and they looked for survivors, but it only got worse. Demons were attracted to light, so people could not light even a small fire and died from hunger and cold. And when everyone was driven to despair and awaited their death, they saw the light at the end of the tunnel, although they were scared at first. But that light meant that there were more people outside, besides those sitting in the camp. In a city where everything had long been plunged into darkness, light shone again. The beam of light was so bright that it illuminated the entire city and everyone saw it. The barbarian thanked Laius and the other seekers who fought with him for their help. That is why he came here to speak about this on behalf of all saved people. The barbarians also promised to join the battle if he wanted to destroy the Demon King. The Demon King who took over the city was called Butaphoria. He was one of the 72 great demons. Since the Demon Lord summoned birds, the barbarians had a hard time fighting them, but they promised to create a ladder from their bodies if necessary. There was an awkward silence. Lai didn't know if they were joking or not. However, Cloud, after listening to them, refused in all seriousness, as if it was a real option. Everyone was confused, not understanding the reason, whether they were useless or he did not want to fight. Cloud explained that he was glad to help and would destroy the demons, but he didn't like collecting corpses. Moreover, it was necessary to set priorities correctly, he said, and turned to the wizard. He ordered him to send all the survivors to the Kingdom of Bad Luck and to give them shelter and food. With portal magic, it was easy. The wizard muttered that he would try, estimating how much it would cost to open the portal several hundred times. Lei then told Ted to go to the survivors and be with them. He wanted his guild to protect the people during the evacuation. The barbarians would be too busy, and he should take command. The wizard asked Lai where to go, but he said that he still had some things to do. Doves of peace had already appeared in the sky above him, flapping their wings madly to keep their crooked bodies in the air. One of the demons asked if he was the reason for the disappearance of their ugly brother. It was another legate, a higher level than the previous one. Cloud ordered everyone to leave and not look back, and activated his magic. The people shuddered when a portal they weren't expecting opened in their shelter. But they breathed a sigh of relief when familiar faces appeared from it and told them to hurry. People didn't believe they were saved, and Ted was glad that he was helping them. And at that moment, he received a class assignment. The fate of the barbarian overwhelmed him. This assignment was available only to one person in the world. But when he read the assignment, he became gloomy and asked his friend where Kern was. He said that their leader, as usual, was going on reconnaissance. Without thinking, Ted rushed towards the exit without saying anything. The barbarian shouted after him that it was dangerous to go alone, but he did not listen. Kern was an old friend of his whom Ted respected. Once upon a time, Ted was younger and wanted to take on the fate of a barbarian. Kern teased him that he could give it to her and seemed to be thinking about it. And then the barbarian, laughing, said that he would have to return in 40 years with this question. It was too much for Ted. He wanted it faster, but the chief only laughed. The fate of a barbarian can only be for one warrior in a class. When he reached the hill, he understood everything. It was a terrible picture of the execution of a great and powerful barbarian. He was dead, so the quest went to Ted. Something was squeezing his chest. And above him, an ugly, predatory chicken was already hovering, flapping its wings, looking out for fresh prey. His thoughts were empty. There was bitterness in his eyes, but he himself was thirsty for battle. He had become the new leader of the barbarians, and he had to prove himself. Lai sensed something was wrong, although he received no notification. Harkon asked him what was wrong with his face, and Cloud replied that everything was fine. He just had an ominous feeling. Fat chickens were still fluttering above them, just waiting to be shot. There were quite a lot of them, and each one was especially strong but even more ugly. Harkon suggested creating a ladder to reach the chickens, but Laius refused. The sky was the territory of these flyers. Even if they had poor aerodynamics, it was better to bring them down to Earth, Cloud said. The demons were outraged by the arrogance of some human worm. "They're attacking!" Harkon shouted at him, but the bark was already ready. He believed that since demons run away at the sight of light, it means it is harmful to them. A ball of light appeared in front of him. The bright light stunned the demons and they closed their eyes. Jesse, as a faithful student, watched the obvious use of magic. If you shine a flashlight in anyone's eyes, it would hurt. Cloud then decided to bring them down to the ground where the knights could deal with them, and remembered the lightning spell that Jesse had used. A chain discharge rolled through the monsters and all the freaks were quickly fried, so the knights were not needed. Jesse was as surprised as Lai himself that they were all taken down with one charge. Lai didn't understand when he became stronger, and thought that it was the monsters who were vulnerable to lightning. Jessie was beside herself with delight at his magic. Lai received notification that there were only 4 Demon King legates left. He looked at the flying castle island and felt an unpleasant feeling, but he was more worried about Ted. The old wizard's portal opened behind them and Cloud turned around. A barbarian appeared from the portal. He said that the people had already been saved, but Ted had not returned. Ted ran away alone to find the chief of the tribe, and since then there was no word from him. The barbarian was worried. Cloud took this news seriously and asked which direction they went. The talking bird held Ted in the air at arm's length, creating a dramatic pause so the hero could gather his strength and make a comeback. He was bleeding, and the monster's paw squeezed his throat. But the monster felt sorry for the hero and did not crush his neck right away while it could. The demon mocked the hero for deciding to attack him alone, and Ted's arms became completely weak. The legate's level turned out to be higher than he thought, and the monster waited until Ted began to beg him for mercy, according to the code of all villains. "You can't kill the hero unless it's necessary to advance the plot," he said, "and be sure to wait for the hero to recover." That's why the best student of the School of Villains did everything according to the book, and stalled for time, with ridicule, so that someone would have time to come to the rescue, or something else. He had to work hard and remind Ted of Kren, who had died ingloriously before, so that the viewer would believe in the danger. Demona said that the barbarian stupidly rushed into an attack in which there was no chance of success and squealed like a pig while doing so, and he found Ted's weak spot. He could tolerate ridicule towards himself, but not towards his old friend. He bit his lips until it hurt to force himself to move, because the demon was slandering Kern's name. In the end, Kren told the demon that he was in trouble because an impenetrable boar would soon arrive. Kern smelled a scent on the wind he hadn't smelled in a long time. He had chosen Ted from the start, and then a new leader will be born who cannot be compared to him, Kern said at last, and the demon swung. Ted seemed to hear his last will and the last words of the barbarian leader. He remembered his constant whining about the fate of the barbarians, and imagined how Kren would ask him now, and how he liked it. The demon waited impatiently for this man, but it occurred to him that it could be Ted. He laughed at the fact that such a weakling could cause admiration, and did not even sense the return of the hero. Somehow, Ted broke free from the demon's grip and grabbed it with his own teeth. He began to bite viciously at the thick skin covered with small feathers. The angry demon threw him down to the ground like an insect that had stung him. But somehow, his arm above the forearm also flew away along with the barbarian. The demon began to writhe in pain right in the air, without stopping flapping his wings. And Ted, who tore off the demon's hand with his teeth, with his mouth full, reminded him that he had told him not to mock Kern. The demon laughed nervously. He never understood why the villain textbook said to give the hero a chance, but he always did. Ted realized that Kern knew he was coming. Now all the conditions for the class were met, and the power to overcome was available to him. The demon told Ted not to worry because he would soon be in his stomach. But Ted activated a unique class skill, Call of the Wild, which had the word nature in its description 3 times. It was not clear how it worked. The hero's magic awakened. Ted became faster and stronger. He hit the monster with his hand, like a paw, right in the air and landed. Blood began to flow from the wound on the flying chicken's chest, and the demon was perplexed, because there was no such information in the textbooks for villains. Ted's movements were completely different from the previous ones. The demon was afraid to even approach him, and then his opponent disappeared right in front of him and appeared behind him. "Omae wa mo shinderu," Ted said. With deft movements of his hands, he tore off the demon's wings, which irritated him so much. And then the bird realized how badly he had miscalculated, and he became scared. He asked the barbarian to leave him alone and go home, but Ted didn't listen and sat on the demon's back. There was an unexpected turn of events when a second villain appeared in the clear sky and saved the first one by stabbing Ted with a toothpick. The younger demon began to justify himself by saying that he had deliberately given in to the man so as not to look completely weak in front of his comrade. Ted fell from the sky to the ground. Yet he was not the main character of this story, only his entourage. The last drops of fighting spirit and strength of the barbarians left his body. He apologized to Kern for not being able to become a chieftain, and to Laius, whom he had caused trouble for fighting alone. But as soon as he was remembered, Lai appeared on the battlefield and covered Ted with his body, which greatly surprised him. Cloud's expression darkened as he looked around the battlefield, the state of his comrade, and saw the crucified barbarians. Ted himself was worried that he was fighting like an animal in front of a man who valued manners above all else. Harkon and other knights joined their gathering. Lai told Ted that he had roughly grasped the gist of the conversation. The demons did not understand who appeared in front of him. There was nothing in the textbooks about someone coming and saving the hero. Cloud ordered them to be silent, and there was power in his voice. The demonic chicken yelped something and immediately got hit in the face with magic. His one-armed comrade became worried about him, but at that very moment he lost his second wing, which was completely pointless since he could fly with just one. But even on Earth, the demon did not understand the real state of affairs. Cloud told him not to waste his breath and headed straight for the chicken. He told him that he would first teach him the concepts of who the beast is here. At this time, another chicken was causing problems for players from other guilds. She attacked, turning altitude into speed and then soared again. While the demon was in the sky, they couldn't hit him properly. Camilla put 3 arrows on the bowstring at once, like an elven archer. This is a completely absurd archery ability that shouldn't actually work, and why waste magic on something so secondary? The chicken mockingly said that the arrows were easy to dodge because they were flying in one direction. But at that very moment, she was split in half by a powerful blow of a sword. The leader of the Radiance Guild had been waiting for the right moment to attack all this time. They didn't believe that they had succeeded. The demon legate was a strong opponent. 8 members of the guild received serious wounds. But the report about the Shining Guild immediately went to the world media. The guild did not skimp on PR. But the analysts noticed something strange. Of all the guilds, the Glow had advanced the furthest. But still, they had lousy viewership stats and the chat was going crazy with barking. People wrote that the legate was frightened by Laius and was running away from him, which was completely unthinkable. The analyst switched to another channel and saw how the hero asserted himself over the villain by stepping on him with his foot. When the first chicken became quiet, Cloud looked angrily at the second one, who fluttered and began to ask that they not come near him. The demon backed away and trembled with horror, begged for mercy, hoping for the kindness of the heroes, for humanism. But Cloud told him to shut up in a completely merciless voice. The demon promised to become good and never do that again, helping old ladies cross the road. But Cloud did not speak to the prey. He was a judge and executioner in one person. First execution, then sentence. One crazy streamer watched the beating from the snowdrifts and miraculously did not become food. Thus, Lai had already killed 8 legates, the enthusiastic streamer told his viewers. Lai stared at his hand. He was glad that the legates had the same amount of health because he was worried that he had spent a lot of energy. An enthusiastic Jesse approached him again, admiring the fact that he used one type of magic as several spells. The wounded Ted approached them. He walked on his own, but Harkon kept holding the barbarian back. Ted began to apologize for abandoning the protection of the survivors and going off alone, and for ending up in this state. Cloud replied that he did not hate people who fought to defend their pride. He told everyone to go back to the shelter with the rest of the knights while Jesse wrote down his every word. But at this time, all players received a notification from the system. The last legate of the demons was defeated. The leader of the guild union was overjoyed after defeating the demon. He hoped that he would become the lord of the liberated city of Frost and everyone should be ready for his coronation. Lai realized that the others had killed the 2 remaining legates without him. As usual, his participation devalued the contribution of the other players. A wounded man approached them, and Harkon recognized him as Count Syrian. He was glad to see that he was alive, and the Count pretended to be happy about being saved. The Count said that the Empire had not forgotten about them, since Harkon had come here. He added that he was impressed by the actions of the searchers and looked at Lai. Lord Frost extended his hand to Cloud, introduced himself, and thanked him for saving him. Ted was surprised, because despite the fact that he practically lived in Frost, he had never met the Lord. Cloud chuckled and told him to stop acting. His natural enemy ability had worked again. In front of him was none other than the Demon King. Once again, the detector accurately identified hidden enemies. At the same time, the audience saw their greeting but could not really hear it. The streamer kid kept wide-eyed, as if meeting the Lord of the ruined city was some kind of big deal. Besides, he was just a feudal lord who did not have any special power. But it did not escape the attention of the audience that Lai was angry and said something angrily to the Lord. Harkon was surprised by the words about the Demon King. It shocked him so much that he loosened his grip. He seemed to have forgotten that demons can hide among people, and was sure that the person in front of him was a human. And the Demon King laughed. Since he was exposed, there was nothing more he could do. However, he continued to play the fool and pretended to understand their mistrust, since the Lord of the city remained alive when almost everyone was killed. But Cloud didn't listen to this bad acting and hit the demon with stone spikes. The streamer almost lost his eyes when he saw the swift execution before Lai's sentence. Everyone who watched his broadcast had exactly the same faces. Harkon moved towards the wounded lord of the city. He still saw him as a man. That's why he asked Laius why he did this to the lord, who was crushed by stones like a frog. Jessie was the first to notice that the man was alive and well, and she smiled. She never doubted Lai's words for a second. Harkon was surprised by these words, and only then did he feel the ominous energy. The demon laughed. His resistance to the earth attribute was great, so he was not harmed at all. The demon asked if the hero had gone too far, and Lai thought about it. An ominous shadow crawled forward and covered them. The demon's voice became eerie. He told them to take a closer look, for he was the Lord of Frost City they were looking for. Lai's face twisted at such a disgusting sight. It was then that Harkon realized that there was a demon in front of him, although he should have cut off his head as soon as he heard Laius's words. He pierced the monster with his sword, and the eyed shadow spread out to the sides. Ted asked if this was the end. Lai thought that he should never say that phrase. After it, the enemies always resurrect. The shadow gathered again and turned into a black hurricane that reached the flying castle. At this point, Ted's eyes widened at how huge the demon had become, and Lai thought that was what he was talking about. A black shadow was absorbed into the bottom of the rock on which the castle was built, and Harkon noted with alarm that the demon lord, whatever he was blending into the city. The knights and surviving barbarians stared at this terrible sight. It was the beginning of the final battle. The knights looked at the horror they had never seen before. The barbarians were also worried about whether everything would be okay with that seeker and Ted. Leia, meanwhile, furiously tore demons to pieces, justifying her berserker class. Her fighters did not understand why there were so many demons around and why they did not become less, no matter how much they chopped them down. They needed to conserve their strength, as the magic was quickly running out. Suddenly, the creepy monster froze, without even striking with the lamp. The girl on the ground heard the monster moan that the Demon King was calling him, and he flew away, leaving the puzzled players on the ground. They did not understand why, after a long, bloody battle, the enemies suddenly retreated. When they looked at the sky, they saw that it was all covered with doves of peace. All players received a message that the Demon King Buddhaphoria has revealed his identity. Demons from all over the region flocked to become the meat carcass, body and blood of the Demon King. It was such a terrible sight that it could be seen from distant cities. The whole world could perish if the demon was allowed to awaken, Harkon said, and rushed to attack. But he immediately froze, seeing horror before his eyes, and the message that the ritual had already begun. The sacrifices for the ritual were gathered, Harkon shouted. In theory, the ritual could not be carried out. The Demon King laughed as if he heard his words and said that there was no rule, that only humans had to be sacrificed. A summoning circle exactly like the one they destroyed on the ground appeared in the sky. And why didn't the Demon Lord immediately revive himself? The demons fell victim and completed the summoning pentagram, an option that had been available to him all along. Lai got angry. Again, these plot twists that try to put you on a swing of excitement between overcoming and bending. But just as he was thinking about breaking the pentagram, a terrible, ugly shadow appeared before him. The demon struck him in the stomach, and Lai was unable to do anything. Harkon froze in place, his feet drowning in the blood of the slain soldiers. The dead hung on him and began to beg him to save them. Harkon stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed by the demon's illusion magic, which was unforgivable for a veteran. Lai, not subject to the fear of demons, shouted at him to bring the knight to his senses. It was all an illusion, just like Laius's death, because the demon couldn't defeat them himself and used cheap tricks. The knight swung his sword, and the eerie shadows that had entangled his mind dispersed. They returned to the general mass that was hanging between the ground and the castle and was performing a ritual. Harkon was still worried, having seen the demon pierce Laius, but Laius told him it was just fear. The formless cloud of demonic energy noted Lai's talent for avoiding illusions. But it was too late. The sacrifice had been made, and soon his body would be reborn. There was not a single demon body left. They all merged to form a giant egg. Then this egg began to absorb the summoning circle, absorbing its magic. An ugly chick with 3 eyes was maturing in the egg. In the center of the island where they were, panic began. Cars that were trying to leave the city formed a traffic jam and paralyzed traffic. The Union Guild, fearing the worst, decided to retreat and request support from their homeland. This caused some disapproval, since it meant that the siege of the fort had to be lifted. But the leader asked how they could care about the siege when they saw with their own eyes such wildness all around. Ted received a message from his brother and was stunned by it. Their home country sent all the players a letter of recommendation, asking them to leave Frost City. Local authorities planned to blockade the island, and some guilds, like the Union, had already left the city. John said that this time his brother might actually die. It was dangerous, and Cloud decided he had to kill the demon before it hatched. He took out the item to donate it for the exorcism rite. But the demon seemed to be ready for this. Dozens of eyes appeared in front of Lai, and then the demon tried to take over his mind, and the system reported an abnormal condition. Lai was alarmed. He didn't know if his mind could cope with this state. Gradually, anger, malice, and fear grew stronger in his soul. The demon almost took possession of him, but Cloud appeared and drove the enemy away. With just one word, disappear, he broke the possession ritual. The huge egg in which the Demon King was maturing exploded. From the terrible howl, everyone had to cover their ears to avoid going deaf. Lord Props told him that no matter who he was only human. But then he felt some kind of power in it and was horrified. There was an infinitely deep, ominous darkness in Cloud's eyes. At this point, the demon floated and began to lose its shape. It could no longer be in Cloud's mind. He disappeared as if he had never been there, like the morning fog. Cloud realized that the Demon Lord had escaped from him, and his egg was covered in thorns. The Demon King realized that Cloud was dangerous and needed another, stronger body. Monstrous discharges began to shoot out from the spiky egg again, the demon revealing its true nature. He woke up and raised such a wind that the desperate streamer boy was almost blown away. A mangy, plucked chicken emerged from the egg, with ribs sticking out in places where there wasn't enough meat. Cloud was angry that he had missed the demon. He couldn't let it do whatever it wanted, and chose another offering for the banishing ritual. He added several more items to the sacrifice to gain their power. And then he finally broke into Budaphoria's mind, and her little world cracked. The demon turned around in horror and saw how a hunter had entered his mind. The props shouted at Cloud not to come near, it would be scary. The feathered demons seemed to sense that their lord was in trouble and shuddered. Ted saw suspicious movement in the sky and shouted to the others. The demon lord ordered the remaining monsters to protect him and eliminate Lai. This man was dangerous, and the huge carcass decided to escape from the city. With just one step, he crushed several houses and caused an earthquake. The shock wave even reached the support camp on the outskirts of the territory. The three-headed, three-legged chicken swayed unsteadily again to take a step. There was no human who could stand against the Demon King, even during resurrection. The props screamed at him, telling him who he was and why she was so afraid of him. And then all the flying demons disappeared in an instant. Something unimaginably ugly appeared in front of Lai and opened its mouth. But a guy from the local guild threw a cop at the monster and saved Cloud. He returned to the battlefield even though his guild was destroyed to take revenge on the demons. Two more resurrected freaks rushed at people again. Harkon, meanwhile, finished off the wounded ugly chicken. Camilla charged her bow with some kind of chain magic, and she was able to entangle two feathered doves of peace with them. The leader of the Shining group asked why Lai wasn't moving, and Jessie explained that he was casting a banishing spell. She asked where her comrades were from, and they replied that they simply decided to support those who had a better chance of survival. Now that such a catastrophe has broken out that could engulf the entire world, wherever you go, it will be bad. The leader of the defeated guild thought the same thing, and turned away in embarrassment when he was asked about it. So they came together to help the hero defeat evil with the power of friendship and love, with the belief that the hero always defeats evil no matter what it may be. The leader of the Sun Guild also decided to join the team of friendship and love because he remembered his past experience. The leader of the defeated local guild said he hoped their faith would not be a lie. Ted stepped in, outraged that there were too many competitors in the hero's entourage. But then he immediately received a sobering scolding on the head. His brother John and all who could hold a weapon in their hands came to the battlefield. John scolded Ted for not answering his calls and making him nervous, and handed his brother the sword. Now that the hero's entire retinue had gathered together and become strong, the demons decided to attack, although before that they had simply watched. One could only marvel at the person who writes textbooks for villains and suspect him of being a saboteur. The leader of the group, Radiance, rushed forward and ordered everyone not to let Lai be touched. They were supposed to take the unfinished immortal chickens upon themselves. The props looked with alarm at Cloud, who was smiling like a maniac at the sight of the demon. Meanwhile, monsters and people clashed in a mad battle of all against all. Harkon fought his greatest and oldest enemy, who had only just appeared. They crossed swords, and he was able to withstand the monster's strength because his pride gave him strength. Ordinary human pride, Cloud said, and a fire flared in his hand. The chicken flew up, backing away from Cloud again. Pride is just an illusion, Budaforia squeezed out. Meanwhile, Harkon missed a blow in the back from the nimble legate. The legate pulled the spear out of his back and threw the knight into the snow. Instead of finishing him off quickly, he offered to surrender. Like all demons, he decided to take his time, enjoy the moment, and told Harkon that his wound was fatal. But instead of 1,000 words, Harkon cut the demon in half. The demon did not understand where the knight got the strength to strike, and collapsed. The man should have died from such a wound, simply bled out, the demon said, his knowledge of anatomy based on normal people. The problem was that the heroes' bodies were designed differently. No matter how many wounds you inflicted on them, they still did not have functional organs. Because the heroes could move even if their hearts were pierced, Harkon swung his sword. The demon's eyes widened as he realized that the school of villains was created by heroes to defeat them. It's all one big drama conspiracy, the demon thought as he set off for reincarnation. After the demon commander was defeated, a notification came that his army was weakening, and so was the demon lord. Now everyone was ready to push harder to finish off the monsters. Another chicken fell, and the already shaky morale of the demon front collapsed. The leader of the local guild was not going to lose in achievements, and also went on the attack. The last bird did not fly away anywhere, and waited for the heroes to defeat him. He, too, fell under the onslaught of a crowd of dummies who simply needed an example to follow in order to start winning. There was another bird that flapped its wings uselessly instead of rising higher. He asked a stupid thing, why people don't run away even after seeing what the demons did to Frost. Maybe because they were peaceful people and not warriors. The worthless people can't defeat him again, said the chicken, and Ted thought of his fallen friend Kern. He himself awakened the power of the beast within himself and tore the monster apart with his claws. The main hen, Butaphoria, felt weak and dizzy as her troops melted away. She grabbed her head and insisted that this couldn't be happening. The common people killed all her dear feathered legates. Laius received notice for each one. The Demon King's strength weakened, and his enormous body began to crumble under its own weight. The first to fall off were the useless wings, destroying several blocks along the way. The mental image of Butaphoria was also losing blood and limbs. Lai winced, the demon still resisting his consciousness too much. In addition, before this, Lai had spent too much mana and could no longer maintain the banishment ritual. The ugly demon stared at Lai. He was scared and angry at the same time. The freak's body bent, and its huge beak began to squeak terribly throughout the entire area. The demon began to thrash about hysterically and wave his tail, raising a column of dust, and then everyone saw how a huge carcass was trying to escape from the city. Then it dawned on Laya that it was all because of the exorcism ritual. The demon tried to hide from his mind to break the distance and unknowingly ran away. The reporters screamed in horror, and they did not understand where the giant monster was heading. There was an entire city in the monster's path that saw its shadow from behind the hills. Lei realized that allowing the monster to move would result in disaster, and he focused more on the ritual. But at that moment, he reached his limit. He no longer had enough mana. Due to lack of strength, the exorcism ceremony could be interrupted. Cloud's voice said that he had magical power. Lai remembered Mantis's words about black magic using a different source. Lai's hands were filled with darkness. He immediately felt this dark energy. There was so much of it that it instantly enveloped the monster's huge body. The monster writhed, and the black force turned into fire, and now he was completely covered in this flame. Ted once again had to stand there with his mouth open and realized that he was just part of a real hero's retinue. The Berserker Guild watched everything from a hill at a respectful distance. She kept an eye on Lai, ready to grab him and drag him away if things got too dangerous. But as expected, it was in vain. The demon fell, the city was cleared, Lai received the appropriate notifications. Of course, discussions and debates soon began about the rights to the new city and its reconstruction. It has become a hot topic for young experts in foreign policy and everything else. Lai was sitting in his room watching videos, tired. He put his phone down and stretched. Finally, he could come home and collapse on his bed. But something kept bothering him. When he burned the demon, smoke continued to pour out from under the rubble for a long time. At that moment, his quest updated, requiring him to restore the legacy lost to the demons, the demon hunter's camp. He tried to figure out what this had to do with Cloud, whom he had encountered in the subconscious. Now in his head were stuck the last words of Butaphoria, that a person cannot possess such darkness. A few days later on the island of Bad Luck, the doctor and Isol went into Harkon's room to check on him. But when they saw the captain of the knights, the doctor turned blue with horror. Despite his mortal wounds, the knight captain practiced push-ups. They began to complain that he was overexerting himself, but Harkon denied it. Isol was worried that if she couldn't treat Harkon properly with her doctors, she would lose face in front of Lai. The king of the resort appeared behind her and said that he was glad to see Harkon in good health, which scared Isol. They began to bow and scrape at him, but Akuna said that everything was fine. He said that he came to leave one thing that their benefactor had given him. There was a trophy in place of the fallen demon commander, and Akuna took out the feather, for it was Harkon who had killed the demon. The next time he met the emperor, Harkon would need a trophy to prove he had carried out his orders. The knight was amazed that Laius could understand his feelings so well. He was undoubtedly a man with a deep soul. The knight pressed the feather to his cheek, and an awkward silence reigned. No one knew where Laius himself had gone. The world quickly returned to normal. The news died down and returned to the old gossip and constant topics. But for some, everything changed. The director of a foreign guild scolded its leader for expressing gratitude for his salvation. He couldn't play the main role in his homeland, and he also bowed to players from another country. The old man wouldn't stop. But the boy objected with steel in his voice and asked whether he should have allowed the inhabitants of the neighboring towns to die. He broke the unfortunate office desk out of anger. The warrior said that if the ban on entering the rift had been in place longer, things could have gotten much worse. The director turned pale with horror. It was a mystery how people without abilities could control those who possessed power. The guy was beside himself with rage, a player capable of killing monsters that ordinary weapons cannot take. As a result, his entire guild left the country and its rude government. His men asked him what he intended to do now, as wherever they went, they would be looked at strangely. And the guy thought about what it would take to emigrate to the island of Bad Luck. And now he lives there. The boy streamer achieved his goal and attracted the attention of the whole world. Many now wanted to work with him. The sneaky blonde from the Second Sun Guild was able to rehabilitate himself because he chose the right side this time. Ted was also on everyone's lips, as he now bore the title of Chieftain of all the Barbarians. But strange rumors began to circulate about Jessie, that she was leaving the Radiance Guild. Her guild leader showed her the news and asked her what she thought about it. He knew that she didn't like it there very much, but he didn't think that she would leave like that, but the girl said that she didn't say that. The leader carefully examined the sorceress girl in front of him, who was drinking tea. He stated that if she really wanted to leave, he would not let her go until he was sure that she would be with Lai. Jessie smiled and asked him why he was getting upset in advance, since Lai had disappeared anyway. He really disappeared for everyone, and they were simply silent for several minutes. For several days, Lai spent a lot of effort trying to figure out how to complete the class assignment. But nothing worked. He simply didn't know where Akshan's legacy was, or if it even existed. Moreover, he was constantly being called by everyone and anyone, and Lai was already thinking about turning off his phone. He wanted to read books in the Magic Tower, but was afraid to go out. No progress on class quest, no reward for Frost Siege, and also the last disturbing words of the Demon King Butaphoria. All these were hints about the continuation of the story and Cloud's dark insides. Lai always felt that he was different from other players. Their personality did not change to the point of being schizophrenic. In addition, during the exorcism, he saw Cloud himself. This was no longer just a split in consciousness. This character lived inside him as a separate person. Lai didn't find anything about other players seeing their characters from the game. This could be a unique characteristic of hunters. But the mystery was that he saw Cloud's past, which he himself wrote, but there were no clues. And then, out of the blue, Lai received a message about the reward. He was given a beating for the Frost Siege and the death of Butaphoria, and the levels immediately began to creep up. In one fell swoop, he jumped by 30, and also a lot of items. It was a reward worthy of the Demon King. Lai also received powers in Frost. As relations reached their peak, it was already the second land in the possession of the future Padishah Emperor. But there was something else. For a large number of siege points, he received a special reward and was given the task to attend the ceremony of the new Lord Frost. Ted received the same notification as everyone else. The leader of the guild, Radiance, winced again. He had a bad feeling about such antics of the system. The dummy from the Union Guild believed that he would be crowned without warning. The system informed Lai that he was now, simply, Lord Frost. Only Cloud took it for granted. Lai's cry resounded throughout the entire area of the deserted but already miraculously restored city.